That's nice. That's good. All things will pick up as the day goes on. When people come home for their various jolly outings. Right, you're live on YouTube. Live. So if we go to YouTube, just go to the British Society of Dowsers. British Society of Dowsers. Live. Yep. One person watching. That's me. Okay. Right. Everything's working. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I'm sure it'll pick up. Sorry, I just have to go. I can't love you and leave you. Sorry about that. I'll um, I'll try and dip in a little while. I've got a problem with my Windows at the moment. So I just have to sort that out. Okay, but anyway, okay. I'll just dip out. So, see you later. Okay, cheers, mate.
Hi, how you doing?
Good, good. I see there's been a couple of problems. Um, it's probably why I've been on my own for the last 2 hours.
Oh, I saw you about an hour ago and I thought, there's no voice and nobody else. I
Yeah,
thought
yeah.
you were just testing the system.
No, no. Um, Nick, who's
Hi, how you doing?
good, good. I see there's been a couple of problems. Oh, wait a minute. It's probably why I've been on my own for the last 2 hours.
Oh, I saw you about an hour ago and I thought, there's no voice and nobody else. I
Yeah, yeah.
thought you were just testing the system. I better just work something out.
Nick, who's
Otherwise, we're going to get
Hi, how you
reverb.
doing? Good, good. I see there's been a couple of problems. Oh, wait a minute. It's probably why I've been on my own for the last 2 hours.
Oh, I saw you about an hour ago and I thought, there's no voice and nobody else.
Yeah,
I thought you were just testing the system. I better.
okay. I don't know.
Right, I've turned YouTube off. Sorry about that.
Oh,
Obviously,
that's
a bit of
okay.
feedback.
I got YouTube on as well. I didn't know if it was me.
Bit of both.
Yeah.
So, how are you doing?
Okay, good, good. Yeah. What it was, I think we've got two we've got two audience registrations. Um for one for the newsletter and one for members. And you're on the members list.
Okay.
You've been getting all the George's Cafe ones.
Yes.
Okay. But for some reason, I think you've been left off
No,
the.
I think I did have the newsletter because I had the one that was reporting on the get together in Melbourne. But I think what might have happened is it's gone to my junk mail. And when I looked, I just saw yours in there. So I would have thought the other one's in there as well. So I'll go and dig it all out and try and put it on the whitelist, as it were.
Yeah, because we had a problem. I couldn't get the call up on YouTube, so Nick Hayward came in after a while. He's the technical guru. He put it on there, but he had to claim the host.
Okay.
Realize he was still the host. So as people have been trying to join, I haven't been getting notification that they were in the waiting room.
Oh,
Probably
okay.
frustrated to hell that they couldn't get in.
Yeah.
And
So is this a regular thing then, like once a month or?
no, no, it's probably 3, 4 times a year.
Okay. So the idea is to get everyone together across the whole world and chat about dowsing.
That's it. That's the idea. Yeah.
That's a good idea.
And we started at 9 o'clock. There was only two of us. We thought there was something wrong. We thought this uh, communication problem that they'd had around the world, that caused a problem with us, but it wasn't. It wasn't that at all.
I was disappointed to see it was the last of the Evelyn Penrose series
Oh, okay.
last week. They're really good. It's a really great series. I'll have to go back and rewatch them. But I've already watched them many times. But yeah, it's amazing to think how far and wide she went with it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And she lived in a lovely part of the country. She probably wouldn't recognize it now. Well, some of it.
Okay. I've got my. Well, I'm just keeping this open for the chat in case anybody comes in, else comes in. I know Tammy Lynn from Florida sent a message, but I don't know whether she actually had the link for the meeting.
I was sent an email off to one of the authorities this week asking for clarification on digging up treasure.
Oh yes, yeah,
Because I'm looking into map dowsing for treasure
yeah.
and trying to get that to work, but there's some ambiguous rules, as it were. Obviously, you have to have the landowner's permission, but when you start metal detecting, you have to get insurance, and if you read the insurance, what you should and shouldn't do, one of the things is you shouldn't dig below the plough line. So
Ah,
how do you dig up? Go. about digging up treasure, potential treasure, that is below the plough line.
But what's defined as a plough line? You know, you could have a big plough.
Well, that's it. I mean, you typically see it's being rolled in a field, but sometimes, the ploughs do go down a good couple of feet.
Yeah.
So, and that is a deep plough. But if your treasure's at 3 foot down, you, you're not gonna, you can't get down to it. With the metal detector, they only work to about 1.5 foot, and with magnetometers, they don't pick up uh, small items. So you're a bit stuck if you've got a couple of dozen coins in the ground in a pot, because neither of a metal detector or magnetometer will pick it up because it can't get close enough to see the signal. So the idea was to use the dowsing rods, or to do the map dowsing, to use the dowsing rods to find where it was, dig down to within a foot of the metal detect, pinpoint it, and then dig up the rest of it. But if there is treasure there, then to inform the authorities, and they come along with the archaeologists to then dig it up. So it's a bit of a convoluted method, but I think that's the going to be the process if it does work. Also, I noticed on my phone, if you do map dowsing from Google, the GPS coordinates are miles out, and they move like up to 20 meters, going zigzagging all over the place. So I'm looking into using what's called an RTK GPS device that positions you within a centimeter of what you found on the map.
Sure.
So as soon as I'm going to buy one at some point and make it. They're quite expensive to buy, but you can actually buy the little chip and put it all together. It's about a quarter of the price if
Wow.
you buy it yourself.
That's interesting, because I know Peter Taylor, when he says he does map remote dowsing on Google Earth, he said he can be, about 20 feet out. Because
Ah,
he always likes to go to the site. The reason he uses that is because it saves time when you get to the location. So if you're looking at the water in a field, go straight to the top of the field if that's the area that you found, rather than walking across the whole field.
well, I've got a job interview in Runcorn on Tuesday. So funny enough, I spoke to Peter earlier saying,
Oh,
"Can I pop in, say hello?"
oh, you like that? Yeah, yeah, enjoy that. That's
Yeah,
great.
he's a bit better now.
Yes, yes.
Um, I know he was a bit poorly, so he didn't go to this year's meet.
Yeah.
But
Neither
he,
did you. I thought you were going.
yeah, I would have done if I would have got a place, but there weren't any places left by the time I got
I
round to
remember,
the.
I remember you saying you were trying to get some dowsing rods that were like on ball bearings.
Oh yes, there's a very good book I bought, and the guy had been taught how to make a dowsing device by his father, but the description in the book is very precise. So I thought, okay, fair enough. You got to be precise to do it. So when you go down to the local bike shop, all the ball bearings are sealed now, so they're not open. So they have grease inside, which you don't want, because the way they sell the idea for the best dowsing device is to have the ball bearings, the metal ball bearings, in contact with the metal housing.
I see.
So that's one problem. So you have to use an old school bearing. So you need to find an old school bike wheel. And more specifically, you need to find an old school racing bike wheel. So anyway, I then went and tried to buy I thought I would have a look at the other bearings. So this might be a bit backwards and forwards. The hub spindle, the modern ones are all coated, they're all anodized. And I put a multimeter on it and there's no conductivity.
Ah, right.
So there's no conductivity in your hand to where you hold the spindle. So that's another problem. Anyway, I said, "Have you got any old racing wheels?" So he said, "Yeah, I got one out the back." He had a roof and there was like 30, 40 wheels, and just sat on the roof doing nothing. So I had a quick look and like, "Oh, can I have that one?" And he gave it to me. He didn't even charge for it. So I snapped off, cut the spokes, and cleaned it all up. And the bearings were really grindy. So you're supposed to hit this spindle and it rotates so many times, and that'll. He says if it rotates this amount of times, it's good enough to get the helicopter effect when you're dowsing over elemental material, like gold deposit or something. Um, so yeah, that's about as far as I've got. It's there, but it's not quite there.
Okay, because when I heard you wanted to come to the symposium, I got a revealer set.
I'll just use these. Yeah, a revealer set. Okay, what's a revealer set?
It's two long dowsing rods with big handles on ball bearings.
Oh, okay.
It was made for industry in the 1950s and 60s in Leeds.
Oh, really?
It comes in a nice wooden
Cool.
box, and you put it all together, and it's got
Is this for the water authorities or electricity companies?
all
Drainage?
because it's got witnesses on this thing you clip onto the handle, so you can have copper pipe.
Okay.
Stainless, not stainless steel pipe, but steel pipes, asbestos pipes.
Yeah.
There's about 8 or 9 of these things, lead, and you have
Is
to.
it in perfect contact or are they in vials, like glass vials? Because this is something that I find interesting. Is some people say to use a witness, but then put it inside a vial, but the vial's not in contact with the dowsing rod. So how does it assimilate if it's not in contact?
I think the witness is to. Well, I don't know. Sometimes they put them inside the pendulum, don't they? And screw it up,
Yeah.
and you can't see it, but the pendulum knows it's there, I guess. But Peter Taylor, he has a file. If he's looking for water, he'll have a file.
Yeah, that's right. I've had to go with those.
Yeah.
I lost them. He
Oh,
called me up. He said, "Have you taken them home?" It's like, no, I'm sure they're there. And but yeah, I'd left them in his garden somewhere while we
right.
were doing a bit of dowsing in his garden. But he found them, and it was like, oh, phew. But
So
yeah, I must make a set of vials with different materials in.
yeah, so this revealer, as I say, it was made for industry, and it's got certain numbers on. Maybe that means the depth of that they are underground where they cross.
Oh, okay.
Sure, I haven't got a full set of instructions, but so they don't make them anymore. But they're
Well,
actually industry.
the dowsing for me, because I've only just started doing it properly, the dowsing for water seems quite effective, but I don't know enough. So hopefully, if I can catch up with Peter, he's going to show me how to work out depth.
Okay.
But I could work out edges, top of water, bottom of the water. I could work out direction of flow. In fact, it's one of the only things I can actually ask the rods when I'm pretty much stationary and point to the nearest underground river. They move. As everything else that I do with dowsing, I have to be walking to actually be moving for them to react. But with water, they seem to react whilst I'm stationary, which is quite interesting. Trying to work all that out. It's a bit of a mind melt, isn't it?
Actually, the John Baker runs a course for professional water dowsers in June.
Oh, okay.
So he ran one in
It's
middle of
just
June.
gone then.
Yeah, but that had been full for a long time.
Ah, okay.
Story of your life, isn't it?
I spoke to John the other week. I think I said, yeah, it was John. And because I was trying to get in contact with a few more people that are a bit more local. So I'll follow that up at some point.
Because in Malvern, it's great because they've got the water courses there, underground streams that you can find. It's a great place for it all. So the next one will be June next year. But there's a 2-day course, and the idea is it sets you on the path to become a professional water dowser.
Yeah, I'd like to do that. Yeah. Have you ever been to Saffron Walden?
No.
There's I went to find someone and have a chat about what's in their field, and they live in Saffron Walden, but I couldn't get hold of them. But in Saffron Walden, there's a garden, and we got chatting to the gardeners, and they told me there was a well. So the well had been, it's not a working well, but I thought we're going to have a look anyway. And as I approached the well, it's the first time the rods didn't helicopter for me like standing still, which I've seen, which I'd love to see working one day. And of course, it works with Peter. It just goes whips around 10 to the dozen. But I didn't have to move very far to see the helicopter effect as I walked close to the well. And the closer I got, the more revolutions it did. So the forces coming out from the well where the energy was amazing. So yeah, that was really cool. If you're passing Saffron Walden.
Okay. Well, keep me out. Yeah. I'll make a note anyway, so that if I ever do.
Yeah. Hi there. Got someone else. Hey.
Yes. Kirsten, how are you?
Yeah. Hi there. Good afternoon. I'm very well, thanks. And you?
Yes, good, good. Yeah.
I've
Have you been
just
trying to
logged
get
on to I've just logged on to listen in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Where do you live?
So I live in Ramsgate,
Okay.
in the UK. Mhm.
Are you in a group? Are you in a dowsing group?
No, so at the moment, there is no dowsing group in the area. So I've asked whether I could start one,
Okay.
and I've put forward some ideas. So yeah, what I would like to do is just do more practice, maybe with people, and then compare notes.
Yes. Yes.
So
So
yeah,
did you contact the office?
yeah.
Oh, right. I think I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the two of you are going to try and start a group. The
Uh,
Kent.
In Kent, yeah. So I don't know if there's somebody else that would be great. Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
remember. I think I've seen an email,
Oh, fab.
or just I was CC'd in on something. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Okay. Well, it's nice to put a face to a name.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, we always learn something the more we practice,
Oh,
you know,
yes.
and it's always fun. So I just thought it might be nice to do it in a group rather than alone.
Yes.
What sort of dowsing is your favorite? Do you have like L rods or pendulums or?
So I have L rods, and I like just using them for earth energy dowsing, but also any questions basically that we have. And sometimes I just tune in with my body and just see what feeling I get. Yeah.
With your, just out of interest, with your asking questions, can you ask them can you ask them and get answers while you're standing still, or do you have to be moving?
So I get answers when I stand still or sit or
Stand still.
yeah.
It's interesting because other than pointing to a water source, I don't. And I'm just wondering how you enhance it so that they do move if I'm stood still.
Oh, I see.
I don't know.
So what you're saying, Alex, is if you stood still and you're looking for water, they will cross.
They will point to where the source of the water is.
Okay.
Like point to the closest underground stream and they'll actively point in that direction.
Yeah.
But if I say, is my name Alex? Nothing.
Okay.
Show me my yes, nothing. Show me my no, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You do it like Peter does with one rod?
I can do one rod. My right arm hand is more active. Typically it points into the chest when it's a yes and out when it's a no, but only when I'm moving.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, again, it's odd because it works very well when I'm moving, but it doesn't work at all most of the time if I'm stood still, not moving.
It's a new one.
Yeah, it's frustrating, but because the more you want it to work, the more it doesn't.
Yeah, you can't force things. It's definitely
No, there's no point, is there?
all your preconceived notions need to be away.
Yeah. In Peter's back garden, just while we're talking about Peter, he said when he first taught me those commands, it was like point to the source of the water and the flow of the water. His garden actually rolls down. You can see the bungalows below the eye level at the back of his garden, but the water flew up. In effect, it was like it was flowing uphill. And he says, you got it right when you do that because it's going against what what you're thinking that water should flow downhill.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's still flowing down,
Yeah,
but
but underground.
deeper in the ground. So yeah, that was quite interesting. The first time I saw that.
Kirsten, do you know who Peter Taylor is that we're talking about?
No.
Okay. Well, he's a dowser up in lives in North Wales, and he's very experienced. He's got quite a few videos on the BSD YouTube channel.
Okay.
How to douse for water, and using Google Earth as well. He uses Google Earth to map douse.
Yeah. Thank you. That makes sense. Yeah.
So it's worth watching. And then he's also doing some work with the Fibonacci code.
Okay.
Where he has a number of PowerPoints in his garden,
Okay.
and they relate to certain parts of the body. So one PowerPoint will be relative to your heart, and he's got the problem with his heart, so he'll go to the PowerPoint, and he'll use his rod to indicate how long he should stay there. First of all, he recites the Fibonacci code, and then that starts the process of the healing. And then when he gets the rod will then move to show him that's enough healing for that particular day. It's very, very, very clever. It's worth having a look.
Thank you. I will. Wow, that sounds amazing. Yeah.
And Alex here, he's very much into treasure hunting.
Well,
Okay.
I'm interested in healing as well. So I was theorizing that a lot of pilgrims that used to walk to the monasteries and churches and stood in front of certain statues, those pillars are actually energy pillars. So I think there's something unknown from ancient sort of knowledge from these places of worship and gatherings that people can get healed. But yeah, putting it into practice is a little bit different to theorizing.
Yeah.
But
And there's also the where they cited all these places that they'll have special energy as well, won't they? So
Well, definitely, yeah. Usually where the font is. They say that the font is where the energy lines cross,
okay.
and it's very powerful.
Yeah.
Richard, when you douse, do you ever just go out and not think of anything and see where it takes you, or do you always ask for a specific thing?
Well, really, you should be, asking a certain question, so that would concentrate your mind to what you're looking for.
Yes.
But when I first started, I didn't know what I was doing, so I just go to like some standing stones. I just walk towards them, and with everybody else in the group, the rods would cross. Oh, there's something here. Oh, but what is it? We don't know. Carry on a bit further. Oh, there's something here. We don't know what it is, but we've been dowsing. Great day out, But now I guess I would ask for the show me where the energy line is, how wide it is, which direction it's flowing, that kind of thing. But I'm no expert. I like to go with experts. I went to the Devon Dowsing Festival a few
Oh,
weeks
okay.
ago. That was great.
When was that? Was that recently?
That was middle of June.
Oh, cool.
Sounds good.
And they go to stone circles and sacred places.
Mm.
Plus, speakers as well. It's a great weekend.
Um,
Apart from the weather.
well,
A bit dodgy this year, hasn't it?
we had a bit of a wet early summer, didn't we? I went to on the solstice. I joined people at Stonehenge to welcome in the sun.
Oh, cool.
That was magical. Honestly, I so enjoyed it. And
Someone was live broadcasting on TikTok, so I was watching it on TikTok.
really
Yeah, it looked really cool. There was a lot of people there.
loads of people, and I was in a group of singers. We were all dressed in red. It's a little singing group that gets together ever so often. And then my friend asked me afterwards, "Well, were you tired the day after?" And I was like, "No, I was buzzing. It was just in these, being in these stones was really energizing."
Could you go inside? Could you go
Yeah,
actually?
yeah, we went inside. Yeah, that's one of the few days where you're allowed to go inside. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been on an organized trip, and they say if you touch the stone, you're getting arrested. But everyone was standing on them, sitting on them, touching them. But they like you manipulate. Well, the lichens can die off apparently, which could be hundreds of years old. But yeah, a different rule on solstice day.
Yeah. Right. But you could really feel the energy of the whole, the whole area. It's beautiful.
Was
And
it
I remember,
anyway?
sorry,
Go on. No, go ahead.
just in terms of stone circles, I remember many years ago when I was learning a little bit more about dowsing, we went to a gentleman's house who had placed a stone circle in his large garden. And then our exercise was to, with the rods, see how far the energy of that circle goes into the landscape and walk it, just go. And I walked for quite a long way away. That only small circle of stones had a huge radius.
Wow.
It wasn't Jack Temple, was it?
No.
Oh, you would have known that now. Because
No.
he had a stone circle in his garden, I believe.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
They've built one recently in Milton Keynes. It's North Willen Lake has got one. Well, I say recently, it's probably been there 20 years. But it's near the Peace Pagoda, if you know Milton Keynes. There's only a couple of them in the country. I think there's one in London somewhere.
Yeah, there's a Peace Pagoda in Battersea Park. That's the only one I know. And that has one beautiful energy. Wonderful.
It looks like pendulum, doesn't it? Like an Egyptian pendulum, the way the albeit upside down.
Oh, I'd never thought of that.
Make you think, yeah. If you
Mm.
look at them, they very similar.
I'll have to have another look. That's so good.
It didn't help the poor monk who lived in the Milton Keynes one. I think he got run over by his own lawnmower or something.
What?
Yeah, yeah, it's quite a nasty accident happened to one. I think it was the monk. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's a very, other than that, it's a very peaceful place.
Yeah, that just sounds like an accident. Yeah,
Mm.
horrendous.
So is it a yearly meeting like the one up at Malvern, or is it bi-yearly, or how?
No, it would be the spring. We call it the spring symposium.
Okay, and is it always in the same place?
No, well, it wasn't, but I think it's going to be because the Cube is a very good venue. and everybody likes it there.
But it sounds like it was limited to space, though.
Yes, yeah, for numbers.
Numbers. Okay.
So get in early. Well, put your
Yeah.
Then we have the conference.
I couldn't book it early this year because I was having a kidney stone operation and I hadn't got the exact date, although I knew roughly when it was. And lo and behold, it worked out. I could have actually gone, but I only knew within a few days, if not a week. And it was too late.
But the conference is the 21st, 22nd of September.
Okay.
We just about finalised the venue, which is Stratford-on-Avon. But we'll send out the letter anyway. We'll send out a newsletter. I'll make sure you're on the list.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. I like Stratford-upon-Avon. Is that where the Shakespeare Theatre is, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. That's right, yeah. Yeah. I think one thing we were looking at was the I'll get the right name now.
Oh, someone at my door. Just give me a second. Sorry.
Hold a second.
Aha. Did you find it?
Yeah, just about there now. Oh, I've gone too far. The Belinus line. Belinus. I think that's the way you say it. Goes from the Isle of Wight up through right up to Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
And it runs through Stratford-on-Avon. That's one reason why we chose it, because we asked all the members, well, everybody really, after the symposium, we sent out a questionnaire to see who would like, where would people like the next venue. And we had obviously many different opinions, but the majority, not the majority, but more people favoured the central England and southeast England as well. So we're looking something central, Warwickshire. Well, Stratford-on-Avon is in that area, and then there's also, we do have the that particular Belinus line going through it. So we're hoping to maybe do something with that, do a workshop, go to where it is, douse around it. That's just part of it, just one workshop, plus lots of other things as well. Trying to get some practical stuff in for everyone, plus a couple of speakers.
Yeah, sounds good.
We're going to have Gordana from Croatia is coming. She gave a talk the other week on a month ago. Gave us a Zoom talk about the works that she does. Very interesting lady. She's coming on the call hopefully later on.
Oh, wow. I think I listened to that. Yeah, that was very interesting.
Where am I?
Hi there.
Hi, Janet.
Hello. Sorry, just trying to sort my sound out.
Can you hear us?
I can, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
for goodness sake. I can't get my cursor to work. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold.
Okay.
Oh, so this is the quiet spot, is it?
No, it's been quieter. I didn't realise I couldn't let anybody in. I was
Dear.
waiting, nothing's happening, and I realised one of the wrong buttons hadn't been pressed, or one of the buttons hadn't been pressed for me to take the host again. So we're okay now.
Mm.
Where do you live, Janet?
Sorry,
Where do you live?
I missed that.
Where do you live?
Oh, sorry, Denable down in Cornwall.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to turn the sound up, but I can't move my cursor. Oh, I give up. Escape, hang on.
Sometimes you've got buttons on the keyboard at the top that you can use to improve the sound or reduce it.
Oh, hang on. These things don't work at the best of times.
Move the road.
Come on. Oh, hang on. No.
Go into your settings.
Sorry?
Go into your settings.
I can't move my cursor.
Oh, of course you will. Does it need batteries?
No, it's plugged in. It's a proper PC. I'll go out and come back in again. Sorry. Control Alt Delete. Okay, where's that gone? Ah, that's better. Right. So, oh, for goodness sake, I still can't move that cursor.
Yeah. You had a chap from Nigeria on this morning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you muted, Alex.
Yeah, sorry, I was just talking to my missus.
Oh,
One of
sorry.
our neighbours from Kuwait City, and I think Julie mentioned, or I mentioned that Julie, she'd just come out of hospital, and she's gone and cooked her dinner. So obviously, she thought I was wasting away.
Yeah.
So, so you were saying about
Oh, yeah, chap from Nigeria on this morning.
Nigeria. Oh, okay. What's he looking for out in Nigeria?
He's a water dowser. He's got
A
a
water.
drilling company, and he's learned how to dowse recently, and he's found it invaluable now for when he does his drilling.
Oh, that must be so rewarding, seeing the water come to the surface for the first time.
But he got all his information from Peter Taylor. He
Ah, okay.
contacted Peter, and Peter sent him a load of videos, and yeah.
A friend of mine wants to go off grid, so I was talking this week. I was talking to him about finding some source water in his back garden somewhere. He's got quite a big garden, and funny enough, he's got an old moat in his back garden which hasn't got any water in. So it used to be an old hunting lodge. And he said when it rained a lot this year, there was a couple of places where it did get wet, but I was telling him, yeah, it's easy drilling a hole for surface water or shallow, runoff water, but water that's there all year round is a little bit harder to find.
Yeah. Yeah, you can check if it's seasonal by dowsing.
Is that just asking a question, as simple as asking the question, is this here all year round?
How's that,
Yeah,
Janet?
Sorry?
Is that any better?
It's much better, and I've turned the sound up.
Good. Okay. There we are.
Oh, what the hell's that? That's what happened. Oh, it's gone. That's okay. I'm not going to touch anything. My back. So what have I missed? Quite a bit.
Just getting started.
I was just saying we had a chap from Nigeria on this morning,
Hmm.
and he's just learned to douse for water because he's got a drilling company, and he's finding it invaluable using the dowsing to get the water.
Good.
But he got a lot of information from Peter Taylor. Do you know Peter?
Yes. He gave a very interesting talk about, sorry about my voice. He gave a very oh, now it's worse. He gave a very interesting talk on, was it Fibonacci numbers? I can't remember what he did, but it was one of those times when I felt like there were light bulbs going off, and he made an awful lot of sense.
He does it. The video is of him doing it in his garden.
Oh.
He's got these PowerPoints in his garden, which each PowerPoint relates to a part of your body. So he's got one for his heart. I think one for varicose veins, because he's got those, and a couple of other things. So he'll go find the direction of it with his dowsing rod. When he gets to it, he gets a yes, and then he'll ask for the healing to start. He quotes the Fibonacci code number, and then that starts the healing process. And when he's had enough, the dowsing rod will tell him that's enough for today. Yeah. And then at the back of his greenhouse, he's got a PowerPoint, but he's got a rack of plastic water bottles, and the PowerPoint, it reacts with the cosmic rays that come over from that part of the sky near him, that part of the world, and kind of join forces with the PowerPoint to change the energy of the water in the bottles, and that's he believes that helps against COVID, and it's got health properties. In fact, at the symposium, the conference last year, even in the hotel, he had one of these water bottles because he had the wire, the wire that he hooks it up with on it. So he had that on the table, and he's drinking that water in the hotel. So he believes in it very strongly.
Yeah.
I've drunk some.
Yeah.
I doused it as well, the cosmic. Yeah.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah, there's definitely no chlorine left in it. It is a smoother, softer taste. But what I was thinking about the Fibonacci numbers, are you aware of a guy called Raymond Rife? Rife Technology. Well, he worked out resonant frequencies to use as medicine. And again, it's a whole different subject. But I saw one of his relatives on TikTok, and he's taken up his studies, and he's actually made a device, and you can actually dial in the frequencies for different ailments. And I wouldn't be surprised if those resonant frequencies match up with Fibonacci numbers for different frequencies for different ailments and their holistic beneficial effect. So it's something I'll look into at some point.
I remember when Peter Taylor gave his talk, he was using these numbers, and even I thought, I don't think that's a Fibonacci number. And somebody said, well, that's not a Fibonacci number. But then somebody else piped in, actually, oh, yes, it is. And I don't know how he explained it, but yeah, it was a number that you could use, but it wasn't one of the normal ones.
The first two numbers that he quotes,
Yeah.
that's the number on the table because all these numbers are on a table,
Yeah.
So it'll start off, won't it? It'll be 1 and 1, and then 1 and 2, and then 2 and 3,
Yeah.
and whatever it is, keeps going on up and up and up and up and up and up. And what he believes is the more the longer the number, the more powerful it is. But if you imagine they're all on a list 1 to 100 and so on, then if the first one that he quotes, or if the Fibonacci number is the 75th on the list, he will say 75 and then quote the rest of the number. That's what he was doing.
Mm.
So that kind of explains that. Yeah.
He's got to write a book, really.
He should do. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I've been watching Peter for years on YouTube and stuff, and I very much felt, it could be lost if you don't start writing things down.
Well, a lot of his stuff is actually on video, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because he's done the water dowsing.
The gold, the water, yeah. The healing.
Yeah, the energy chain.
Oh yeah, at the castle.
Castle, yeah.
There's a negative energy line behind my house. I found it just walking around. I say my house, it's the local park about 300 meters away. And he looked it up, map dowsing, and he found out what it was, but he couldn't change it. It was too powerful. But apparently it was a fight, and people died there. So it was probably during the Civil War. I think it was Civil War related. Because I thought it was water. But he said, no, it's not water. It's negative energy coming from a battle.
Would you be able to do it if he came down personally?
Sorry, say that again.
Could he, if he came down, could he do it himself down here, down with you, or?
Oh, that'd be nice. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he could. Yeah, he does it.
Yeah,
he does it. I found it first, then he looked it up on a map when I was with him,
right.
and so he did his Google
Earth,
in with his pendulum and stuff, and worked out what it was.
Yeah.
So.
Well, so with Denby Castle, he found that on Google Earth and traced the energy line. So that when he went down to the castle, he actually went there in person.
He maps it all out with flags, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and then he goes in the middle and then transforms the energy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see the Evelyn Penrose episode where she was talking about if someone had done her wrong, but if she wanted to, she could have done them some serious damage as well. Did you remember hearing that episode?
I haven't seen that.
Oh, okay. Well, it made me thought about correcting energies and what she had to say as well. So, because it's just a hand movement, which could do a lot of damage in the wrong hands, as it were.
I have to be careful
then.
Yeah. You'll have old Harry Potter.
Right, yeah.
Job done.
It's a frog.
Whereabouts are you, Alex?
I'm literally or physically. Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire.
Oh, miles away. Yeah.
Yeah, miles away. So, where is everyone? So we got down south. We've got
Delabon,
Cornwall, so down West Country.
Oh, the flag's not up either.
No.
I'm not Cornish, but as far as I'm concerned, if I pay the rates, that's where I am.
My family from Cornwall and Devon area originally.
Well, yes, that was my
go back a couple of generations. Yeah.
Yeah.
We love it down there going on holiday. It's amazing.
Yeah.
We'd like to move down there when we retire. But second home's priced everyone out of the market, hasn't it? So
I keep saying they should pay 2 lots of what's it called? 2 lots of council tax. I think they'll, I don't know though. They seem to put them in limited companies. But I still think they should pay it. I'm sorry about my voice.
So I live in Swansea.
Yeah.
And Kirsten's in Ramsgate.
Yeah.
And Pat there. Hello, Pat. Is Pat with us?
I was going to say, who's Pat Dyer?
May not be there. And Nick, where the BSD sign is, Nick, that's Nick Haywood. He lives in London. Nick is our technical guru. He puts all the YouTube videos together, you know, all the talks. He edits them. And the talk you just been talking about, Alex, he did all that. He put all that together from the book, I believe. What time is it? Oh, I've only got.
So, do you stop for tea, or do you just eat while you're on the air?
Just keep going.
But you do eat.
Oh yes, yeah. I got
Because
some.
Alex is eating, and I think I've got a cake here. I'm going to start in a minute.
I just muted because I don't want everyone to hear me eating an apple.
Oh, it's healthy.
My partner Julie just bought me a chopped up apple. Was that out of the garden, Julie? Very nice.
It's my cake, I don't like.
Oh,
So you got it.
I was going to say, Alex, it looks quite green behind you there. I can't see much concrete.
yeah, it's got some raspberries, some apples. There's a little frog pond over there. Yeah. The cat got the frog the other day. Oh my word. You never heard of a frog scream?
Ooh.
Apparently, according to the missus. But saved it and he's back in the pond.
Good.
I think the cat was a bit disgusted with the slime and taste of it. Yeah. Yes, I'm trying to prove whether the map dowsing works to myself. So I'm hoping to find something on a map and then go out and dig it up. But it's easier said than done trying to get permission to dig anywhere.
Mm.
I don't really care what it is. If you tell me there's a nail in the middle of a field within a couple of meters, you know, mind you, there's nails everywhere. Maybe something a bit more interesting. But even a 2p piece would do me.
What we've done with our Swansea group is we've hidden things for each other. And asked to for the people to find it. We give them because we started the whole of Gower, which is 18 miles long, and about 10 miles across. It's a little bit of a large area. Didn't have much success, but we narrowed it down to smaller areas. And for example, I had a particular stone, which I brought, and then people took a photo of it, so they had a kind of a witness. One person was very, very good. I put it in a place, it's called Pennard Castle. It's like an old folly. And I put it in a particular spot. And this lady found it, not in the same spot as I left it, because somebody had moved it, but she still found it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very, very good. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Would you like to see what I found with the dowsing rods?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll go
Yeah,
and grab them out my finds cupboard. Hang on.
in Ramsgate Beach and further along, you always see people coming with their metal detectors.
Yeah.
They always find stuff.
I must admit, I love watching that Australian gold diggers where they're going out trying to find gold.
Okay.
And sometimes they have dows for it as well. And I thought of joining one of the local detectorist groups because I'd like to join them but do it via dowsing. Because if I found something, I know it would end up in a museum. And I do wonder with some of them if they go out and find things and they just keep it to themselves, not tell anybody, which to me is a great waste.
Yeah, so not far from where I am near Sandwich, there's an old Roman fort.
Yeah.
Last year or the year before, I can't remember exactly when, they improved the visitor facilities and everything, but also in the farmland behind, it used to be the amphitheater. And I know the archaeologists found quite a few bits and pieces, so I'm sure somebody with dowsing rods would find a lot more.
Yeah.
And as Alex was saying, you can go further with the dowsing rods because the detector he's got only goes down a certain way. How far down does it go, Alex?
I mean, if it was a car bonnet, it would go down a good few feet, but coins, it will go down to about a foot.
Yeah.
Right.
That's quite a good metal detector as well. So
So
you
if
won't go much deeper than about 14 inches.
Right.
Oh, excuse me. So there's a bullet. I found that with the dowsing rods.
Oh, wow.
To a military ground that we were metal detecting, but I was using the dowsing rods. And I was asking for round coins. But as you can see, it's not a round coin, it's a threepenny bit.
Threepence, yeah.
But
So
I did find it with a dowsing rod, so that was cool. Map dowsing I haven't proved, but I did sort of have a bit of a wobbly sort of thing, and I did go and look in the area, and I did find this coin, and I was asking for coins. It's a halfpenny from 1862, I think.
Wow.
So
Oh, yeah, amazing.
yeah, there's quite a good definition on that one. But in one of these is a really interesting one. The only other thing I found, apart from horseshoes, oh, so the very first thing I found was a penny on the beach. So I've been using these little black film canisters. There you go. That was a gold ring in one of them,
Oh.
just to practice on. No, I'll find it in a minute. There's loads in it. I've got nothing in.
Oh, blimey.
Oh, and when I did this blind test, by the way, I was absolutely rubbish. So I really do need to practice. Oh, it's not in there. I'll have to go. It's called a jeton anyway. It's a copper jeton. And it isn't actually, although it looks like a coin, it's actually a trading token that the moneyers used to use to tote up other coins. I'll go and have another look. But it's like a hammered coin, but made out of copper. So it's not hammered silver, it's hammered copper.
And from what century or what time?
1600s. It's called a Nuremberg half jeton.
Oh, wow.
The jetons are quite common, but half jetons aren't. So
Amazing.
I'll go and have another look. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Unless it's stuck in one of these. Oh. No. No.
Show us your cupboard. Show us your trophy cabinet with it.
Oh, go on then. Sorry, it's all full of junk. I haven't found too much. I only started in about September last year.
Oh. September.
There's Judy, my partner. Say hello.
Hello.
Julie.
Hi.
You okay?
We've got some light.
Oh, that is the one.
Mm.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
Bloody hell.
Gee whiskers.
The coin on the right might be my witness, which is a silver Britannia, 1/10 troy ounce.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit dark, I apologise.
All right, give us an impression. No, amazing. Wow.
The light. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah.
Fabulous.
That's a penny. See, at one point that would have been worth about 50 quid. That's
Yeah.
why they used to chop them up into quarters.
Oh, I see.
Wow.
Yeah.
They were worth too much.
Yeah.
And this one was the first. This is the first one I found, the first hammered, which is actually a half hammered.
Oh.
Wow.
And that's Henry II.
Mm-hmm.
The most recent one I found a farthing. These are so small though; they're tiny.
Mm-hmm.
Rose farthing, hammered farthing. I think they're farthings. Some of the buttons can be quite nice.
Oh,
Some of,
very pretty.
Oh.
Yeah, nice.
yeah. But it's. Oh, I found a pocket watch. Oh, and of course, if you've watched the series, everyone finds one of these.
Oh.
The old little cars.
Uh,
This is quite nice. It's off a horse regalia, whatever it's called.
Yeah. Wow.
Probably military. It's
Yeah.
got the anchor and rope, chain, whatever. Penknife. There's all sorts of bits and bobs. Proto bell. Of course, these got little balls in, so they used to put them on the sheep and stuff. You just hear it rattling.
Mm.
Actually, I took a few of these bits to show Peter. There's a Roman fibula there. It's a brooch.
Mm-hmm.
This is called a dandy button. It's quite nice when I dug it up, but it just oxidized. Yeah. Little musket balls.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, that one hit something, and that one didn't.
Mm.
Tudor buttons. They got this roundish look to them. Tudor ones are quite shiny. Loads of buttons. Oh, this is quite good. I found this on Valentine's Day, which is quite funny.
Hold it up a bit. Oh, there we are. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. I think cap badges from the military. Quite a few of these get found. There's the other bit of it here.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on where you are, you find a lot of like shrapnel and stuff from the war.
Oh, okay.
I haven't found a full thimble yet, but I found bits of one. So there's on my wants list. So obviously with the dowsing, I can say point me to the nearest thimble. That's the plan at some point, because I know what a thimble looks like. I can use one as a witness, maybe. Yeah, lots of buttons, lots of jigs.
Кажем, да почине киша, балкони smo trebali.
Anyway, yeah, I don't know where the copper
Mhm.
I don't know where the copper button's gone. I mean, the copper coin. It was really weird when I found the copper coin because it was on the. I found it with the dowsing rod, so then I waved the metal detector over it, and detector goes up to about 100, and it registered a 4. Now, that's pretty much junk down at that level, and I thought I'll dig it anyway. And lo and behold, it was a coin or the token. So just goes to show, I think with the dowsing, you would actually, if you can discriminate, you'd find a lot more because you wouldn't think it's a nail and just leave it behind. Because you quite often get nails right next to the treasure. So you get funny signals and you just say, oh, that's ferrous. But if you had a dowsing rod, you'd say, is that precious metal there? And if it was yes, dig it. So that's what I want to have more of a go at later this year. Has anyone else found any treasure? Apart from you finding the stone, someone finding your stone.
Mm.
Not
No,
me.
but I'd like to. Sorry.
I've got a stone, I think, from the. It could be a couple of thousand years old. It could be medieval. Someone did tell me what it was. I think I've still got it. It's like for working other objects. I'll have a look.
Oh God.
It is somewhere. I might have given it to someone because they found the half of it. Can't see that either. Nope. No, give up.
Just say hello to Gordana. Hey, Gordana.
Hi, hello to everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
And also Svala, is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Svala.
Where are you from? Where are you from, Svala?
Iceland.
Iceland.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's another flag, another trophy here behind me.
Yeah.
We've got Croatia there.
Yes, we do.
Croatia, yeah.
Oh,
Great.
we do. So it's very interesting to be a dowser in Iceland. There's so much going on in the ground. So
I was talking to a lady about who'd been to Iceland, who'd met a troll.
okay.
Do you know about trolls?
Yes, I do.
Right.
And elves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a good conversation soon.
It's just a big part of the culture, really. Trolls and elves and things like that. Yeah.
You seen them?
I've seen elves, and yeah, it's they live in rocks, things like that.
Blimey. But you haven't found any treasure like Alex?
No. Actually, I live close by an area in Iceland where there was inhabitants before between 800 and the year 1000, and we have no documentation about these people. And there's a lot of ruins and graves in this area, and probably there might be treasure there. I don't know. So. No, I haven't found any treasure. I mostly
Maybe you didn't search yet.
Yeah, well, I'm mostly dowsing for people that can't sleep and
Me too,
feel,
me too.
feel really bad in their houses and
There we are.
that's my major really dowsing field. And I'm also a healer, and I use my dowsing rod as a healer all the time instead of a pendulum. So basically, my healing will all come through the dowsing rods, basically, in a way. Yeah.
Super.
Mhm.
Can you see the energy in the house?
Yes.
You see it?
I was just last week, I was asked to do a detached house where people were in the process of buying it. And they were having a lot of problems with the process in the bank. The man in the bank had never, ever experienced so much problem with the process. And he said to them, there must be something wrong with the house because this is just, we are having so many problems with this. And then she asked me to come and have a look at the house. And just outside, you could see a really dark cloud around the house. And it was in this area where I talked about, where the inhabitant, where a lot of people lived there between 800 and 1,000. And the ground the house was standing on, we had a lot of graves, and the area around it had graves, and you could feel a very aggressive energy just outside the house. I didn't need to go into it because it was so bad. And I just told them they were, nobody should really live there. It was just really, really bad. So.
Okay, so did they buy the house?
Sorry, no, they didn't buy the house. Nobody should really live there. It was that bad. And it hasn't been lived in for a long, long time, and it's completely ruined, really, because it hasn't been taken care of, and nobody has lived there for a long, long time.
Interesting.
Yeah. So.
I've got Anna here. Can see energy, and interesting story what you said, Gordana, about the lady with the high blood pressure.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
That was on the Adriatic coast, and she needs help because she had a problem with the blood pressure, and the doctor didn't know why. It twisted in her head, and she fell down on the corridor. But when they major searching for a blood type, a blood pressure, it was okay. So she needs help, and she asked some cousin of her, and the lady said, okay, I can recommend you Gordana. And she have been waiting 5 months for me to come, and I come in the house. And the first of all, I was thinking that maybe she thinks she needs to think about the food that she eats, because I am eating the way that my blood type needs. I am AB plus. And first of all, we were talking about that. And I started the dowsing to search the earth grid, cosmic grid, and waterway. So I found the two waterway in the corridor, in the place where she had a twist in her head and fall the floor 3 times in a row, and her husband also see this, and I told her it is because of water main, because it's the problem with the gravity, and the people who are very sensitive, they can feel if they don't uh, um, if they don't think it out that maybe can happen something like this. And she didn't understand me well. It was new for her. So I put the positron plus in the corridor, and they cannot see the device. It is protection for water vein and earth grid and cosmic grid and 90%. And I asked her to walk down the corridor. And she, in the first time, like on her toes on the foot, once, twice, 3, 4 times, and I asked her, "Can you feel something different now?" And she said, "It's gone. I don't feel the dizzy anymore." And her husband also watched that. And after that, I put positron in the box and ask her, "Go again." And she go again, and it was dizzy. And they asked me, "What did you do?" And I showed them. It was very, very powerful, because when I do the dancing, I always put my clients on the waterway, and I ask them if they feel something different, like dizzy or something in hand or hands, leg. But this time, I don't need to do. I don't need to ask anything, because she already has a problem.
It's great.
Yes, and also one testament today. There is one lady, my client, and she has a daughter around 20 years. And she had a problem because something growing strange under her tongue. Is it correct, tongue?
Yeah.
Yeah. One time, the doctors do the surgery, and became again something grow.
It's streaming on
And
YouTube.
they didn't know what to do, because they think
Log
they,
in without seeing that.
I didn't understand.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You're done.
And she asked me to came to search the radiation, and I found out the water vein and cosmic knot on bed where is her head. And also she has the blood from the nose, and yes, and I told her to move bed away from that waterway, and also she buy the pillow with the crystal minerals, which I put the explanation in the PDF, Richard. The crystal minerals. And now, after a year, the lady called me, and she said there is nothing else that bothering her daughter anymore. So it makes me happy. Svara, you know that.
Yeah,
Very,
I know
it's
this.
very, this emotion, it's very powerful.
It is.
And you keep saying, thank you, God, for me to do this.
Mhm,
Well done. Yeah, well done.
Yes, yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So well done. Yeah. So say hello to Andrew.
Hi.
Hi. Where are you from, Andrew?
Pardon?
Where are you from?
I'm a member of the DRG, Dowsing Research Group.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well
I'm
done.
living in London at present, so that's where I'm from.
London. Okay.
And we've been making some discussions on the nature of energy lines, what we call energy lines. I don't think they really are energy in the sense that we know or we understand that, but I think Gordana talked about water veins as well, and that's the same kind of thing, that they create some kind of effect on people who live above them, And we're trying to determine what, in fact, they actually are. What are they? And sometimes we can find that some people can find them if you douse them. Some people can find them, like the Curry and Hartman grids. Other times, some people can't find them. Sometimes they're in certain areas, and then someone tries to find them elsewhere, and they don't exist. So, it's very confusing. Certainly, so Sue Brown and I have been discussing this, and we was hoping that she'd be joining us today, but so far she hasn't turned up. But anyway, this is something that we want to throw open to wider discussion, if at all possible. What are they actually consist of? What are they, and what are we picking up when we douse them? And how does, say, water lines? How do they differ, say, from Curry lines and Hartman? Well, these grids and Benker grids. Some people can pick up, others can't. So it's all, as far as I'm concerned, it's all very confusing.
Yes. Yeah, the more you look.
My teacher always teach me that it depends about, forgive me for saying this, but the percent of the sensitivity of the dancers, because
Yeah, I think you're right.
the energy is always interaction of our body. But if we aware that energy or not, I always see maybe about 10% or the 50%, the people who stood on the waterway, it goes like this, but they cannot feel nothing. We see that,
Yeah,
we see them.
I can understand that. Yeah, there is a very strong interaction between the actual dowser, the nature of the dowser, his or her condition, and how these lines interact with them. It's very.
What Gordana is saying is that she has clients that who are not dowsers, but she puts them on the energy spots, the bad areas, and then she sees them rocking backwards and forwards because they're reacting to that energy. So she's showing them what's happening, and then because she can show them how to protect themselves in their own house to be safe.
She herself have an interaction with her subjects, with her patients in that way to create them, and there must be some sort of interaction on a psychic level, I think. Yes. And it makes them makes them able to go backwards and forwards, up and to respond to the energy line in some way. It is a patient, a patient practitioner interaction as well, isn't there?
Yes. Yeah. So, I would have thought the DRG would have the answers by now.
Well, this is one of our, it's not an easy,
No,
you
no.
know, it's all that, it's all to do very much with quantum fields, isn't it, I think? And these fields are not measurable by normal measurement, by normal means. And we also interact with them at a quantum level. And we can't really measure that or other than by dowsing, and that dowsing is different for each different people, of course. I know that they call torsion fields so much are involved here, and I have read it that from various authors who said there's an interaction between torsion fields and human beings, human psyche, human intent. So there obviously is some connection there between those quantum fields and the human being and their consciousness. That's what as far as we got really to understand. And of course, well, sometimes some people have measured electromagnetic activity or readings on using equipment. But I feel very much that these are secondary effects that, that these come out of, that there are interactions between what they call quantum fields, dowsing fields, and truly electromagnetic effects from the planet itself or from the solar system, from the sun, and from geological factors, which interact with the quantum fields that we can pick up dowsing, and they create electromagnetic fields, which we can also pick up with our instrumentation. That's more or less as far as we can got in terms of understanding what's going on here. I mean, recently in the Dowsing Today, this last issue, there have been several papers on or articles on energy lines, so forth, which are all quite different one from the other. And I found them fascinating to read what people's takes are on how they understood them, what's going on here.
Have you read the Phoenix Point?
Sorry?
You read the Phoenix Point?
The Phoenix Point?
Book?
No, I haven't actually, no.
Might be worth looking at that.
I'll make a note of that, yeah.
Give you a new insight.
Phoenix Point, well, I never heard of it, so I'll just write this down.
No problem. There's another book that I've recently bought. Michael Filzik, and he goes in. I'll dig it out in 2 seconds. I'll get the right name of it. But he actually proves the mechanics of dowsing in his book. Let me just make sure I get that correct. I'm just doing a quick Google search. 1 second. Oh, I can't open the browser with this browser. Okay, there we go. That's why I went into the other room to see if I could find the book. I don't know what they are at the moment. I've read most of it, not all of it.
Is it Kindle or can you get it on Kindle?
You probably can. So there's 2 books I'm talking about. The Phoenix Point is a really interesting book because there's 3 different types of ferromagnet don't want to cock this up in the way I say it.
Electromagnetism.
Yeah. So it's all to do about flux, isn't it? So one is electromagnetic, one is paramagnetic, and I forget the other one.
Oh, like Phil Callahan's work, you mean?
I'm not sure if that's what they're referring to.
He was talking about paramagnetism, yeah.
They run all these experiments. So basically, can somebody else see the ley line that they've just created? But what is there a sensor in the head that actually detects it? So if you mask it, is the sensor still active? So they're trying to work out, is your skin the sensor? Is there something in your head, like the pineal gland, your sensor? And yeah, it's yeah, I don't want to go into too much detail because it's technical. I just make myself look silly. But let's dig out this other book, which is the pure mechanics of dowsing. Oh, what's the guy's name? Michael.
Phoenix, Jeffrey Crockford.
Oh, I know. It's in my favorites on YouTube, so I can get it edit that way. It's not much of him. Richard, you know, I was telling you about the perfect dowsing device, this bike hub. He's the one who wrote the book on how to make it. Yeah, it's his book. That's what I'm looking for. So let's just look at my favorites in.
Yeah, I've got it here, The Phoenix Point, The Quest for the Science of the Paranormal.
Yeah, that's one of the books. And the other one is the one I'm trying to find now. Where do you find your favorites in YouTube? Well, carry on. I don't want you all wait for me.
No, don't worry about it.
Literally, I've got enough books.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Lifetime.
started good collection.
I collect them. I don't read them. Always got the intention to, but
I bought a DVD off of eBay recently, and it's got another 30, 40 books on dowsing on it. So I haven't even started looking at those. I'll let you know once I've found it.
Yeah, whenever you found it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do a bit of Google searching. So I probably bought it off Amazon. I'm going to mute myself, otherwise you'll be listening to videos on how to find your favorites.
Did I hear you correctly? You had a DVD that had a load of dowsing books on it.
are you muted, Alex?
You muted
No.
yourself.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, was that a one-off, or there's quite a few like that?
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a second. Let me just find this, then we'll go on to that.
Right, that'd be nice. Better mute myself.
So Andrew, you know, talking about the electronic devices, you know, the electrometer, is that the right word? That Hughes had built.
Yeah.
Video of it.
Yeah, I built some things with Ford Hughes as well, and he's been picking them out in the field to try them out. I think it's that David tilt receiver that he's used a lot, which is basically just an open-ended radio receiver, really, with a large coil, which can pick up a lower frequency radiation.
And also the one that picks up the negative ions going towards a stream in the.
That's a separate thing. He's got an ion meter which could detect the ions in the air. Yeah.
Now,
and he finds that there are a lot of negative ions over streams, and he can even pick them up when there's underground water.
Yeah. Okay. Because
Which is interesting, really.
Gordana wants one. She wants one of those machines, don't you?
Which one? A David tilt receiver, or
the
Yes.
the one that detects negative ions?
Yeah, you'd have to ask Hughes about that. There's one he bought somewhere. It's not something you can make, you know.
But no, he's going to build one for us. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that we can do the um, uh, on September on the convention, so we can do the experiment
Yes.
if you come. So maybe Andrew, so we can,
Yeah.
because I will take the Pastor Plus, so
Yes.
we can
Yes, we can try,
see
yeah.
what will happen.
Yeah. Gordana is going to be a speaker at the conference. She's coming over from Croatia. Be a speaker at the conference.
Thank you for
and she wants one of these devices that Hughes has made because it's analog. And it goes because it's analog. She has digital meters that show the negative ions, but what Hughes has done, he's got the meter goes from positive to negative, red and green.
That's right, yeah.
And it's a lot easier to show her clients the effect of the equipment that she calls it the Positron Plus, which is a little device.
It can be interesting.
Interesting, yes.
Yes.
I don't know if you can. No, you can't see that because of this. At the back of my phone.
Yes. Yes. Here.
There's a little square thing.
Yes.
And it's called Positron Plus, and that gives 1 meter.
Yes. I have the same.
What's it called? Positron.
Positron Plus.
We can't see it go down because
I can't see that.
Yes.
Is it an app which is on your phone? Is it?
No, yes. It's not. Well, it's a little square thing about 3 millimeters deep, I would say, and about 1 centimeter square.
Oh, it's tiny.
Very tiny, yeah.
Yes, but very powerful. It has 1.5 meter round, which protect from the negative influence of the cell phone. And you can see on the BioStar device when bioresonance. So you can see the picture when we phone without Positron Plus and after we put the Positron Plus.
Oh, yeah. You can make a comparison, yeah.
Yes, there isn't any damage on the brain when we talk on the phone with Positron Plus.
I see.
Yes, it was very interesting. And
it transmits, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it absorbs. Yeah. Well, I never heard of it before, so I can talk to Hughes about it and see if he can follow that up. You know, Positron Plus. Yeah, I mean, it's completely foreign to me. But I'm interested to hear about it. Yeah, sure.
I hope that I will show you at the workshop, Richard.
Yes, yeah.
When I came, so we're going to have a workshop. Yes. So
anyway,
you will
be... all the answers are coming now because Sue
yes. Yes.
Found the book.
Yeah, you found the book. Okay, go ahead.
It's called The Art of Dowsing by Michael Fercick with a C-I-K. Fercick. The Art of Dowsing.
Right, thank you very much, Alex. That's good.
If you've heard of Moon Lake over in the States or Canada or Alaska, he's got a lot to do with that as well. And his father, I think, has been out there for donkeys. What else was I going to say? Yeah, the Phoenix Points, written by Jeffrey Croxford and Nigel Hughes. The quest. So you wouldn't know from the title, The Quest for the Science of the Paranormal.
Oh,
You wouldn't like pick that off the shelf, would you? Thinking it's a dowsing book about dowsing.
no. Well, it was all part of
And
yes, well, the same scheme of things, isn't it, really?
yeah, I got all of these off eBay, by the way. The DVD, Water Divining and Dowsing, 31 rare books on DVD. Witching Rod's Secret Methods.
Oh, really? The whole books are actually on the DVD. They've been transcribed, have they?
No, I don't think so, because they're
It
quite
just
modern,
gives the titles, yeah.
quite modern, those other books. Yeah, so the Dowsing DVD is very cheap. I don't know if the books are any good. They're in different languages as well. It was only like £4.
Oh.
Phoenix Point, it cost me £6.49, and the other one,
Yeah. Well, it's
14.87.
not going to break the bank, is it?
14.87, but I think it comes from the States, that one. So, but yeah,
Okay, so
Alex, can I just ask, did you say Jeff Crockford or Croxford?
Crockford, like a Ford, Ford.
So it's Crock.
Yes, Crockford. That's correct.
Yes, he had some interesting ideas, shall we say. Different.
Absolutely, yes. Talking about machines, when I was at college, I struggled a little bit with some part of engineering maths, and my dad got me in touch with a professor at the Open University, and he was working in doing some research, and he did ask, "Do you want me to hook you up?" Now, all I can say is, if you've seen Back to the Future with Doc Brown with the big bucket on his head with a load of electrodes, that's exactly what it looked like. So it got me thinking fairly recently. I wonder, because I can put a gold coin on the floor and a silver coin, and I can point to the gold coin, and it does without me doing it on purpose. There's some subconscious moving the rods that way. And likewise, if I think of silver, it'll point to the silver as I walk past. But we must be able to measure that using some sort of electrodes on the head, if not Elon Musk's neuro implant thing. Because you can now, with his device, you can now think, it interprets what you think using his latest implant chip. So there's some very clever technology there. But if he could tap into that, or someone can tap into that dowsing part of instinct in your brain, then wow, could that be mind-blowing where that could lead to?
Yeah,
and anyone else thought along those sort of lines of, there must be some electrical impulse in there somewhere that you can tap into?
Was a chap, is it Paul Gary?
Yes.
Paul Gary. He's a doctor. I think he works in Exeter Hospital, and he's done trials with the probes on the head, looking at the brain waves, I believe. Do you know much about it, Sue?
Yes, he has. The only thing about doing, is it ECG records, is the person has to keep still. And so, as far as we know, there isn't any equipment where you can actually walk around and douse and find water or whatever and have your brain waves registered at the same time. But if anybody knows of any equipment that will do that, I'd be really thrilled to learn about it.
Yeah, because I guess people that Elon Musk deals with are paraplegics, so they're totally, their eyes can move and stuff, but not much else.
I see.
They might be able to move a few body parts, but they are in effect paralyzed, aren't they?
Yeah.
But yeah, it must.
But there has been some interesting research done on that. Paul Gary worked with Lucy Pringle. She would have a summer research day in crop circles. So, and she worked with people who had Parkinson's or essential tremor, and they would meet up beforehand, and Paul Gary would do a recording of their brainwaves, and they'd also do a handwriting test, And then they go into the crop circle, and again, he would, wire them up and do a test and do a handwriting thing, and then again afterwards. And it was amazing how when they went into a crop circle, their handwriting improved. Something was going on there that was different. So there has been some work done on this. But from where you're coming from, I think there's a lot of potential, but I don't think we've got the equipment yet to do it. Have you heard of a Valistus machine?
No.
Alex? No?
Vistas? No, what does
No, Vistustus.
Vistas? No. What does it do?
Well, it was supposed to do a sort of, brainwave record. But again, the person had to be stationary. They had to be sitting still for it to work. And it was a bit iffy even then, I think. So yes, I think the answer would be if there is some equipment that could you could attach to a dowser then and learn what's going on when they dowse, it would be fantastic. But so far, we haven't got it.
Gordana, what you were talking about with the photographs of when people have got the Positron Plus.
That was in London, Harry Oldfield.
Yes.
You know about him?
Yes.
He found out the PIP camera. So he has he has he do experiment with our products. So before and after, no. So you can see. Maybe I have here. Just a second.
Before you came in, Sue, I was just showing people this device that Gordana sent to me. I don't know if it's going to work.
I think that it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a little device to protect.
Can you see the?
Gordana,
no.
can you turn your background off?
Yes, I'll try to choose with the background. None. So this is
A little bit higher.
So it's a pictures. You can see the lady. No?
Yes. Yes.
And the blue and the red over here.
Yes.
The red is the energy is close. There is no moving energy. The cells are glued together. And the lady take the positron plus in her hand. After that, he do the picture again. So you can see it's all blue. And there is a first picture. You can see it's a lot of red.
Yes.
And she was tell the Harry Alter that she has pain in that part of her body. No? See,
Right.
he took the three pictures. This is the first one.
Yes.
And this is the second.
Yes.
And this is the third. It's
Wow.
amazing. It's amazing.
So what does
the positron plus? He release the cells which take the oxygen. No, please excuse me. I'm going to see the word that I search now. Just a second, please forgive me. I don't know all the words. Just a second. Okay. Electricity.
Erythrocyte.
Oh. Can you see?
Yes.
Yes.
Can
They
you
are,
hold it? Can you hold it up again?
yes, of course.
Erythrocytes.
Sorry. ERTH.
Red blood cells.
Yes, the blood cells, the red blood
cells.
cells.
Red blood
Yes.
cells. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, yes. The red blood cells is difficult for me to say. So they glue together when, for my experience, something get warm our body, like the electromagnetic from the device, mobile say or tower cell. Oh? You know the
Mobile phone towers.
Yes, mobile phone towers, and also the earth grid. It's also very warm, earth grid.
Right.
Harry also took the picture. I don't have a here, but I have in the PDF. Richard, you can see all the on the Richard, help me. Where they can see my PDF.
Or your presentation.
Yes, yes.
All
and you
right.
can, yeah, you can see it's a black, it's a red one. So for me, this is a very warm place, and our red blood cells glue together. So the cells and the body can have a lot of oxygen. So the energy don't flow easily. You understand? And when we when they hold the positron plus in the hand, the energy flows well, because the red blood cells came to yes up.
Yeah.
So we do the dark field method. Have you ever heard for a dark field method? No, it's you can you can not fool around with the blood. The blood we can also see how was before and how was after. So it's amazing what the positron plus does.
I'm quite interested in this. Sometimes, like if you've got an itch on your tummy and you scratch it, and then you feel something in your neck, and my partner explains it as when you're an embryo, you know, when the cell divided, one ended up in your stomach, one ended up in your neck. So they're sort of connected. So I sort of think of quantum entanglement as something similar. But this week I became aware of another theory which is quite interesting, called the one electron universe. And that, although it sounds ridiculous, actually sort of pulls a few things together. And this guy was this group of physicists or whatever was trying to prove this theory. So I was wondering if anyone's come across the one electron universe theory as well in their dowsing.
The many of them, the quant theory, which Andrew talked about.
I believe this is how map dowsing works as well.
Yes.
How can you physically have a magnetic field in Australia be dowsable by someone in the UK to within a few centimeters? It's just mind-boggling. So, but quantum mechanics, quantum entanglement, maybe there's something there that could explain it.
I many years ago at the one convention of the Dowsing, and also a lot of people who do some healing, natural healing. And one lady, she was telling me that the Indian tapping the head over here, and for 5 minutes to separate the red blood cells. You know, they knew that it is very important because
to make their blood less coagulated, so they make them thinner by tapping. Well, that's
by tapping, yes.
I've had an angiogram, and that's exactly where the needle goes in, is right there. You can probably still see it on my wrist, about there.
Yes, I think that somewhere there. Yes.
Yeah.
But how many times you need to tapping your hand? But you can also only have the postrum plus with you. Just a second.
I was thinking I want my kidney stones out my kidney, and the next day I ended up in A&E because it worked itself, wanted to come out. So I'm very, very wary of asking for things.
You should get what you asked for.
Yeah. So now I'm saying, please dissolve my kidney stones, not, get them out. Dissolve them.
I have in my wallet this one, this guy. It's a 3 meter around. So everywhere I go, he is always with me. And if I stay in some place out of my town when I work, I put the Positron Plus near my bed, and every eventual radiation is gone. It's interesting, and I hope that we can also feel together at the conference.
Yeah.
I'm very happy because of that. So.
Very good. Hi, Jim. Nice to see you. I think, shouldn't you be standing closer to the razor?
No, I forgot. I couldn't find my razor, so I decided to go without it.
Hi, Jim. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Gordana. We must have a chat sometime.
Yes. I'm sorry I didn't call you yet, but I will.
Yeah, but likewise, we'll manage it one day soon.
Yeah. Yes, I hope in September.
Oh, possibly. I have no idea. September is a long way away at the moment. The energy card you have, the 3 meters.
Yes.
Which one is that?
It's also Positron Plus. But, Positron Plus.
Positron Plus.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So how is it created?
Oh, it was for my teacher, Sasha Zalepugin, Alexander Sasha Zalepugin. He was innovator. And this is built on Samara. Sorry, just a second. From paper, but everything is in the polarity.
Polarity.
Yes, everything is in polarity. There is some special formula because he was working on the polarity about 15 years. And I don't know if you know this, but every 6 hours, the polarity is changed.
On the Earth?
The polarity of the person or the Earth?
No, on the Earth. So you can search yourself. between midnight and 12 o'clock and the noon, I think. No. Midnight, just a second, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Every 6 hours became with midnight. So you can search. This palm of your hand will be minus polarity, for example. But after 6 hours, it changed polarity and became plus polarity. You understand? Because
Yes.
this is plus, this is minus, and this is neutral. So you can took your pendulum and search.
I have a question.
Yes.
Just tuning into it. Is that true for everybody? My immediate response was, it's true, but not for everybody. And it might be slightly different for men and women.
Might be. It is correct. But the truth is that the change polarity. We always have different polarity. It's our body, it's like a battery, you know?
Yeah.
1 and 2. That's the opposite. And you can feel the energy. You know that we was just playing. But this one change. The every 6 hour change, Earth is changing the polarity. You can try this.
I'm tuning into it now. I'm just stopping to think. You carry on. Just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a message from Heather. Does it matter if you're left or right-handed? Is there a difference?
No, it's not.
So how does the positron work?
I don't know. Sorry, Susan just came to my mind. I don't know if you know that the scientist says that Earth. Just a second, please. The core of the Earth, the core of the Earth is changing the way she round every 6 years.
Okay. 6 years.
Every 6 years.
Oh, 6 hours.
What?
No, every 6 years. Every
polarity?
6 years.
You mean polarity or direction?
No direction. The Earth, the core of Earth. The science tells us.
What is the 6 year cycle to do with the 6 hour cycle?
Oh, I don't know yet. But it's very interesting that it was 6, 6 hours, 6 years. I don't know what is similar.
I just wondered if it worked like a crystal, that certain crystals have certain frequencies and have, different effects.
Yes.
And I just wondered if your positron was based on something like that.
It could be, because in the crystals you have grid. You have a crystal grid inside of the crystal, and you have lots of the quantum who is playing around. So it could be similar with the positron plus, because you have the corners and the activity is very hard. You can say it's like a crystal. Yes. But it's very strong for me, and I hope that we can all feel that when you came on the waterway. When someone came on the waterway and you are all downstairs, so you can feel, and you will feel the dizzy in your head and some heavy in arms or legs.
Can you repeat that slowly again? Something there I didn't catch.
I will try, Jim.
Of course you
sorry.
can. You can do it.
Yes, I can do it. When I found a waterway,
As in stream.
Yes, in a house.
Yes.
And I put because of flood water to the ground, there is a static and magnetic field, and gravity is it's a gravity stress, no? And the man or the lady stood on the waterway, and she became like this.
Oh, being swaying, yeah.
Yes, being swayed.
Or possibly going round in it, as in that way.
Yes,
Yeah.
can go around.
Yeah.
I can go to
clockwise, anti-clockwise.
Yes. And I asked him how does they feel, and they said, I feel some heavy in my leg. Sometimes they can breathe like it's heavy to breathe, and some tinkling in head. It depends what they do. If they do with the arms, so they will feel the something in the arms. If they walk, they will feel something in the leg, because they lost the energy in the part of the body which they use most. So after that, I put them on the good place where the gravity is strong.
Yeah.
And I asked them, can you feel something different?
Yeah. Good question.
Yes. And if they say yes, now it's gone, I don't have that kind of strange in the body, I ask them, please, can you go back? And they go back on the water. And I take my positron plus and put the positron behind their back. And I ask them, can you feel something different? And the large percent, about 80%, they said yes. What have you done? So I asked him, please, can you turn around? It's much easier for me, because I think that we all want to be to feel the change. When you feel something, this is the most stronger.
Yes.
Is there like a crystal in that device, or is it just with intent that you're making it positive or negatively charged?
Can you repeat, please?
Is there chemical crystals?
No, it's only paper. It's a paper.
You charge it with intent then, so you're thinking.
No, we don't charge anything. We use the power of the paper, but we know how can we
manufactured.
Yes. How can we do? This is the clue. The key. This is the key. So how can we put together?
Okay, so I'm following a company in the States, that are making dowsing rods, and they're using a mixture of minerals, which they're then, I don't know if they then charge it to a certain frequency, but there's a different add-on attachment for each material that you want to find, such as gold, silver, voids in, as in a burial chamber, a cave. And they then attach that to the dowsing rod, and that influences the dowser and the dowsing rod, pointing to the attachment that it's been programmed to find. So that's what got me interested to understand whether your device there had minerals
Yeah,
in. But you say it's in the makeup of the paper. So the fibers of the paper, they're laid down in different angles, maybe?
yes.
Okay.
It's a secret,
Yeah, of course.
which my teacher teach
There's
me.
a lot of Indians on YouTube, and they call it Formosa. They're special super duper extra positively plus material that they put in their dowsing contraptions. And there's some excellent videos where they're digging up treasure and they're using these devices, whether it's Turkish out in India, Pakistan, or the States. So there's obviously something in it.
Yes, but when the salesman sold sales our product in Europe, and you know what they say? We bring the woods, the some just a second. Sorry. We bring the forest in your house. So there is no static electricity. There is no dust anymore in house. Can you imagine? Because I don't know if you find out if in the place where are water vein, maybe one, maybe two, and a lots of plastic on the window, and there is a lot of dust, dust. And we put positron plus. It can be 20 meters around, and they told me after that there is much less dust in the house on the TV or something.
Yeah, we have. There's some people that sell ozone generators for the house.
Oh.
It's got an extra oxygen molecule, so it pulls, positive and negative attract, and then drops to the floor. In theory, forming bigger clumps. But a lot of the
so the positive plus do all together.
A lot of
there
the
is no
devices sold during COVID times, I was selling misters, and the mister technology is, I've actually got a chemical reactor in the garage that makes positively charged water, and then you put that through the mister and it atomizes into the air. And within 5 minutes, if it's in the kitchen, I can measure all the particles up in my bedroom, and it's just dropping all the particles out the air. COVID. It kills on contact. It's a very high redox potential. So yeah, I'm interested in what you're up to. I work in vision inspection as well, so polarized film, that sort of thing. So it's quite interesting what you have to say. Also, in some of the books that I've read, polarization is quite key, and I think even like Stonehenge has got a beam splitter. So if you read about beam splitting as well, and the energy.
I'm sorry, I didn't get.
Beam splitting and polarization.
Splitting what exactly?
Yes, well, yeah, you read into it.
No, I'm not, no. I have no intention. That's why I'm
Okay.
here.
There's some good videos, especially down in Cornwall.
Yeah, but
One of the
hang
guys
on.
there that have done.
Yeah, but Alex, you just said Stonehenge has got a beam splitter in it. Splitting what? Light, gravity,
Yes.
vibrations.
Yes.
I'm curious.
Yes, it is an interesting subject.
Yeah, but what's it splitting? Yeah.
Well, for example, in one of the books that I've mentioned, the Phoenix Point, the guy can work out what minerals are on Mars using the roof line of a house as a beam splitter. So if you want to, it's technical, so I don't want to make a mistake, but you can definitely read about it in.
Go on, of course you can.
I'll go and get the book in a minute and read it to you.
No.
What I found fascinating is during a solar eclipse, it was interesting to read about if you're dowsing things at a specific, can things move faster than the speed of light? So that's a good question to answer. Can things move faster than the speed of light? And the answer is yes, if you douse it. Because if you douse a eclipse, you know the speed of light. So you can work out if you're reading through dowsing, whether you're reading certain elements or certain energies before the eclipse is actually there, because it's already happened so many millions of miles away.
Yeah.
So they're talking about things like standing waves.
Yes.
So yeah, I guess the ancients knew all about this as well, and they probably did it, and they probably laid out certain henges and stuff based on things like this. So yeah, go down a rabbit hole and get even deeper and deeper.
Well, I'll open up a rabbit hole for you. Okay. So do you believe, so hands up, whoever's here, and Heather, if she can wave her hand up. Yeah. Do you believe that most people believe light has got a certain speed? Yeah.
Yes.
It's got a fixed speed, right? We know the speed of light. It's a number. Doesn't matter what it is. Yeah. You all agree. Right. Okay. So if you're dowsing something, is something not what you believe? So you believe light travels at 186,000 miles per second. Yeah. So if you're dowsing and you get an answer that says it's 201,000 miles per second, what is right? Has your imagination gone wrong? Have you got a limiting belief put in there, or what? You see where I'm coming from? Because to dowse and get reliable information, which I'm doing on a regular basis, struggling with myself. Do I believe this? Is this right? So it's one thing to calibrate yourself, but how the hell do you know if it's absolutely correct?
I like your question, and I've got another example of what you've just said, and that is, and I haven't tried this, but I know what would happen. I think I know what would happen, and that is if you stood next to me and I said, "There's an alien spaceship in that grass." I walk round it and douse it and point out the outline. If you then did it, if you then doused it, you'd find it as well.
I know. That I understand, but
so we know, like, there can't possibly be an alien spaceship exactly where I've just said and theorized that there would be one.
Excuse me, how do you know?
Exactly. How do you know? You don't.
No, it comes back to things. What do you believe? So what I'd say to you, a couple of questions, like Gardana mentioned. I've just had a look on here about the Earth's core reversing direction. Yeah. There are suggestions online. Okay, lots of scientific stuff, and we're open to all kinds of possibilities here. But you have to ask and really douse for, when you're presented with some information by somebody else or something you read, what is the truth of that? Yeah. Is it the truth level of 9 out of 10 or 9.9999 out of 10. But how do you know you're right? And it's a bit like you saying, if you douse the outline of an alien spaceship, you say, well, there's one over there, Jim, go and check. And you go, and I say, yes, there is, but there's no evidence. Yeah. So we could both be colluding and maybe going a little bit crazy. I'm not suggesting we are. We could equally be right. But how do we know what is correct?
This is what I'm struggling with the map dowsing and dowsing different minerals at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, I totally know that I'm not moving the rods on purpose, but I can, if I visually walk over gold and silver, I can point to it easy as hell, easiest thing in the world.
Yeah.
And I can even say the dog, the cat, a tire on a car. I can walk past a tree and think tree, and then I can think worm, and the tree won't trigger it. So all of these things like absolutely reinforce that I can do it. But when you do it blind, it's a different kettle of fish.
It is, absolutely. And I think the thing is knowing that the rods are working. If you meet somebody who you tell him you're dowsing and they don't really believe in that stuff, yeah. And I did this with somebody who was very, very conventional, scientific engineering background and so on. And I said, well, you know, one of the things you can do is you've got an energy field around you. What? No, I haven't. Rubbish. Let me show you, I said in their room, and said, right, okay, as I walk towards you, at some distance that I don't know where the edge is because I can't see it and you don't believe it's there, these rods are likely to cross. And there they were. They crossed at whatever it was. Yeah. And I did it again on different sides and so on. I said, well, why don't you try it on me? You have my permission to check out my space. Yeah. And they got the rods and said, oh, I said, just hold them like that and, you know, come towards me. And they nearly freaked out when the rods started to move. And that's where it gets really fascinating and really interesting. And then the rabbit holes appear. It just goes on and on and on. And it is amazing and astonishing. And I'm dealing with stuff at the moment that seems to be evolving and working into new territory in terms of energy fields around the body. And it seems to be absolutely fundamental stuff. I'm not going to talk about it on here because I haven't got enough information that I'm 100% convinced about that I could sensibly share. And I'm having to ask myself these questions all the time. Is this correct? Am I imagining it? Yeah.
Talking about energy and people's energy, there's a local park just over the road, and part of that is a children's playground. And I walked past that, and the rods are just going absolutely mental. So one evening, you know, when there was no kids there, I just followed the path, and I swear it was where a child had run all the way around this play park, and I could follow it just like that.
Yeah,
easy. And I've also read someone who tracks murderers down, and they can lock on someone's energy. It doesn't have to be a person; it could be an object.
Yeah,
they can track an object anywhere at any time, so they can use time and energy, and do it through maps or in person.
Yeah,
and I believe that it's like hooking onto a piece of string and then following it.
Well, I think what that reminds me of a number of years ago at Bury St Edmunds with, I think it was Richard Summers and some people in the East Anglian Dowsers group, as it was then. And with the Michael and Mary lines meet in the middle of the old Abbey, they come within maybe that distance or that distance of each other. And we're doing lots of experiments. And then I think it was Richard or somebody commented the way that one of the lines, which used to go across the park, had moved recently. It moved 5 meters from its normal line, so it was that way. And they were wondering why. And I said, how long's that children's playground been there? And literally, there was a children's playground had appeared, and there was also a little fountain and water running. I said, you've got joy, you've got happiness, you've got kids playing, you've got running water, you've got all the things on there. If I was the Michael line, I'd move closer. That was my interpretation of it. And I think those energies are really crucially important. Yeah, in a positive sense.
Mm.
Yeah, and that's my observations.
Who, like, I haven't got anyone to practice dowsing with, so does everyone here have other people they go out dowsing and try their theories with?
Nope. My wife and I'm in Cambridge. My wife and I, years ago, we ran the Cambridge Dowsing Group for a couple of years or so, and we gave it up because it was fascinating at first, and we had about 15 people or so, certainly a dozen at the first meeting. And remember this lady who had never been dowsing before, a highly placed in the social world person. And we asked afterwards, what did you think the meeting was like? And she said, just like a scene out of Harry Potter. And but the reason we gave up was we both found it really hard work. But when you have a group of people doing archaeology or, earth energy lines of some kind, there's an awful lot of interaction between people going on. And there are, I wouldn't say boundary issues, but it was absolutely exhausting. It was a real problem. And there were a couple of members we had to get them to leave because they were destroying other people's confidence, because they'd go, oh, look, you've got a little gremlin beside you and you've got a little child beside you, or your past life grandfather or something, which totally destroyed the confidence of beginners. Yeah. And that was a challenge. So I know we gave it up because it was literally taking too much energy. If that makes sense.
Yes, I know what you are talking about. It's very important for a dowser to clean the energy, and also it is very important to concentrate of only the energy which he is dancing,
exactly,
and excuse all of influence, because my clients told me that there was some dancers before me, and they asked them to leave the house that he can search.
Yep.
It's not bothering me. They can still be in the room.
Sure.
It's not bothering me.
Yeah.
But maybe someone does.
Yes. Oh, for some people, that's a problem. And
yes.
It's like trying to douse something you may do normally by yourself or with a colleague. But when you to do that in front of an audience, say giving a presentation, that is very difficult, and it depends on the audience. Because if the audience are neutral and open to listening to what you're saying, and they're not positive or negative, that's okay. But that's rarely the case. Because some people are kind of going, oh, I wonder what they're doing. Oh, I don't really trust them.
Oh, God, yes, and the emotion. It's very important, because and aspecting what the emotion inside of us, they makes our mix up,
Oh, they get very, very mixed up. Well, emotions are energy.
Yes, they are energy, but they need to be still when we are talking about something.
But if we're all sitting there, say, in an audience, and we've all got an energy field that goes out 2-3 meters, they're all interlapped, they're all interacting, and it gets complicated.
Yes, what I do at the first I came to my clients. I sit and I talk about usual things.
Yeah.
And you know why? Because I need to feel them, and they need to feel me.
Yeah.
To have a confidence. And so after that we can work.
It's like a long distance flight. You land and you acclimatize. and you're doing
Yes.
the same thing.
And like a dog. When the dog came together, they smell each other. You know, it's a joke, but it's something
Okay.
like this. You
Similar,
know, so
similar, but not the same.
not the same, but similar. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's like when you have a skeptic with you who doesn't believe in dowsing, and that
Yes.
can affect your dowsing.
Completely.
Like
Yes.
it's the James Randi effect.
Yes,
You know?
yes, because we feel that, and we maybe get a little bit, I don't know, angry or something. But I usually ask them, do you know something about the physics? And if they don't know, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well,
It's all about the physics.
but when talking about dowsing or intuition, what I often say to people who are a bit weird, you know, a bit strange, I say, well, look, how about, have you ever been standing by a bus stop or a train station, minding your own business, and you think, somebody's looking at me, and you turn around and you see somebody look away, and you know that they were looking at you. And
Great,
you know,
great explain.
and
Great.
the question becomes, how did you know that? Oh yeah, and don't tell me sixth sense. Yeah, and that very often gets them thinking that deeper level and more open to the possibilities.
I told my clients something similar, like how come that you suddenly think about the person you love, your husband and your wife, and the phone ring or something? What is this?
Yes.
It's also energy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And Rupert Sheldrake has written 2 books about that. The Sense of Being Stared At, where he did research onto it, and also research into being phoned by close family or friends or whatever. So it's out there.
Fascinating.
I just I was thinking about that because what's going on? And we have a lot of antennas around our body, and antenna.
Oh yes, yeah.
No, the many of them. Our brain has the many of them, but we can be aware about only 10%. You know?
Maybe
10, maybe 15.
Yeah.
Maybe 15. And what is going with the 85? And because of that, like the lady from the Iceland said that someone came to some place or some house, and they know nothing about the dancing, but they don't feel good inside. Why is that? Because all the antennas feel it, but they didn't aware.
Yeah, absolutely.
And someone came and said, "Okay, you are on the water vein."
Yeah, absolutely.
I was at a sorry.
Carry on.
I was at a funeral last week before. A friend of mine, he was a skipper of a deep sea fishing boat out of New Haven, moved to Eastbourne, and I got chatting with some of his buddies who are also, skippers, and some have been trawlermen and were trawlermen, and I brought up the dowsing. And one of the guys just absolutely ripped into it as total BS. And I said, well, how do you think fish migrate then? Where, they go back to where they were born, and you can't really say they smell their way there. Can would you even contemplate that they're following an Earth energy line?
Yeah.
And he put it down to instinct. So I didn't want to chuck it back in his face, but there you go, instinct.
Well, next time you speak to him, I understand you can try this one on him. So we've probably all seen the video of all these millions of butterflies in northern Mexico somewhere, and they go all the way up the States, up into Canada.
Oh, okay.
And then they come back again. Apparently, by the time they get back, there are something like 5 generations later.
Oh, wow.
So how do they know? As far as I know, that is correct. And I mean, the life cycle of a butterfly is quite short. So I understand. So just check that out, see if it's
Well, I was
notion.
interested in the latest BSD video on pigeons, you know, dowsing, are they following their own energy lines back to their pigeon homes, what they call dovecots?
Yeah.
Or pigeon huts, wherever.
Yeah.
So, but that pretty much disproved it, because it was even less than chance, wasn't it? The actual result showed.
I don't know about that one. But going back to the
Sorry, just before we go off the fishing one. So I'm quite a keen angler, although I haven't fished for a number of years. But the biggest fish is usually the very sought after fish in the lake, and other countries they'd kill it, but in this country we give it a name, you know, Big Bertha, and chuck it back in after it's had its photo taken.
Yeah.
But I tried this fairly recently. Point to the biggest carp in the lake, point to Mary, you know, the big mirror carp in the lake, and bloody hell, the rods did point in different directions for different fish in the lake.
Yeah.
And I went trout fishing the other day. I did actually take the dowsing rods, but they were jumping all over the place. So I thought, whatever. But I did. The last time I'd been there, I'd said, "What's the biggest fish in the lake?" And I went through all the different fish species, and it was a pike of 37 pounds. And I asked one of the bailiffs, and he said, "Yeah, a pike of 37 pounds," and it came from the sanctuary over there near the sanctuary. And that's exactly what the rods had told me. So I just need to go out and catch some fish now.
So
Send
suppose
my profile picture with a couple of dowsing rods.
So suppose you then went and you go ahead and you catch the 37-pound pike. I don't know if Gordana is familiar with a pike, but he's big and long and mean and eats a lot of fish and lots of teeth.
Yeah.
Suppose you caught it, yeah, and it was a bit more injured than you thought. Would you then possibly lose some confidence in your dowsing or start to feel guilty?
If it wasn't as healthy as what I thought it might be.
Well, or your dowsing helped you to catch it, or you
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was somewhat injured. So if your dowsing was then possibly in your head, leading you to injure this beautiful big fish.
Okay, I haven't really thought about that, but let's look at it another way. If it led me to capture that fish and it died naturally, and I did put it in the water, then many other species of fish would eat it, including
True.
larvae and fly life, and you know, there's a big circle of, you know, going round and round, just like, you know, water's formed from precipitation and the rest of it.
Okay, yeah.
Big life cycle.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, I haven't thought about that, but yes, good point. Maybe it was safe, but it was safe before I bought it.
I just thought I'd stir up the mud a bit there, you know.
Well, it's like treasure, isn't it? No, you know, technically a lot of the treasure that's found is buried with people in the ground, isn't it? So you go start digging treasure up, you know, it's a gold necklace around someone's head. So
no, hang on.
really,
that's a different story.
Should you really be digging it up?
Dowsing for that, they're already dead. I'm talking about if your dowsing leads you to kill this beautiful fish.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But going back to the question of working with people you don't know or working in groups, draining your energy a bit. On one of these adventures we did down Norfolk or Essex somewhere, we were asked if we could, as a group, find a source for water for a spring, where they were adding they needed to add for modern updates, so a toilet, the hand washing place in the church. Yeah. So we went along, and little country church in a graveyard and so on. And we sort of split up. So experienced people with new people. And I ended up with this lady who'd never dowsed before. And we set off sort of across the cemetery and across this wall and down this field and so on. And she, for some reason, I'm going, what's going on? She can douse stuff all really well, and I can't do a thing. And I went, what's going on? I being blocked. And then I realized it was as if somebody was stuck cotton wool into my ears. I'll give you one guess. We were in a cemetery. it was earthbound spirits screaming to be released. Loads of them. Helped them on their way, and all of a sudden, my dowsing was back again. So you have to be very aware of what's going on in the environment that you mightn't actually expect.
What did you do after?
What to get to help them on their way?
Yes, you
just acknowledge them.
just say I don't. I won't harm you, so please release.
No, I just had a little word with the angels and said,
yes, of course,
can you help them on their way? And bump,
always,
they were gone.
yes, the angels are always here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask Alex, does he use the worms when he fish? Do you use the worms when you fish?
Worms, maggots, boilies.
Okay. Did you
Not a Buddhist.
can you did you realize that there is a place where you can find worms?
Yeah,
And
my
there is
compost heap.
and do you know why? Because you cannot find everywhere.
Yeah, I've been on holiday and like, oh yeah,
No.
Scotland is very difficult.
It's about yes, it's about the earth knot. Earth knot is very warm. Worms don't like warm.
Correct. Yeah. But sorry,
yes.
what
yes.
What
they
do
do
you
in a compost heap though. It's lovely and warm.
No, but they don't like warm.
No.
Warm.
No. They do. They do.
No, they don't.
I'd take my compost heap now. It'd be steaming.
No.
Alex, when the temperature goes up and gets a bit dry, what they do is they curl up in a little ball and put a basically a ball of slime around them, which stops them drying out.
And go deeper.
I absolutely, where it's cooler.
Go deeper. I read in the Dr. Hartman book that potatoes don't get big, that getting small on the earth knot also because of warm.
Earth knot.
Potato.
You mean knot, like in a string?
Earth line and knot. Not. Earth line, earth grid.
Crossing.
Oh, a note.
Yes, cross.
Oh, crossing, right.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, crossing.
So the worms like to be at the crossing or don't?
No. They don't like warm place.
Right.
Ants like, cats like.
Negative. That's like negative, don't they?
Yeah. Bees
they
like.
don't like negative. They like warm.
Ah.
Warm because of warm. Harry Oldfield pictures red color for me. This is the main thing. I use the worms when he fish. Do you use the worms when you fish?
Worms, maggots, boilies.
Okay.
Someone needs to turn off their YouTube.
Yes.
Hi, Walter. Hi, Virginia.
Hi,
Walter.
Hi.
Hello.
So the people usually say the cat is not good because they sleep over the place, which is not good for the human. And I always talk to my clients, there is no good and bad energy. It's the energy of earth. So from one living being is good, for love, one living being is not. For me, this is the truth.
Yeah.
If you understand me, Jim, you understand me?
Yes. Yeah. No. There is no good energy or bad energy. There's just different energy or different polarity. Yeah.
Yes.
I'd go for that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
That was my worm. Well, artificial fly.
Why?
Oh, God.
It's cute.
That's obvious. Yeah,
Cute.
he's going for the pike.
That's the big fish. Yeah, big
Yeah.
fish fly.
Yeah.
So
Going
good.
back.
Gordana, do you, sorry to interrupt.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, Sue.
No,
Carry on.
do you agree that bees and their hives, it's good for them to be on a node of a grid?
Ah.
Have you heard
Bees.
that? Bees prefer to be on the crossing point of a grid.
I do not for sure.
Well, I have
I-
heard that that's the case.
Yes, you have heard. Okay,
Yeah.
it could be, but for me, just a second. I need to put in translate now. Wife. Osta.
Jim, you were saying something.
Oh, sorry. I will right now. B. If I say correctly, axis and ornate.
Hornet.
Yes, it's a similarity with the ants. You know,
They like
and
it.
they like it.
Right.
They like it, and they like the 5G, the electromagnetic, and the 6G, but the bees and the other one, the little fat. Boomber.
Bumblebee?
Yes, bumblebee, they don't like it. They don't like it. And it's harm for them, for my opinion, as I know.
There are other people who actually think that it's quite good that their hives flourish. Sorry, Jim, you were going to say something.
No, I was just going to say there was a speaker at the BSD a couple of years ago, it might have been 2021, who talked about placing his hives by dowsing, and he was getting much better results with his hives than the standard commercial beekeepers, right? Do you remember that, Richard? You were definitely...
Lorne Mitchell.
Who?
Lorne Mitchell.
Oh, yes, Lorne Mitchell, that's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was very interesting because he showed a sort of an aerial shot, didn't he? And he had these hives along the edge of a strip of forest, and they were just facing in different directions, slightly different directions. And he doused each individual hive in each situation as to which way it should face. So that's all I know, but it was fascinating. And recently, this may not be a dowsing question, but locally, as I'm in Cambridge, UK, it was that somebody posted about a lot of dead bumblebees near here, I mean, half a mile away. And I thought, oh, that sounds bad. And I went and had a look, and I saw about 40 dead bumblebees, the big, nice big fluffy ones. But the other thing was, it seemed to be related to a particular kind of tree. It's a willow, not the willow that droops down, the other one with the sort of flowery bits upwards. And it was as if the bumblebees were kind of drunk and falling into the grass. So my sense was that the ones we could see were only a fraction of the ones that were dead. And about a week later, I went down to look, and there were, just on the bare path where people walk, there were about 170, not the previous 40, just masses of them. The really good news was, where do all the bumblebees come from? Yeah, because it was huge numbers by my experience. But the horrendous thing was that so many of them were dying. And locally, somebody contacted the Bumblebee Preservation Society, and they said, blah, 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 which is pretty much what you get on the top level of Google, as to what the problem is. Apparently, there is some kind of well-known problem with bees and or bumblebees being poisoned effectively being poisoned by willow or various types of willow. It's not necessarily a chemical problem, but we do have two agricultural development places within a kilometre or so of where they were. So I don't know. It was extremely disturbing.
Yes, extremely.
Our insect population is gone off a cliff. Our bird population has gone off a cliff. We have no swifts in the village this year. You know, the swift, wee swifts, yeah?
Yeah.
And
You make me feel really bad now, Jim.
pardon?
You make me feel really bad now.
Why? You've been using bumblebees for
2 days ago, when I was trout fishing, there was a bee on the water going, help, help. So I
Yeah.
put him on my paddle and I took it back to shore. But because it was shallow, he dried his wings off in the nice sun and I stuck him on a willow branch.
Yeah, but you didn't know. So
I didn't.
don't, you
I
know.
probably killed the bastard.
No, not necessarily. But there's something going on. It's something that somebody might like to investigate.
Yeah.
As a possibility.
What's your dowsing, sir?
Various stuff online, which is not clear.
I know that lots of bee populations are dying because they got mites, specific mites.
Yeah.
Varroa mites.
Varroa.
It has
Varroa, yeah.
lots of bee populations. I actually work with a beekeeper here, and we douse for spots of geopathic stress because her yield goes up when the hives are placed. But I have found a difference with wasps. I find, well, when you clear geopathic stress, in fact, I did it recently for a client. I cleared a geopathic stress line, and she had a wasp nest I didn't know about, and all the wasps just disappeared overnight after it was harmonized. They decided that was not the place that they wanted to be anymore. So that was pretty cool.
I like it. I like it. I like it.
Hi, Dawn. I haven't said hello yet.
Yeah, hi, Don.
And welcome to Walter.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
South Africa.
Hi, guys.
Did you say you're South Africa?
I'm in South Africa, yes. I used to live in England all the way up to 2021 or 2020. December 2020, I managed to get to South Africa, and I've been here ever since.
Okay.
Yes. So I've been a dowser since about 2009, so that would make it about 15 years. 15 years. I'm more into energy healing, using the pendulum as a way of accessing pieces of information, layers of information. And something that you said earlier, Jim, with regards to the bumblebees dying, something that I'm not sort of throwing anything out at the moment, but with regards to the information that we get from the media and stuff, I've actually found that you can actually check the level of honesty within the information, or the level of integrity, which is very important.
Absolutely.
And at times you could actually look at a piece of paper and douse for that information and then look into what might be hidden. Because before dowsing, before pendulum healing, I am an astrologer, tarot reader, energy healer, that sort of thing. And so I use the full spectrum of my tools to gather the pieces of the puzzle that appear to be left out in any piece of information. So when I'm working with a client, we could be having a conversation and something clicks, and you know that there is a resonance, there is a landing to that information, and then you track it, you track. Just a few days ago, the workshop, which is just literally, I guess, 100 meters from where I live, was broken into. And throughout the night, I mean, I didn't think I was going to be all that bothered. You know, South Africa, you've got some problems. You've got some problems with homelessness and stuff. But through the night, I was woken up and my people started talking to me. And so I thought, okay, let's track, where is this individual actually living?
Mm.
Where does this individual who did the breaking in, where is this person actually living? There was this whole, so I sort of like, I've got the concept in my head, and I'm not doing this with a pendulum. I'm literally doing this in my head, but allowing my body to tell me whether it's a yes or a no. So it's deviceless dowsing.
Yeah.
So I'm breaking my environment into a circle with me in the center, or the workshop in the center. And I check in this quadrant, this quadrant, this quadrant, double check. And I kept being sent to southeast, and I then doused how far from the location, given a location, but I was then given a specific remedy. And the remedy that they told me to do was to envision that I was pummeling this iron nail into the ground. And what they were saying to me was that somehow in driving the iron nail, it was to nip any distortion within the land. Because when I was living in the UK, I actually witnessed an altercation. And being a Reiki healer myself, I thought, okay, stand back and actually send healing to the situation and, allow healing to present itself. And my people actually stepped in and said, don't do anything. Allow your senses to bear witness to where these distortions are occurring. Where they occur would imply the spirit of that land has been moved out. So the sacredness of the land has been moved out. So what we as healers are to do is to create the environment to pull in that sacredness, to remind that sacredness that it is allowed to live here. And in doing so, what is no longer resonant with that sacredness will move out. And very similar to what Dawn was saying with regards to changing the geopathic stress in the environment and the hornets leaving, I actually think that's actually similar in its nature. Now, what they actually said to me was, in the spiking with the iron nail, and I'm going to have to try and do this experiment anyway to see what it really does in the physical, because they give me theory. I want to see what does that actually equate to in reality. The spiking of the iron nail is to almost to spear for lack of a better word, the distortion or the disease of spirit and I think from a mythological fairy tale kind of fairy lore, iron is not something that fairies like. So something about the iron spiking the ground to kill any gremlins, and then around the nail would be to sort of put a copper pipe that surrounds the nail. And so you actually literally have a nail with a copper pipe surrounding the nail. So this is something that I'm going to have to try and bring to that location, spike it as a way of really shifting the energy of the perimeter of this area. But that's where I am at the moment. A lot of experimenting. Something that I love about South Africa as well is that the level of, I guess the word is belief or commitment to the reality of what we do. I think so often when, as you were saying, Jim, when you say to someone, I can use these dowsing rods to actually check your energy, and they're like, what on earth are you talking about? Here, the not reliance, but the acceptance of spirit or that nature sitting side by side with mundane reality, it has landed. So the idea of someone actually stepping in and saying, actually, this particular type of medicine is not working for you. Let's actually look at this from a spiritual or emotional level and then diving in. And I think it actually broadens the way in which they tackle problems here. It can seem somewhat rudimentary, somewhat tribal, somewhat primitive, But I think that that state of primitiveness also allows for a kind of openness to the possibilities that technology, science, or education can sort of keep us walled in. That's what I'm sort of learning in the 4 years that I've been here, trying to break those walls whilst honoring that these things, the things that I learned at university, are valid, but to have them side by side with the spiritual gifts that we actually carry as human beings.
Hmm.
I love it. I love what you say, Walter. I'm also an energy healer and ancestral healer and intuitive and electronics engineer.
Mm-hmm.
Which is my background. But there are several things you said there which resonate with me. And one was just now about where well, I forget the exact phrase you used, but it resonated, which was that with the science and all the scientific thinking we have, by implication, you said takes us away from our nature. And what you're talking about in South Africa with the Sangoma, or the witch doctor,
Yes.
and so on, those powers are our fundamental nature and being, and we've basically lost touch with them. But also what you said about, you started off about the iron into the ground, and I'm
Yes.
going, I don't know, because. But then you modified it, which is fascinating, because my sense from years ago was that iron into the ground, iron or steel into the ground, is non-beneficial. I know it's conventionally used in earth acupuncture, and I've attended an earth acupuncture session with somebody, saw all the energy shifting and the sort of haze against the horizon of the energy coming up when the iron was put in, but it didn't feel right. And I have had a sense for a long time that the iron of the plow, everything else in the land is not correct. Whereas if you go back to copper or bronze, it is. It's correct. Well, when you mentioned about putting the copper tube over outside the metal wall. Now that's very interesting. I need to look into that some more, because I'm doing a lot of work with copper pipes and spirals around to do with water, and not necessarily filled with charged water, but maybe in some cases. And there's a whole big rabbit hole there. huge big rabbit hole.
I totally agree with you about the iron. I do earth acupuncture as part of my practice. As a land healer and house healer, I tend to use copper and still see the wonderful release of it, because it's almost like you're just releasing the stress when you place the copper in at, it's almost like an acupuncture point on the body. You're dowsing to find the best place there. But I also use wood that I collect from the land as well, because the land knows that. And so I often use a piece of wood as well. I don't know what rebar is made of, but I know lots of people will hammer rebar in. I don't know. I tend not to use rebar. I use copper or wood to do that releasing. But iron, from a spiritual perspective, fairies don't just like it, not like it, but it's also used traditionally around, banishing spirits and, that type.
Iron. Is this iron, Dawn?
Yeah, iron. So they used to use the spikes from railway tracks and drive in to protect a property from spirit. So I'll just kind of offer that as a, not that I've done it, but I know it's practice that is done.
That's very interesting. Thank you. Because when my people talk, I just listen. So I've never seen this particular remedy being proposed ever. And all I kept seeing was the driving of a long iron nail into the ground, and around it, I was to pummel a copper tube that was big enough to hold that iron nail, but to surround that iron nail completely. So I've no idea what that has from a kind of symbolic or energetic point of view, because I've not done it officially, but that was what I saw. And, you know, so I guess it's going to be a case of engaging with my people and asking them to talk a little further before I do the work.
Yeah, and I always work with spirit of place, so I don't do anything. I don't do any land fixes at all without a conversation with spirit.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You know, sometimes as a guardian of the land there as well. So all of that I do in, you know, close conversation with them and in alignment with what they want. Because, you know, I can't see the downstream effects of what I might be doing as much as I want to help. So I work very much with spirit of place as an ally.
Walter, that combination feels a bit to me like if you put the iron spike in, it's like the fairly dramatic surgical or drug operation to achieve a purpose. But then it feels like the copper is like the antidote to stop it causing the damage. So it calms everything down.
Yeah, I hear you.
And also, but if you were just to take out the iron, then that would leave a whole new wound in the land there as well.
You see, when they spoke, and I'll speak as though they are a consistent, because they are a consistent part of my reality.
Yeah.
When they brought the picture of this spike in the tube, the spike, the felt sense that I got was the spike was to nip the gremlins, literally the distortions or the bad juju that was running in the ground.
Yes.
And somehow that was to literally nip them in the bud, literally pin them so that they can't move around any longer, and that the copper tube in its containment was to then bring in the positive, beneficial essences to then return and surround what was a distortion. And as you were saying about the iron nail being extracted, I wonder if it would be a case that in time I would have to check, right, is it time to remove the iron nail, because now we've actually got the reinstatement of the sacred rightful landowners or land spirits. The distortion or the blemish is no longer present, and therefore the nail can be extracted because it's no longer required.
Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you for that idea as well.
Absolutely. Ask that question. How long does the fix need to be in place? Sometimes, like there's one locally that it's still in place and it's 2 years later. Another one, it was like immediate release, you take it out. Another one, it's like 4 weeks. It just really depends on what is needed. And douse for the placement of where you're going to put the spike in as well. And how deep you're going to put it in as well. All of these things are questions that we just need to get our answers for before we do it.
I think what I've learned from actually doing this whole work is that it's never me in charge of the situation. It's me in cooperation with the beings who are literally calling for my engagement. You know?
Yeah, I get the impression that it might be about 7 months when you could take that out, when you've done it. I think there's another question as well, and Dawn's questions all feel right. I have a feeling there's another one you need to ask as well that wouldn't normally be relevant, but I don't know what it is offhand. I've sent you a message, by the way, Walter.
Okay. Where did you send that? On
chat.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. Gordana has gone quiet. I wonder why.
Listening. I hope my voice is okay. If you type in electroculture on, I hate to say it, Facebook, there's a lot of information on there. Oh, you're both nodding your heads.
Yeah.
About if you put a copper tubing round in the ground near your plants and everything, if it goes clockwise up, it draws in from the ethers what you need to make it grow. And if there's anything in there you don't like, if you do it anti-clockwise or something, it will take it out, which is similar to the spike and the copper that you're doing. But what you're doing is much more, I mean, that's for plants, which we all need, but what you're doing is the next level.
Oh,
I
thank
think
you.
it depends which hemisphere you're on as to whether it's a clock.
That's right, yeah.
There's a chap called Ray Lee Bacon. He is
Ray Bacon.
He's a big permaculture guy. He runs the biggest Facebook group on electroculture. He is a font of knowledge.
Yeah, I've had a long chat with him. Fascinating.
Isn't he amazing? Just an inspiration. So he would be definitely one to hit.
Yeah, but the bit I like is about it's all going up into the ether, or it's all coming from the ether, and they all traced it back to what's his name?
Tesla.
That's the one. No, did you say Kessler?
Tesla. Well, Nikolai Tesla.
Who?
Nikolai Tesla.
Tesla. Yeah, I thought you said Kessler. I thought, who's he?
No.
No, Tesla. Yeah, sorry, Tesla.
Yeah.
Sorry. I've got to get some proper speakers for this thing. I really have.
So the reason I actually went looking for a dowsing group is that, you know, in the COVID years, I sort of started a proactive healers group, and I was really looking for a group of not renegades, but people who were fighting for the land, for the people, for the spirit, for the integrity of humanity, you know, and unfortunately, it felt like every meeting that we had, the work of doing the healing fell on my shoulders. So after a while, I sort of thought, this isn't quite the way I wanted it. I really wanted, you know, it became a kind of a meeting point to complain about what was not working and way things were going wrong, or the injustice of it all. And what I really wanted was a group of people that sort of said, hey, I know what I can do about this, or at least I'm going to try and find a way of actually breaking this conundrum.
Yeah.
And so a few weeks ago, I sort of thought, well, I've been working on the land here for quite some time. We've been visiting some really potent areas in the world. We went to Egypt. We did some ceremony, and it was impromptu, intuitively guided. One on Mount Sinai. We did it in the pyramids and stuff. And we also went to this place just north of Johannesburg. It's called Adam's Calendar.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we, you know, and the way I saw it was that we were going there not to put a stamp of our preciousness or our uniqueness or our brand of demands of what the earth is meant to do. We were going there as a way of just holding space and bearing witness to the lines of humanity that arose from this one point of history. And so we did a blessing there. We literally focused on the whole idea of the sacredness of that birth point of humanity as a way of spilling into the bloodlines that runs through the whole face of the earth. The good point, I guess, we weren't thinking about anything, but what was interesting as a I'm not saying it's an outcome, but something that we have experienced here in South Africa, you know, that the political systems have always been quite separate. I guess you could say it's like Labour Party, Conservative, but you've got the ANC and stuff. And recently, with the polling that's occurred, there's more of a kind of collaborative body made up of the different political parties. So I'm actually seeing that the work that we do, even if we have no idea that this is why we're doing it, if we move in alignment with our calling, with our nudges, with our inspirations, then we will do something. You know, and I think what's interesting is I'm being brought to the idea of Raymond Grace, where he says, if you don't do anything, then nothing will happen. But if you do something, something will happen. You know, whether it's what you expected, but if you push that ball from its points of equilibrium, it will nudge. It may not move in the direction that you thought it would, but that mobilization of intention and energy will move something. And so I thought a few weeks ago, let's see if I can actually find a group of dowsers who would be committed to coming together. And actually, because I actually thought, right, I want to bring an energy to the earth. I want to bring a new frequency of not hope, but I'd like to actually stand from a point of empowered sovereignty that says, my space is sovereign, my brother's space is sovereign, my sister's space is sovereign as well. And each of us would actually, through what they said was triangulation, create a point or space between ourselves that can't help but become sacred because we have stepped into our power. Now, when I thought about this and I said, well, can I actually then just jump in and start clearing the land and just say, right, I'm going to do South Africa, I'm going to do America. They said, no, you have no jurisdiction beyond a particular radius from your point of existence. What you have to do is find others who are willing to step into their power and therefore have jurisdiction for their area. And when these individuals who are stepping into their power, owning their authority to maintain the vibrancy, the life quotient, the light quotient, the love quotient of their arena, then we begin to connect the grid, and the grid, the spaces between the points, become filled with the level of authority that each point carries. And this led me to a group called the Fountain, and I think it was started in Brighton. It was started in. So I
Brighton, yeah, it was
contact, and unfortunately, it's been disbanded. So it's not. It was a bit of a. It was an exciting point, but it was like, oh, there's no go.
Colin Bloy, I think, started it.
Colin Bloy, yes, and David Russell was involved as well. Yeah. I didn't know it had been disbanded.
Oh yeah, ages ago, I believe.
Really? Yeah. But it was very effective.
Was apparently, yes. They did something to the fountain in Brighton, and it shifted the energies, not just of the fountain itself, but the field of influence of the fountain and the surrounding areas, and the drop in crime.
Yeah.
Drop in drama.
Yeah.
It was mods and rockers who were at the fountain causing chaos. And
the fountain was a kind of omphalos, or a central point where various ley lines crossed at that point, I understand, yeah. And as soon as they started to work on it, the lines that had been broken before came together again, and they were able to affect some sort of curative effect in the local area. Yeah, so I think it's still going on, isn't it? I thought
it was, yes.
Yeah.
And it wasn't then just Brighton, it was wherever there was trouble, they sent their thoughts and wishes, and things improved.
Indeed.
But I think there's another one. Have you heard of this chap, Pierre Pradavand?
No, I have not. I'll soon be looking him up.
Well, I heard about him about, I don't know, 15 years ago. There used to be a newsletter called the Cygnus newsletter, which advertised books that were of a alternative nature. And I was rather put off because it wasn't a sort of universal thing. It was just to do with a Christian outlook.
No,
and he was a priest in Switzerland, and he was helping children. It was a sort of educational organization. And he worked with this trust, and it was very successful. He did some really good work. But there was one member of the trust who didn't like him, and he manipulated the situation, so he got rid of him. And so Pierre, this priest, was really cross about it, angry and revengeful and all the rest of it. And he tried meditating, and nothing worked. And then he read the Sermon on the Mount, where it was saying, love your enemy. And it sort of clicked a switch in him, and he went round, blessing everybody on the train and on the bus and everybody he met, whether they were, good, bad, or indifferent. And it transformed things. Situations that were really negative suddenly became switched overnight. And there were various stories. And recently, last September, I was given this book called 365 Blessings, which is a description, they're blessings for each day of the year, but they're amazing stories about how things change if you just bless everybody. And I thought to begin with, well, what right have I got to bless anybody? But actually the stories within this are quite remarkable. And it just so happened that it was about the time when I was thinking, what can we do in Israel, Gaza, Ukraine, Russia, wherever? What can we do? And the answer is we just bless everybody, even the people you can't stand. And hopefully, eventually, things will change, because they do. So, I guess it's like the power of 8, Lynn McTaggart's thing. And I guess it's like what you've been doing, Walter. There is these things do have an effect. So, sorry, that's my 2 pennyworth, whatever.
I believe you're quite correct. And I think from an English point of view, we always say, oh, bless, oh, bless. We're not far off, and I think we're on the right track. So maybe we've got to own that with a greater sense of authority, that when we say, oh, bless, that's, we really mean it. We're sending something more than just a kind of sympathy. We're sending something heartfelt.
Yes, that's the word, heartfelt. Yes, and positive. Yes, yeah. So who knows because we're all connected, and if we all do this blessing, things will change eventually. Yeah. But I think it's great what you've been doing in South Africa. I think that's amazing. And I think it's marvelous that we can all meet here and discuss these things. So
I think it's a baby of 2020, isn't it? Because before 2020, no one really did anything online. We'd meet in person. And I actually do miss the idea of meeting people. I think there's something to be said about being in the energy field of someone else and really sort of vibing and communing. And I guess this is the next best thing. Perhaps this is where we are integrating an additional aspect of our capacity to engage. Because just because I'm speaking to you from a distance does not mean I can't read your energy. And I think this is also training ground for us to sort of pick up the various nuances that you can actually pick up electronically.
Yes, it's just different.
It is,
yeah. Sorry, I brought it to a halt.
I'll come to a natural pause. How about question for Gordana, going back about 2 hours, which was about the cycles. So we were talking about us changing our polarity every 6 hours.
Yes, yes.
So,
For example, you take something. Everything has polarity. It depends. Over there. So if you simply do using the pendulum to find out what is the polarity now, perhaps in the morning, before noon, and afternoon. Try. As always changing, and I'm thinking that because our Earth is giving us energy, and all living beings need this energy to be alive. For me,
okay, yeah. So there's a little thing bugging me somewhere, which is if we go to the Earth changing polarity every 6 years, approximately.
I was read this. I didn't.
Oh, I see. Right. So you haven't got your pendulum out to check.
No. I'm just reading.
Because that raises many questions. Okay.
No. I'm just reading
that conversation.
Yes. But I would like to say something to Walter and to Sue. I am great with all that you have said to us, and I think that it's beautiful to think like this. But imagine this. If we find some place, some area where we can sleep well and be in the morning good well because we slept enough. So we are not nervous. We are capable to see happiness, and we create the energy around us good. The energy is good, and we are always all connected in the vibration consciousness. So we always all influence each other. And what?
Manifesting.
Manifesting. Yes. And so all together we give it the good energy to everyone. So it's beautiful to say. And what Sue say, and also all of you, what we see when we are looking someone, and he is it's talking about something we maybe don't agree, and maybe we think that we know the better or something, but this is wrong because we don't know who is he, who has what he has, how was his life, and what was childhood of his. So how can we say he is wrong or he is right? Because maybe he don't know the better one. But the words and the thoughts are very powerful energy. So if we say or think, bless you, and okay, we don't understand you, but we are not judging you. We are giving you the bless. We all doing well and doing good for society, for a living being, and also for the nature and for the earth. This is my opinion.
I think that I hear you. I hear you, but I think we may be a little lax in our approach to what we have to deliver to the world. To, as so my people actually said to me that the gift of the empath is not to walk in and just feel people's pain and be a tortured soul. The gift of the empath is to be the voice of the elephant in the room. Because so often people live because of social etiquette, social appropriateness, political allowance, whatever it might be. We live within constructs of behavior, and they are energy patterns or templates that are set to the side. The elephant, and the empath walks in and actually sniffs the elephant. And what is the empath really being? What is the role of the empath apart from being the voice for the elephant is to then show the people who the elephant belongs to how to let the elephant out of the room and finally be free. And I think this is where our gifts as healers, we work with the energy, we've got access to pieces of information, but I also feel this brings me back to a memory where I was living in Southampton, coming back from work. I always carry a pendulum with me. There's a specific pendulum that I love, and everywhere I go, I've got this pendulum in my pocket, in my back pocket. And I was walking back to work, walking back home. This was an autumnal night, and there was this one particular path before I got home where some fly tippers had dumped a whole load of trash in the area. And it was something that I loved. It was one last point that I passed before I got home that really felt peaceful. Now, I guess from a point of view of I'll just bless this and just walk away, that would have worked. But I guess I'm a little more aggressive in the sense that that's not appropriate behavior. So what I had then checked was I tracked the energy, and I found energetically that there was what felt like an energy sinkhole that had been blocked. It had been blocked for some apparent reason. And so in the darkness that I was standing under, I took out my pendulum and started clearing it, allowing that sinkhole to be reopened. I left it, went home, left everything aside. 2 days later, coming back, the place was cleared. Place was absolutely cleared. And it was like, wow. When you get that bonus point where you thought you're just doing it and leaving your desire, your goal completely to the universe, and it happens, it's a bonus. However, it came back. But this time they even had a yacht, one of those little boats stuck in the middle of a parking lot, right where everything was, a boat and all the trash that you can imagine. Out with the pendulum again, did the clearing. It was cleared a few days later, but this time council then put a fence around the whole area, so it became a no-go zone for any fly tipper. So I think sometimes as keepers of these gifts, it's either we teach other people to use these gifts, to access these gifts, so that they become empowered and actually know what they can do. One of the things that I love about Reiki, as an example, I have a vision. One of the things that I saw when I was experiencing my partner in hospital, 2008 or so, was, and he had cancer. And every family in that ward were literally sitting and waiting for the doctor to come in and tell them yay or nay. The total disconnect from their own capacity to lay a hand on their loved ones and say, we can make a difference. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to step into my power and let this flow. We've been disconnected. And I guess in a sense, this is my passion. I want to bring these core skills back to the people where they are allowed to experiment with it, question it, I guess even push the boundaries of what I would assume to be appropriate. And, I think if we work with the premise of permission always, can I, may I, should I, as a beginning point of action, it becomes quite a potent a possibility for humanity to take a different step, a different path towards becoming what we can be as a collective.
Okay, can I ask you something?
Yes.
You are in some people who are connected with some people, and you feel like someone is angry or not in the mood. And you feel that.
Mm-hmm.
What will you do? What will you do?
I think my people are always in contact with me, so I would never be like,
No. Well,
because
simply,
obviously,
you
because the
feel,
way I see
you
it,
feel, you feel he's not in the mood. Maybe
yeah.
he's, and what do you think about it?
Well, I would actually ask, what is my participation in this equation? Am I meant to be feeling this energy? Is this energy of importance? Is there something that needs to grow from this dynamic, or should I let it pass? Because, I think I had my partner where in the years prior used to say to me, just because you can feel this does not mean that I want to have therapy.
You know
So
what you know what I do in that situation? I simply give it silence to my mind, and simply with my peaceful state,
yeah.
With the energy, giving peace of mind, a peace of the mind to the person, and then not nothing, just to be calm, just be calm, be in a peace, and he can or she can feel that and do nothing. You can send love, but it's sometimes it's almost it's enough to be peace. Don't react, because
I hear you. I hear you.
I think that be proactive is more powerful to know when you need to stop and then not be reactive.
Exactly. And sometimes we have to let the people feel that anger,
Yes.
because that anger could be the trigger point that creates the breakthrough. And if we went in and say, I love and hug you back to peace, you might be disconnecting them from that very momentum.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's like, just let them get on.
There is a fantastic book. Daniel Goleman has wrote. It's emotional intelligence. It's he's professor of sociology, and the book is excellent because in the beginning he explained how our brain is working, and he explained what we feel, and he is also Pisces, of course. So he is empathic because I study also astrology. It's one of my love. Yes, and I also collect the pieces, and when I see them in the middle, I knew that's like a mosaic. It's right. What are you in astrological side?
I'm a Capricorn with
Capricorn, okay.
with Scorpio moon conjunct Neptune.
Okay, where is your Mercury?
My Mercury is in Aquarius,
Oh, it's
stationary.
my
Right.
Mercury also, and we don't need to bandages. We always need freedom and always find out something new, how we can improve.
Fascinating. Another Capricorn here.
Oh yes, I'm Pisces and Virgin.
Yeah.
It's my the first house in Virgin. Where is your Mars? What is your Mars?
I'm disappearing. I will be back in a while. I need to take a break. Yeah.
Oh, okay, Jim.
Okay,
That's it,
thank you.
Okay, we're gonna miss you. We're gonna miss you.
Back soon. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Walter, where is your Mars?
My Mars is conjunct my North Node in Pisces.
In Pisces. Oh, you are doing circle, and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to do it like this, or I'm going to do it like this. So mine is in Aries.
I see.
Aries, yes, I'm very brave.
I should be more brave. I should be more
Yes.
brave.
Where is your moon?
Scorpio.
Scorpio, moon is Scorpio. So you're always searching for something to search, to
Transform.
yes, retransform. Mine is in
Cancer.
yes. How do you know? Mine is in Cancer. I always take care about because
People.
he is in 11 house. I always
Yes.
take care about the people. It's the story of my life.
Or maybe you should open a restaurant, eh?
No. I found myself in Dowsing and the energy. It makes me.
So what does everyone do with your dowsing? What's your vision with your dowsing? What's the goal that you're trying to achieve?
Oh, I do the dancing to searching Earth grid, cosmic grid, and water vein. So I put the people in the safe area, and if they if they realize, they take the protection, and after take a while, when they said that they are feeling good, they feeling the sleep are well, and the illness is gone. This is the most beautiful for me.
And where are you, Gordana? Where are
I'm
you?
in Croatia, in Zagreb.
Wow, okay. And in terms of the people around you, are they open to this? Are they very open to this? Or it's like still a bit under the radar?
You always have people who are not open and who are open. In the beginning, I tried to convince them that it's important, and if I didn't get them, I was sad. And the one client of mine told me, do you think that if someone don't realize what did you telling him about, that it is his fault? It's not giving to them. After that, my legs are feel easier, and after that, I just want people in my life who understand the topic we're talking about, and they can.
That's beautiful.
Yes.
So Walter, if you're asking about what people's dowsing, what their aims are, could I introduce David Charman? He's a bit shy and retiring. He needs to come out of his shell more.
Oh, David.
Yeah.
Welcome, David.
Yeah, don't be shy now. Just come on out with it.
Hello, Richard. Thank you for the introduction. What do I do with my dowsing? Well, where to start? I kind of do a visual. So most of you know about those funny colors you see in your mind's eye. Yeah. Well, that to me is a whole working screen that can be used as a diagnostic tool or to aid with healing or just investigation. And it goes into people's health, into earth energies, animals, trees. If the energy's wrong, then if it's in the tree's wrong, or it's in the dog's wrong, or it's in the person's wrong. But I'm not sure that you can get a right or wrong with earth energies, because that's really complicated and constantly in flux and constantly changing. But I try to teach people mostly, and I say try, but a lot of people are full of so many kind of 2,000-year-old beliefs and fairy stories and all kind of misdirections that it's just going back to something as simple as if the color of your energy is wrong, then you have an illness, is really difficult for them because they want to bring their guides or their etc. into play, and really you just don't need to. And as to me, spirituality is simply being connected to your spirit, right? Realizing that it's there, realizing you can communicate with it, realizing that it will help you heal yourself, or well, you don't really heal other people, you just encourage them to go on the right path. But and people make that complicated. I mean, there's a new session started up and they're making it so complicated I can't stand to watch it. But it is just the simplicity of it is staggering, and the complexity that people throw into it is even more staggering to my mind. So yeah, I'll finish my book one day, and then you can all be bored to tears reading it.
Sounds good. But you mentioned something about a session having started that you can't stand listening to. What session is that?
I know, can't say.
Oh, okay. Is it about dowsing or it's not?
It's about spirituality.
Okay. Okay. And where are you based, David?
Arundel in West Sussex.
Okay.
What about yourself?
Used to be in Southampton. Prior to that, Woking, and then Sheffield, and before that, Brunei. But now I'm in South Africa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Favorite place?
Favorite place. I love Scotland. Absolutely love Scotland. I love mountains. Absolutely love mountains. So wherever it was that I went in the UK where there were mountains, I would be in love. Lake District, the peaks, that sort of thing. I love that. I think in a sense, in the times when I was living in the UK, I mean, I only moved to South Africa 4 years ago, but the times that I actually visited the areas that I say with love, Scotland or Lake District, I was not aware of it then, but I think what I loved about it was the sense of the energy there, and I think it had not arisen to my level of consciousness to recognize that that was what I was actually engaging with, that was what I was aligning with. And it's only looking back now that I sort of feel and sense the essences that draw me and actually inspire me. And those are the places that held a sense of its origins, or at least its state of being untouched, perhaps. Yeah.
Yes, as soon as people start building things and changing it, it does rather
it does change
ruin it. But when it comes to energy and earth energies, I can go in the back garden or down the road and find interesting energies. I find that I don't need to go up onto I live on the downs. They're not quite mountains. I can still manage the downs, even with a wobbly knee. And I'm not sure I could wobble my knee up a mountain anymore, but the earth energies, yeah, you find them
everywhere.
Down the beach, up the hill, in the park, in the garden, in your house, kind of. It's just a matter of looking.
And how long have you had access to seeing these energies?
Well, that's a good question. On a really conscious level, 25 years.
Okay.
But before that, I'd had instances that it was happening, but not coming to an understanding or a conscious ability to be able to use it. But I found my son could do it when he was 7. So that was 25 years ago. So we spent lots of time just playing, which was why I got so far with it. It was a game. We go out chasing the elementals or changing the energy of stones or looking inside of trees and walking around in them. And it was just, it wasn't taken seriously. It was just a fantastic game that just he and I used to play. And yeah. Then eventually I realized that I could teach other people how to do it, and it became a little more serious.
Yeah.
But not too much. You can't take life too seriously.
Absolutely.
Okay. Could I introduce Jane? Hello, Jane.
Hi, Richard.
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm Devon, so I'm part of Devon Dowsers.
Oh, did I meet you at the D-Fest?
Yes, you
right,
did.
yeah,
I take all the photos for social media.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm just about dried out now.
It was a good weekend. It was a good weekend. Everyone's still talking about it. So, yeah, another 2 years before we put it on again, possibly.
I look forward to that.
I was going to say, dowsing. I'm an everyday dowser. So I literally douse for anything and everything. I'm passionate about earth energy, so I'm kind of with David on that one. Yeah, and I present a YouTube channel with my friend who's also a dowser. So we do come douse with me. So we just chat. We chat we chat about dowsing and try and make dowsing fun and accessible to everybody, really. Because
that.
we enjoy it so much. So we just started doing it for fun in lockdown and recording basically us having a chat. And yeah, it's really good. And so I think we've got 4 series out so far, and we're looking to start filming the 5th series. So we're always never run out of ideas, because I think that's the thing with dowsing. There's so many strands to it. So it's, you know, healing, earth energies, dowsing with a Christmas bauble, and all sorts of things. So we can be really resourceful.
I'll have to check it out.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, it's I know there's quite a few people that like listening to it while they're doing their housework and things like that, because they said it's just like we're in a room together having a conversation.
Yeah.
And it's always unedited and it's unscripted. So there's lots of like funny moments where we sort of we say some random things and go, oh no, that's fine. Because it's quite naturally flowing. So yeah, I'm passionate about dowsing, and I was a volunteer for Girl Guiding, and so I had the rangers and we made dowsing rods out of coat hangers, and we had great fun, and they absolutely loved it. The only thing they did ask was they said, oh Jane, is this a cult? And I had to sort of go, look up the definition of a cult. Is there a main leader? And we go, no, so it's not a cult. But yeah, it was their perception that I think, because they're open to it. And I think, certainly with working with young people, when their gating channels are open, it's great because they're really good at dowsing. I hid a bottle of water in a cupboard and they found it, and they were so excited that they found it. And it was just I think it's kind of like that recognition that it's not mysterious. It's taking the mystery out of it a little bit and making it, we're not all doing weird and wonderful things. I mean, some people think they call me a witch because of kind of doing healing stuff, and that's okay. But I think it's just that connotation that comes with it. But we've got a water leak at the moment at home here, like the mains from the house, between the house, and I dowsed and I got that the leak was outside, and so we've had a few water companies coming along with listening instruments and things, and I'm like, do you want to borrow my dowsing rods? But they all kind of like, the loss adjuster didn't bat an eyelid. He was like, oh okay. And I said, well, I think it's quite close to the meter, so when they come to fix it, I hopefully will be able to have some sort of verification over what I've actually found, which it's quite exciting, really. So
that is. But I thought in the UK there were still some water companies that use dowsers, because when I was living in Woking, from 2000 to 2000 to 2005. There was once where I actually saw someone with dowsing rods, and he had a jacket that had an emblem for the water company, and he was dowsing for the pipes.
yeah, we had some issues with drains a few years ago, and the guy that came out, he did get his dowsing rods out to have a look, and he and I were both kind of dowsing, looking for the manhole cover that was under vegetation. So yeah, that was quite successful because we did find it. It was there. We just had to pinpoint it because it kind of got covered with soil. But yeah, the guys that have come out so far haven't unless they've done it and I haven't noticed, they might have been doing deviceless dowsing. I don't know.
Could be, or they could be using a map before they get to your place.
Oh, they've asked us for maps to find out where Southwest Water have actually put the to see if we've got anything. And I was like, it's very sketchy. We've got a rough idea where it is, but yeah. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to the reveal.
As a builder, I've quite often used dowsing to find leaks in pipes or cracks or dodgy electrics or gas pipes, or there's always been extremely successful. But yeah, some of the water companies, they still use dowsing rods, as you say.
They don't like to admit it publicly, though. That's the problem. We know they've got them on the vans. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Myself and Dawn had a meeting with the American Society last week, and they were talking about their water companies. They're trying to get them convinced that dowsing is a good thing. So much so that they've asked them to give a demonstration at one of their water companies' conferences. But they won't let them teach it because they'll have to admit then it you know.
They legitimize it then. And I was representing the Canadian Society of Dowsers as well. So it was a joint BSD, CSD and ASD conversation.
Wow.
Which was cool. And Jane, I've just subscribed to his channel.
Thank you. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I think, that's kind of the aim of it. We just want to make dowsing a bit more accessible, because I think I always laugh that I came out as a dowser. I've been dowsing for years, secretly, and out and proud. So and I use it a lot in work as well, and my clients don't bat an eyelid when I get my pendulum, or I don't tend to use dowsing rods. I have them in the car and things, but when I'm working with clients, I tend to use a pendulum. I always wear a chain with a pendulum on, so no one bats an eyelid when I'm in Morrison's dowsing the cauliflowers to see which one's most beneficial for my health, which bottle of wine to buy. It's quite speedy shopping, because I just literally stand in the wine aisle and I go top, middle, bottom, lower shelf, and then I go, is it here, is it here, is it here? And the bottle of wine I've had over the last couple of days, I dowsed, got home, and my husband said, why have you picked that one? I went, oh, I just dowsed it. And when we opened it, he went, oh, this is really nice. So I went, trust the dowsing. Just the dowsing.
I love it.
I would like to, I need to go now, so I would like to say bye to all of you and thank you.
Okay,
Richard.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
Are you on Facebook?
Yes.
Would you mind if I connected with you?
No. Have you nice evening and peaceful night. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yes. Yes. I've got to go too. So thanks
Yes,
to everybody.
thank you.
See you
Thank
again.
you. Bye bye.
Bye for now. Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, Virginia. Oh, you're muted.
Hello, Richard. It's great being here and listening to everybody's expertise. Absolutely amazing.
Welcome. Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm just up by Salisbury.
Okay.
Originally, South Pacific.
Yes. Wow.
Originally, I'm from Fiji.
Wow.
And we got many interesting things happening down there, I can tell you. Very ancient land, part of Lemuria, which some of you may know about. And all kinds of superstitions. But at the same time, knowing what we know, and I loved what Walter said, we have these tools available to us. And it behoves us to use them and to also be able to teach others. My daughter is my apprentice at the moment, and she's doing extremely well. So yeah, I just think that the work that we do is so important, especially in this time, at this particular point in time. And mind you, my understanding is that we were born for this, weren't we? We were born for these times because we had the gifts to bring and to use. That's the most important thing. So yeah, great to meet you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
So how long were you in Fiji? How old before you left?
I was 19 when I left there.
So I would love to hear more about the energies of the land there.
Very
Because you
interesting.
speak Fiji and I feel a totally different energy, and I think, wow.
It's a land that has had, and if anybody understands, well, I'm sure most of you do understand what I'm talking about. There is ancient Essene energy there. Okay, most unusual. Never thought you're thinking about Israel, you think about and Egypt, you think about Fiji. You wouldn't think that there's any connection there, but there is. And yeah, they do have a lot of superstitions, as I said before. They also do. They believe a lot of about a lot of, like in South Africa, probably in Africa, that there's a lot of demons around. You know, a lot of black magic, black energy. So I was very fortunate that last year, with my sisters, we as a group went back to our homeland and cleared some horrific energy that had been set there many eons ago. Now, we had in that time as souls actually encapsulated that energy and kind of held it prisoner because it was so strong. So we'd held that energy as prisoners. And then when we went back this time, it was to clear it all, because we had come back as the soul group, and we're able to now to actually release it, and it was taken by spirit. So there's so much that we know of and don't know of. So we were really blessed, because we, as our family, there were 5 of us, 4 of my sisters and my daughter. We were all part of that whole procedure. Nothing at all to do with, dowsing. It's just working with the land again and learn. I wanted to ask this question, and please, Dawn, can you just check if I'm right or wrong? The energy that Walter was talking about, that he found when they had that break-in, Walter, in that place next to you, was there geopathic stress under their house, under that place?
There is a lot of, there is.
Yeah, I pick up geopathic stress underneath that place where that break-in happened. My voice changes when I come into energy that needs to be cleared. Yeah. So I was thinking, wow.
I think the reason why we've come upon this property is, yes, it's a place that we want to live, but it is being rented, or we are renting. But I always feel, to some degree, the places that we are taken to and we take residence in is to almost allow our energies to spill onto that land, and to then take the particular actions that we are guided to take to change the landscape, and then we move on.
Brilliant. Yeah. So Dawn, and knowing that, because you were the lady, you were talking about clearing the land, can you, from where you are, clear that geopathic stress under that end?
Yeah, work predominantly remotely.
Yes.
So yes, with permissions, of course, but it is possible to harmonize and bring balance back to the subtle energies of the space. It's interesting, Walter, you were talking about being drawn to homes. One of the things that I believe is that we are drawn to live in places that help us to learn and grow.
Absolutely.
They give us, opportunities to see something within us that we still need to work on. And even if the lesson is a harsh one, and sometimes that could be like a chronic illness, or even a very serious illness, it's still an opportunity for us to say, there's work for me to do. And so the partnership and the relationship that we have with our homes is really paramount.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I agree with you completely. I think it's, I think we, I think we don't place enough emphasis on the true wonder of what our existence really engages with. You know, I think there's the spirit of place, there's spirit of nature, there's the spirit of the environment. Everything has an essence, and on a soul level, our soul engages with those essences, and how we interact and how we gel, the synergy of it all, or the lack of synergy. If we think that we are, you know, that even as a soul, it's a kind of we still belong to this big ocean, and the soul is just a kind of accumulation of particular concepts of identity, and that when we see the interaction that we have with another spirit or place or individual, what we're really looking at, or at least the way I see it, when I'm doing the healing work, I'm actually looking at the distortions that actually cause the lack of communication. Because I think at the end of the day, it's not about you become like I say you have to be, or I become like you expect me to be, but how can we exist together and true communication be allowed to occur so that each party is truly seen? And I think even in healing work, with the stories that we draw out, and what we're really trying to do is to find the story that is seeking to be heard. So in a distortion between any relationship, it's what is the story that's trying to be heard and unwound? That's the way I see it in how I actually work with things.
Yeah, I think for me, it's how do we release the healing potential either in a person? So, I think it was David that said, we don't do the healing. I absolutely align with that 100%. We're just facilitating the release of that potential. And that's the same with the land. It's the same with a home. It's the same with, anything. How do we come in humility and without ego to release the healing potential of the place, space, or person?
Yes.
In the end, it's all about energy, isn't it?
Yep, frequency and vibration.
Always comes back down to energy. Yep. And an intention. That's my understanding anyway. I like to keep things real simple.
I'm with you on that.
Well, that's lots of people say, but then they make it really complicated.
I know. I'm totally not like that. I keep things very simple.
I mean, to me, a place has either got the energy of the place. Say for the Chalk Downs here, the Chalk Downs is a collection of dead animals compressed, right? And people wander over graveyards saying, oh, they're walking over something dead and they're scared of it. But every time they walk over the downs, they're walking over millions and millions of dead, And if you walk just over the other side of the downs, then you've got a sandstone, which is a different energy. It's released into the air above it. And if you go down to Cornwall, you've got granite, which is a different energy, or so you've got a certain amount of energy just released from the bedrock, which varies in place to place. And if my son was doing maps, he could draw in the different areas, the different stones, because it had a different color. So you've got a slight different variation on the frequency coming off of the different stones. Or here we've got a lot of clay, which is a bit, it's not so good an energy to be over, but so you got that. Then you have water running under the ground. And you also have magnetic lines going from north to south. And that apparently is all that magnetic lines do. They go north to south in a continuous loop. And when I see them, they're electric blue, which is not really a threat to anything. Then you have the sound of the earth. So that's a different type of line altogether. So if you go into cymatics, everything that's all sound has a particular kind of shape, a pattern. It has a structural aspect to it. And the earth being at about 7 or 8 hertz, apparently, it gives off a sound which has a structure, which is some of the earth energy lines. But then you've got different sounds coming from different places, and water produces the sound, which confuses or makes a bit of a muddle of the sound of the earth. And then sometimes it mixes with the magnetic lines. And but that's a constant in a state of flux, and it's changing because the sounds change slightly. I mean, the water under the ground will vary depending on the amount of rain quite often. So you get a different flow and a different energy from it, which is why I say earth energy is really complicated. And I can watch it change sometimes. But then people who have been taught to dowse a particular line will go to the same spot and get a reaction because they've always had a reaction there. But I'll have been watching it and the line will have moved 10 feet away. So it's gets really interesting. But how you would actually control these energies when they're in a constant state of renewal and a constant state of flux and a constant change, I can't quite figure out how anybody imagines that they can get those under control. But certainly I have seen people working in houses dealing with the emotions left by the people. So people leave blips of emotion in form of a cloud, usually an orangey colour. They tend to leave them all over the place because we all have blips all over the place. And but when you're doing house energy work, you can clear those. That is a definite. But the earth energy itself, I've seen loads of people saying that they've done it, and it has helped the owners of the houses because they now believe that they are free from it. And so in many ways they are. Because if you believe that you're not being affected by something, you're not really being affected by it. But when I go and check, they're still there to me. Well, they might have moved slightly, but then they'll move back again. Yeah, it's
healers though are not, well, I can only speak for my practice. I'm not moving things, I'm harmonizing, I'm bringing things back into balance. So the earth energy is stressed, it's creating a disturbance in the force. And
but is it stressed, or is it simply doing what it's supposed to be doing because the earth has created that sound and it is doing it? We might not react well to it, but it is doing what the earth is supposed to be doing because it's doing it.
So we ask lots of questions to find out exactly what is going on. And, you know, the great thing I think about dowsing is that we all bring our unique flavor to the process. You know, I don't think one person is right and one person is wrong. I think we all bring our approach. And at the end of the day, in certainly in my work, it's about, am I bringing relief to the person in the home or the land? You know, am I doing good? And if I'm not going to do good, then I don't do it.
Certainly. I have to say that the earth energy is one thing, but when it comes to healing, people have created the disturbances within themselves, and they're actually easier to work with. To me, Provided you can explain to the person that they've generally done it to themselves, and I can show them the disturbance within themselves. And when they can see the disturbance that they have created in themselves, it then gives them a chance to be able to observe them healing themselves. But the work that has to be done, you have to kind of start with the original Sanskrit teachings of working through the base chakra, which was only ever a point in the body that focused on, and you worked through the emotions from tribe, mother, father, brother, sister, kind of anger. And then you would work through relationships, and then you would work through personal power. Then you would work through affairs of the heart, which has nothing to do with relationships. Then communication. You would work through all of those emotions to stop yourself creating disturbances from those emotions in your body. Right? And if you can get people to do that, then they just clear. These disturbances go. But all of the messing around with the pendulum, saying you're balancing this and that, if the person that I'm working on, anyway, certainly, if they haven't managed to grasp the fact that they've done it to themselves and they can't deal with the emotion that they have used to create the disturbance, they're just going to recreate it, even if I just get rid of it. It'll come back a few days later because they've revisited that emotion, and there it'll be again.
And I think that's why it's important, and certainly whether it's a house I'm working on or a person I'm working on, that there's a conversation with the client about how they maintain balance and harmony in their home or in their body, so that they don't have to keep coming to a quote unquote healer, that they're, empowered and skilled to be able to stay healthy, happy and whole themselves.
Yes, you teach them to be their own healer, or
Correct.
That's my purpose in the scheme of things.
Yeah, I align with you on that for sure.
And really, the simpler you can make it, the better it works. For a case and example, if someone has stressed themselves out and they've given themselves a headache, right? If I was to look at it, that inside of their head would be orange. If I get the person to do the same thing, you just shut your eyes and look out of here, or you look backwards into your head and you see an orange haze, that's your own headache. Right? And so if I sat looking at it with my hands either side of the head, I can just change that back to the blue that it should be. And as soon as I can see it change, I know their headache's gone. And I say, your headache's gone, and it's gone, and they haven't even realized it yet. But when they think about it, they say, oh, it has. And then equally, I can show them how to do the same thing and watch them change that energy. Yeah, it's really quite simple. You go, send a different frequency in with the intention of changing it back to the kind of base color, and it goes. And it really is that simple. And yet people make it really, really complicated because I'm not sure that they quite understand it.
I just think there are just many different ways to come at healing and to bring about that, state of well-being. And I don't think there's one right way or one wrong way. I think we all bring our unique perspectives and processes and practices, and the people that need what you do will come to you, and the people that need what Walter do comes to Walter. And I think variety is the spice of life.
It makes life spicy, yes.
I think the whole idea of complication, I think when you begin, it's always tempting to complicate things, to gather as many tools, as many paths, as many options so that you cover your bases. But when we actually look into or feel into the reasoning for that level of complexity, you're really looking at a level of fear, uncertainty, and a lack of trust. And I think as the skill develops, you'll find that the branches begin to be whittled away till a point of pure expression of the individual that arises from practice, that arises from a sense of trust in their ability, will present itself. I think when I first started, I remember how I actually got into pendulum healing. A friend of mine who I used to meet up, or she used to cut my hair in Woking, and we would talk about everything psychic that you could think of, and everyone else who was in the barbershop would always look at us as though we were weird. But she also knew that my partner at the time was dying of cancer. She gave me the brave shoulder and everything, but it was only after he had passed that she taught me about pendulum healing. And I asked her, why didn't you teach me how to do these things before? And she said, you were not ready. You were so entrenched in your fear, in your worry. The last thing you needed was to create greater complexity of thinking, am I spinning it right? Am I spinning it wrong? Am I doing it right? All you needed to do in this moment, all you needed to contribute to that situation was your love, your attention, and your presence. But she came to my place, and I love plants. And I had one particular plant that was literally at death's door. One barely alive shoot. The rest of the plant was dead. And she says, here's a pendulum, and this is what you do. Place your hand over the plant, feel the energy as to where the energy begins, and allow your movement, or allow the movement to arise naturally. And I thought nothing of it. So I just went there and allowed it to move. It's done. The complicated part of me would have expected, but are you sure it's done? What have I done? Where did it go? Where, the questioning comes from here. But when we truly allow the action to arise from here, because this access point really links up to the hands, talks to the third eye, speaks to the gut instinct. When we allow that to dictate or direct the action, that's the symphony, that's the art piece, that's the masterpiece, that's the expression of the poet. And I think it is these processes, each of us will find our own heart song, I think, but these processes initially start with a full spectrum of tools. And eventually, as we allow ourselves to drop into our skill set, the tool that speaks most from the heart will do its thing. And I think this is where the simplicity will arise with the awakening of the heart. And I know it sounds so almost cryptic, but I do believe the heart as being central to the gifts that we actually carry, that when we really step into a situation that calls for healing, and like my friend said, all that was needed for you then and all that you could deliver was your love, your presence, and your attention. As we step into fuller gift sets, we just contribute our love through those gifts in the way that we do, whether it be a stroke of genius with a paintbrush, or a delicious meal for a friend who's going through a rough time, or a shoulder to cry on. But I think it is the heart that does all the work, really.
When you say heart, do you mean the emotion
No.
associated? You mean the actual physical muscle that is the heart?
I think when my people started speaking to me, they actually said the heart is the control center of your being. Society as a whole has been indoctrinated to believe that the control center is here in the head. We become tactical, we become cerebral, and in some sense, from a civilization point of view, there is a necessity to actually be tactical and being able to plan things out. But when we allow the heart, which they said was the seat of the spirit, that the true nature of our being sits within there, we allow that to be the director, or the conductor of which of the chakras are really engaging with this particular moment, whether it be I'm totally aligned with the plan of this moment, or I totally see what's going on, or I'll speak my truth, or I truly feel with my gut what's going on here. When we allow the true conductor to designate the necessary, what's the word, engagement point, that's when we really begin to create the magic. It's like if I walked in and thought, well, this client just needs a poke here with this needle and this needle here, we could be missing a really powerful opportunity to be the spaciousness of the heart, to walk in and actually then allow the story to present itself. And in presenting itself, we begin to engage with it as the artist or the healer from a creative dancer, and actually then engage with it accordingly to create the release that Dawn is speaking of, the release of the potential healing that is present in the distortion.
Right. Yes, I kind of can't grasp that concept of it. Okay. Because to me, if you start talking about chakras, I've never seen one. To me, energetically, they don't exist. Although if you're working through your emotions, then you do need to work on some sort of plan. Right, as I say, if you've got tribal issues, mother, father, brother, sister, or the appointed people to that post, you had trouble with them, you would have trouble with the base. If you had trouble with relationships growing, you step up to the next one, then you step up to the personal power issues. Yeah. But to me, you need to work through all those independently. But if you start then accepting that you haven't worked through them and those centers are still there and vibrating at a wrong frequency, if you then bring the love and energy through any of those centers to put into someone to help them, it's going to be corrupted.
I'm not sure, because I'm being drawn to the idea of someone who is malnourished. You know, let's just say they've been feeding on fiber. They've been feeding on fiber. They've been living on vegetables and everything fibrous. And as a doctor, you're looking at their nutritional content and realize that they're low in protein.
Yeah.
In the introduction of amino acids is not going to create a distortion. Instead, it will actually create a harmonization, a natural optimization of the organism. And I think the same can be said about the chakra system, whether they exist or not. But I think the way I see it is that it's not so much imperative that they exist or not, but as creatures that need a framework to work from, just as we could say, well, music is natural, but to write a symphony and to allow it to be transmissible, to be able to then pass it on for others to read and to replicate that song, you need to be able to say, oh, that's a C, that's a G, that's a D, and therefore create barometers or points of reference that allow us to understand what is actually being engaged with. And I think the same goes for the chakra system, or whether you call it the energy body system. It is merely, and again, astrology. One could argue, well, how are you going to say that the planets are affecting you? Or why should you say that this particular alignment creates that particular personality? I think from the idea of the craft, of any craft, it is the recognition that association, nothing presents itself without reason. And therefore, when I create that healing space to meet a client, whether it is pulling up a tarot card or pulling up the birth chart, the presentation of a specific energy, signature, or archetype becomes a signal about the story that I am being presented with. And therefore, for you, the presenting of the color orange around the head becomes your signal that says, this is the distortion that we're dealing with. And therefore, this is how we work with it. And I think, again, the chakra system or any other system, we've got multiple systems that speak of chakras from 12 to 14 to God knows how many. And I think it's imperative to also stick with something, work with it, and allow that language, because I think this is all about language. Allow that language to be the interface between you, the therapist, the facilitator, and that which is the sublime eternal being or the sublime moment. It's almost like everything, the way I see it, is that everything is me and the moment given different faces, different names, different circumstances, but it's just me and the moment. And I guess it's choosing the time to engage with a specific moment, or to just sit back, listen, what is that moment teaching me, and letting it pass. That's just the way I see it.
No, I understand very much. You do need a framework and yes, things to reference. But if you are working with spiraling vortexes, about 50 something of them are the basic ones. I mean, your basic, was it 14, 7 at the front, so what was it, 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. It isn't. Spiraling vortex is your body has a sound, the same as the earth, right? And it takes quite a lot of focus and meditation to be able to tune into that. But because I did it trying to find these mythical chakra things. But when you can actually see the sound created by the human body, you will get exactly the same spiraling vortexes, number and shape as if you would in a machine that is creating the same sound. So they do this with cymatics, and they have all these spiraling vortexes all the way around the sound, radiating from a central point, and the spiraling vortexes are the kind of structure of the sound. And we have a sound, right? So these spiraling vortexes are there, but then people call them chakras and start messing with them. Well, they shouldn't be. They don't understand it. So the whole thing to me is a real misdirection, and it's actually holding people back from a truth. So call the call it anything else as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I kind of shudder at the way some people go at it, but it's all these. But that system apparently. It was never in the ancient Sanskrit text. That was just a point in the body that you focused on to work through your emotions. It wasn't until the 1960s that somebody decided on this chakra system. Well, that's recorded and documented. If you take a look at it all in depth, like I had to, because it was, nothing seemed to be, I don't know, kind of real when people told me about it. So it's yeah, a misdirection as far as I'm concerned. But the simplicity of it to me is just working your way through, getting to that stage where you just feel love. The God energy, the force, whatever you want to call it, you're not bugged up with these different frequencies around the body, headaches orange and arthritis is red and irritable bowel is a kind of yellowy browny color, and it repeats and it repeats, and it's not just me. Teach people how to see it and they will see the same things, and you can use it as a diagnostic tool. I have someone on the phone saying, I can see this in my body, or I say, well, that's that, simply by the color that they're describing and the point in the body. It's it's not an individual interpretation. So it's yeah, I lost track now. I started waffling.
I hear you. I think there is, when we really tap into the collective, and I think what you're referring to as well, what feels like when we truly tap into and look through the eyes of the collective, which is what you do, and that's why you're saying if it's orange, it's a headache. If it's a dirty yellow brown, it's a irritable bowel syndrome.
Yeah.
You can't, just like we can look at leaves are green as long as it's not autumn or it's not a particular leaf with red leaves, but leaves are green, chlorophyll is green. It is a fact. It does not need to be broken down and reassessed. But I think what we are also addressing is that as a collective, as teachers, have got to teach other people to be able to see through those eyes, because so often living in the UK, I remember even addressing the idea of hands-on Reiki or reading the tarot, reading astrology, there'd be so much eyebrow raising about woo-woo. It's like, woo-woo. It's like, so in some sense, there's still something that we've got to break through as facilitators, as healers, to bring the consciousness from this area. And something very interesting is that when I was younger, I was always empathetic or empathic. But when I was younger, I became so traumatized of my environment that I literally taught myself or existed within my headspace. I was primarily cerebral. I was proficient at school. I was the top runner and everything else. And it was only through therapy that I allowed myself to then drop through the different layers, and in actually dropping into the different layers, found the different levels of gunk that had accumulated from a lack of society or family or the collective understanding of how to flush that toilet. And I think as healers, we've got to come in and teach people how to flush and pull that toilet lever and allow that consciousness to gently drop with confidence into this space and suddenly say, oh, so that's what you're talking about. Oh, that's the orange haze that I'm seeing around that person's head that you're talking about. Because until we do that, they'll exist here, we'll exist there, and there will be that. I think we came here to teach them to drop in, And part of our initial work is to be comfortable and almost not rebellious, but just being able to own that placement within here that says, I can see through those different layers that you guys can't see yet.
Yeah, you are talking about the true kind of workings of working through the emotions that you have kind of stuck.
Yeah.
To get the Kundalini energy flowing through properly, and
absolutely,
that is, yes, that I can see happening or not. So that to me is absolutely real, and these blocks will sit somewhere on that line depending on the emotion, and you need to actually work through the emotions that you're programming in your head, really, to be able to free yourself of those.
Yeah.
Proper healing, absolutely, yes. But
Yeah.
there are so many shortcuts and misdirections that have been thrown in the mix,
And I
which
think
need kind of shaking out and thrown away.
I think what scares me a little bit is, you know, like you get these TikTok, and I'm not begrudging the confidence and the I'm not sure what to actually call it really, but you know, you get a lot of newbies just stepping in and sort of pretending to know it all. And there is concern that it's all for show. It's all show with very little substance. And we all know that if you dig into that emotional pit without the right support, you're going to have a bit of a psychotic episode. You're going to have a breakdown, or you're going to have a blowout of some sort. And I just think part of our role perhaps is to not reclaim, but to stand fast in our capacity as way showers or capacity as teachers, and to gently, lovingly, and yet respectfully guide them, because we're not going to be here forever. You know, most of us will be gone in the next 30 years or maybe 50 years. And I think we've got to lay the foundation to allow them to make sure that they're going in the right path here as opposed to somewhere there.
I think it was Dawn that said earlier that the right person comes to the right person for the healing. I tend to be not quite so, I don't know what the word's patient. I tend to give them a slap in the belly with a wet fish rather than pamper people. And I've had one person. I was a huge, great big, about 6'4" plumber, about 15 stone. He was running away screaming, "You're a witch! Stay away from me!" And all I did was a bit of muscle testing on him, and to prove that the soldering flux he was using had a detrimental effect on him. But instead of accepting that, he decided that I was a witch and he wasn't going to come anywhere near me ever again.
Yeah.
I'm still here. I'm just doing some housework, so that's why I'm off camera and muted, but I'm listening in.
Doing housework? Oh, you can pop round here and do some of that if you want. If you run out, you know. So yeah, I just I do mind body spirit fairs or workshops, and Richard will tell you. I just say, you know, do this, and you know, look there and tell me what you see. And yeah, you experienced that, didn't you, Richard? Or I just have a complete stranger hold their hands and shut my eyes and like, oh, you've got a thyroid issue or a frozen shoulder, and they're kind of almost, well, it is. It's like a slap in the belly with a wet fish for them, because they've come from being however people are, into suddenly into my world, and the things that they can actually do for themselves can be quite a shock. But if they've come to me, it must be because they need that shock, is all I can say, because
I think so.
that's what they get.
I think so. I mean, even from astrology, from an astrological point of view, that and I think in most spiritual practices, when we really look at things, nothing is really by accident. They are no coincidences. So that even in the interaction between two individuals, for whatever reason, whether it be in a mind-body-spirit fair or bump in the street or whatever it might be, there is some kind of synastry going on there, and it depends on. My people actually always said to me, nothing ever leaves you unaffected. Even the most minute engagement will impart its vibrational impact on you. So whether you are sitting with someone and you're just, hey, how are you? And it may not even be spiritual. We are bleeding into each other and we're speaking on that level. It's just that we've been taught to exist primarily from the physical level and say, I'm here, you're there. But like you say, when you're holding that person's hand in a mind, body, spirit fair, suddenly all their secrets, not all, but in some sense, all their guarded aspects are placed on the table and they are naked. And I think that's what scares most people about you're a witch or you're woo-woo, or, it's like we keep too many secrets, or as a society, from that tactical, cerebral aspect of what is expected of us. We are meant, or we are expected to keep particular aspects of ourselves completely hidden. And then here comes people like us, and then we step into the field and it bleeds through and we feel it and we know it. And they tell us something and we know that you're lying. And it's like, okay, just carry on. And then you ask, should I, may I, should I, do I do anything about it? They say, no, don't do anything. But if they say, yeah, you do something about it, then you blurt. And that's when they find it scary. And I think there's, I know Corona, as they called it. I was going on with people and I said, in some sense, the word Corona is crown. The corona is crown, or from an astronomical point of view, it's the flare around the sun, the corona. And I actually said, I wonder if part of this, not from the virus, but from nothing is, like I say, nothing is coincidental. What if even the naming, the nomenclature of this problem that is affecting the whole of the world is actually, on some level, the placement of the corona upon each person to then decide whether I choose to be sovereign or I choose not to be sovereign. I choose to be the king of my life. I choose to be the king or the queen of my body, or I choose not to. And even the aspect of isolation taught us so much about one of the things that I recognized was that in the early days of the separation, we as social beings had so many interplays that said, oh, I do this, you do this, and if I do this for you, you do this for me. There was a kind of organic exchanges going on, organic contracts going on, even within our groups that we actually call our own. We actually found that as the whole pandemic traversed our time, we actually found that particular people that we thought belonged to our group didn't belong to our group, or at least there were nuances that made us very different. And that was all sovereignty. Sovereignty is not about all of us looking like the same. All of us are dowsers and all of us do the same thing, or all of us are psychic and all of us just look through our third eye. I think what we actually saw with the placement of the crown was the emergence of individuality that would then blossom into sovereignty. in the idea of who am I? Who am I in relation to you? Who am I in relation to my world? What are the contracts? What are the agreements that we are actually playing with each other? And are those agreements still abiding, or do I need to actually snip some of them, respectfully rescind them, so that I can step further into autonomy and integrity whilst maintaining the integrity of this relationship that we are planning to maintain? And so I think the last 4 years, I don't think we're out of it yet, but I think there's been a massive growing of individuality, and the potential is for us to step further into our capacity as healers, dowsers, psychics, witches, and actually then whatever that might mean to our society, whatever that might mean in owning that label and that power.
Hmm. Yeah, it's have you ever worried about whether you kind of fit in the group or not?
No, not really. No, I've always been very social. I've always been very social. I've always been I think even at university, I used to have many friends, many groups that I belonged to, and I think one particular friend actually approached me from one of the groups and said, "Why don't you spend all your time with us?" And I said, "I'm really a lone wolf, and I mingle. I mingle with the people that I gel with, and in no way does my gelling with you imply that there's a lack of authenticity to that relationship there. What I give with all of myself in the moment that I'm sharing with you." And I think that's always been the way I see myself. I never saw myself, I mean, growing up, I was big into chemistry. I was a bit of a Catholic boy. So all this, even the approach of reincarnation or the living of, continuing as a spirit beyond life and death and everything else, that had to be met, that had to be confronted, because as a Catholic boy, what does that actually imply? Where does that place me? Am I headed straight for hell because I'm even engaging with astrology? So I think the whole approach, the whole journey up to this point has been a kind of peeling away of things that have been sort of placed on you by standard, growing up and family, and sort of realizing, who am I? And I think the same is happening for the rest of the world.
Not sure. Big question. Possibly because we are now allowed to, without being hung, dunked, burnt, to actually talk about these things. It is becoming generally accepted that we can communicate it. I communicated it from the first day that it happened, but I've always been, I am me, and if you don't like it, you don't have to be near me. Kind of self-sufficient, or it's egotistical, or whatever you like to call it. I don't know. But I've always been very much my own person and happy with being by myself, really. And so there was lots of incidents before the first conscious one, but I have to say that the first conscious incident was being able to see my opponent's heart. Right. It did take me 3 weeks to pluck up the courage to talk to him about that particular picture, but when I did, he said, "Well, that describes my heart condition exactly." And after that, I would just talk to anybody about it. And you get some strange looks, and occasionally you meet people that you just don't go there because
Absolutely.
you know that they are so conditioned into their strange perspective on life. Not a nice way to put it, but that's me.
An honest way as well. You know, I think there are certain areas that that my people say, no, don't bother. Just literally let them get on with it. And sometimes, like I said earlier, there is something to be had in their walking their path, even if it seems like it's a hard path from our perspective, and we could step in and say, well, you could change that and fix the whole problem. Sometimes they've got to actually walk that path, and you've got to honor that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You have to honor everybody's path, even if they start talking to you about what they can do and things that they can do, and but they decide not to. You have to just let it go. You can't force it. But once they've been slapped in the belly with a wet fish, then it's a little harder for them not to take an interest. But yes, everybody has their own path to tread. But it's all opening up.
I believe
Yeah,
so.
the church has lost its power, and the Inquisition, you know, and the witch burners have mostly kind of been got rid of, which enables the truth to come forward. But then that's kind of my shouting point at the moment. It has to be the truth and not a complete misdirection, which is what you get. Even with dowsing. I mean, I teach the basic pendulum rods, and I hear so many misdirections in just the basics. You know, you need this pendulum for that and this pendulum for that. You don't. All you need is to use a pendulum as a pendulum, kind of, and all the way down the line.
How are you? How are you dowsing rods going now, David? Have you made any more new ones?
No, I've yeah, been occupied doing.
Sold them all, have you? You sold all your other ones?
I sold all the ones when I came to the conference. I sold all my I only had about 10 anyway, and they all went. And I have found a source of lovely little copper and bronze figures. You know, because all my dowsing rods have little figures on the end to make them individual. I don't do pairs, I just do a single rod. No, I haven't got one to hand. The famous one is called Hissing Sid. And basically it
On a website, David.
Don't know, I gave up the website.
Oh, are you on Facebook?
I am on Facebook, yeah.
Do you mind if I?
Yeah, please do. David Charman.
Yeah.
Says so.
Yeah, I know, I can see it.
Or the Sussex Dowsing Society.
Okay.
Or energy viewing, but I don't use that an awful lot these days. But these rods, they're up the other way to normal, because most people's rods, what can I use? So they, oh, that's not going to show up. I'll put it in there.
I can see you've got a
tuning fork. Yes, they work. So most people's rods kind of work that way. Mine go that way.
Okay.
Which gives me room at the top to put a little compass.
Yeah.
And then the handle is made so that you don't really need to grip it, so that your arm can then relax completely. Yes. And they're really, really sensitive. So you've only got just to tip it past the level plane, go up a little bit, and it'll swing back at you. Right.
Yeah.
Point in the case, I was with the Sussex Dowsers on Sunday, and we went to a local spot. one of our treasurer, in fact, he's got this dowsing rod that he loves, which is basically a copper rod, and it's about a quarter of an inch thick. But then the handle, he'd flattened it. He had it hammered flat.
Wow.
And I was saying, well, yeah, look, there's this energy line that runs through this old house. And he went around twice and he went around again. He's, well, I can't find it. It can't be there. Wow. And then I told him a story about how subtle some of these lines can be. Basically, well, we've got all evening, haven't I? I can bore you with a story. Right, so dog walk last month took me out into a field of corn. And so it's from woods, they'll cut into the field. There's a path along the side of the field. So the dog and I walk that regularly. And there's this kind of a log that you can sit on and you see the panorama in front of you, kind of open fields. So I did that quite a few times, and I would sit, shut my eyes, get the sense of my eyes to lift up into the forehead, and then look at the energy, because that's how energy really works, right? And to start with, this kind of energy line wasn't there, but as the corn grew, so this really, really faint energy line started to appear about 14 feet from the edge of the field and run along the edge of the field. And then when the corn got quite high, this line of energy, I could see this. It never really got any more than really, really faint, hardly perceivable. But this line where this corn was, all of the heads were pointing or falling in a certain direction along the whole line, different to all of the rest of the field. Right? I thought, oh, this is interesting. So I've got my rods out, and my rod, because I had it with me, and I doused this line and barely got a hit on it. I thought, wow, it's hardly a line. Why am I seeing it? And then I investigated it further, thinking, well, is it actually a line? Did he just disappear? Did I bore him to death? No, he
We're
went.
still listening. We're still listening.
Yeah, okay. So this line was there or not there, but it was just about. Then the next time Dog and I went into this field, I went right to the other end of the field, and the line itself kind of petered out in the corner. Oh, it's kind of doesn't really help. It just split and did all sorts of strange things, and the corn reverted back to the rest of the field heads. And then the next day I went right the way down to the other end of the field. And the other end of the field swings round, a nice gentle curve, and then follows a ditch. And this line of corn did exactly the same thing. It's a different type of corn. It's a different seed. It was corn, but it's where it's been sown. And the tractor has just gone round and it's followed. Yeah, there's no way an energy line would have done that. If anything, it would have kind of dropped into the ditch, kind of following the water or whatever. But then when I looked, when the heads got developed enough, I've got photographs of it all, and I'm going to kind of include it in my next ramble on the Earth Energies group. But it was obviously different. all the seeds were slightly smaller and there was more of them. But just the fact that it was a slightly different seed in this particular line actually gave me an energy line that was just about seeable and just about dowsable. And that's how subtle it all is. So you've got the one lot of seed was growing, giving off an energy, and this slightly different batch of seed was giving off a slightly different energy, which was in a definite line because it had been planted that way. It was giving me an energy line, which was just a difference in the type of seeds, which was, oh, wow. So I explained this story to the chap with his flat rod, and then I said, well, I think, you're working on something that just doesn't move to that kind of subtlety. And so then he got a different rod and went around again, and he found the line, because this flattened out handle on his rod wouldn't allow it to swing, because the movement on his twitch to the energy line was so slight that the rod wouldn't allow that type of subtlety to be amplified. So yeah, you have to have the right kind of rods to achieve some of the stuff you're doing.
I was going to say, David, Hamish Miller had flat handled rods, because I've got a set that I bought off bar that's made in the forge still, and then they're lovely, but they're a bit like weapons of torture almost, because they're quite pointy, but they are quite difficult because they're flat. So I've got them, but I don't tend to use them that often, which is a shame. But I don't know how Hamish, but I guess they work for him because he read 2 books.
They worked for him. And and often I think when we're dowsing earth energy lines, whatever we're holding in our mind might look different from one dowser to another, which is where I think you get some inconsistencies as well. So you might be looking for something that might be different than another person's looking for. And so one finds it and the other one doesn't, because we just have a different mental model.
Well, I always I look for a disturbance or a variation. So if I was walking in the seed field or the cornfield and I asked for a variation, then I would find the variation, even though it be that subtle. But if I was not focused on the corn, I was focused on the energy other than that, I would still look for a variation. And so I just get these really subtle,
which might be different
variations.
But that might be different.
A different way to most dows. A lot of people, they kind of dows, well, they've been told that there is something there, and then, or they've been introduced to a particular type of energy, which might just be water. It might just be the negative ions released from the water. It might be the sound released from the water. They might be able to actually travel underground and interact with the water, which is possible. And if you're doing that and you've got your rod, you will get a reaction when you cross over the water, because this part of you is actually down under the ground and it communicates when you're passing over the top of it. But otherwise, you'll get the sound created from it, or the negative ions that tend to gather on the surface. Okay. So there's lots of different ways to access it. But if you've only been introduced to one aspect of those, if you've just been introduced to the sound, or not even that so much, the different waterways will create different sounds. So they might be introduced to a type of sound produced by one water line and then miss another water line because it has different sound. Which is why I do not teach that way. I just teach people to look for variations in the background energy or different disturbances, right? And then they kind of will react to each and every different type of variation that they find. It does make it a little bit more difficult to work out then what they've come across, but at least you're not missed everything. Does that
And
make
that's the point.
sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the point I was making. You know, if it doesn't mean that the other dowser was wrong, they just might be looking for something different.
They've been
so
they've been looking for something specific, and it's, you know, these energies aren't necessarily that specific.
Exactly.
There's a whole, I mean, the magnetic lines are a different kettle of fish again to water or to the sound. They're electromagnetic and they have a different color.
With dowsing, it's being clear about what you're looking for. That's going to get the accuracy up for sure. I also think that in some ways, when there is a line that is well known and many people have doused it, it's almost like there's like a thought form created. So it may not even be an energy line an earth energy line anymore. It just might be the remnants of the thought that everybody is left as they've been doused in that particular feature.
Yes, but then the thought form will have a different resonance to the energy line.
Exactly.
So again, you need to kind of put the questions through your mind. Well, is this the thought form? Is this line actually still there, or is this a thought form created suggesting that the line is there? Because these lines, they move. They do. And I've yet to really go to town on the Michael Mary line.
Yeah, I've doused quite a lot of Michael and Mary, and they do move a lot. They'd moved last week at the Hurlers when we went with Devon and Tamar dowsers. Some people had got them completely where they haven't been before. So, but I guess going back to what you said, David, it's about the intention and about getting your questioning right, isn't it, Dawn? It's like the intention and asking the right question to get the answer. Is when I douse, I feel. I do see, because I do a lot of shamanic work, so I see differently. I don't see color as maybe you do, David. I just see energy differently.
Do you feel different energies?
I feel different energies, and usually I burp. You'll hit. I'm one of the famous dowsers who burps when they're on an energy line, because as soon as there's energy moving, I burp. If it's ancestral energy, I tend to yawn. So that's sometimes I get a quiver in my foot. So for me, it's I don't need the rods a lot of the time. It's just I'm feeling the energy, feeling the earth.
Yes, no, that's a wonderful dowsing response. So kind of, yeah, you kind of worked out which is what. But the different feelings, the different burps will have different colours. Well, not your particular, you don't actually burp a colour, but
I might do, David. You never know.
I'd like to see that. Can you put it on your YouTube video, please?
Yeah, you can use me as a case study to see if I burp colour. But it's
okay.
It is interesting. It's kind of and also I can be on an energy line and I don't need to use a colour wheel to get the colour. It's just streamed down and I just come out with some really random things, and I just know it's a knowing, I guess, rather than a doing.
Yes.
Isn't that in dowsing is just confirming the knowing? It's just bringing, what we intuitively know into the 3D world.
Yeah.
It's just the form. So both are, valid responses. And I just love how we come to this all in our unique, different ways. I just fascinating just to hear how different people do the same thing in a different way.
Oh yes, there are many and various ways, from link dowsing to using the muscle testing kind of things, or getting a twitch or a burp or Yeah, gut feeling. Got people.
Eyeballs wobbling. I've heard somebody's eyeballs wobbling, or a resistance on the nail bed. All sorts of really, really cool things. When Richard and I were on that call with the ASD, one of the things that we were talking about is the context of the questions, and how important that is, because you can ask a question, but if you're in a, if you're not clear about the context, or you haven't contextualized the question, you're not going to get, an accurate response. And I think the ASD was saying they don't necessarily teach that contextual stuff. So now they're getting, dowsers that are, all over the place because of.
Well, it's actually quite difficult to teach them because I'm slightly dyslexic. So maybe that much, right? Not so much that much. So wording questions doesn't necessarily work very well for me. So I tend to form a picture in my mind rather than ask a question.
Well, and that's fine as well, but I think it's just the context. So you can ask a question, is there an earth energy line there? What's the context of the question? And I think that was what they were talking about, is that they don't, it's that critical thinking piece, I think, isn't taught. There's just the rote, these are the questions, without that context. Now, whether it's a question or whether it's an image or a picture, that's where we can meet the dowser or the student where they are, and find different ways to help them to be successful.
I've got a whole load of questions that I take out in the field. I've got it laminated, because when I get out on the middle of Dartmoor and I'm in this stone circle, I can't remember what I want to ask. And so I've got a list of various questions, how many stones were in the circle, when was it first used. I have a timeline as well. That's it. It's because I'm not very good at history, so it helps me date things. So I literally, it's almost like map dowsing. So I tend to use that, and so it's finding all these tools to formulate the question to get the answers that you're looking for. But it's down to intention. I think it's that, and I guess for David, looking and visualizing things. I struggle finding water because I have a job of visualizing an aquifer or whatever it is that I'm going over. So, and yet an earth energy line is easier for me, even though I don't know what an earth energy line looks like. I just have, that's what I'm asking, I guess. So
let me see if I can find a picture of one for you.
What, an earth energy line or a...
Yeah.
I'm just reading Brenda's comments as well.
From my perspective, see that? Now, I wouldn't see it in daylight. I would have my eyes shut so that I wouldn't have the background screen, although I know one or two people that can see them in that context, eyes open. But what they tend to look like is a tube within a tube within a tube, maybe another tube or another tube, or sometimes just a single tube. And the single tube, if it's magnetic, will just be electric blue, and just the single tube. But the what I call sound lines tends to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 tubes. Yeah, and this is one of a pair. This one runs down there, and there's another one that runs, it's not in the picture, but it runs about 70 feet away, and they move together backwards and forwards.
So David, is that what you see all the time as an earth energy line?
Not all the time, only when I'm looking.
So I was going to say, so you have to be tuned into you have to be tuned into the dowsing state, which is an altered state of consciousness, so to speak, to be able to see
Yeah,
that?
almost an altered state these
Yeah.
days. I just shut my eyes and kind of I'm there, but I've practiced at it.
Yeah.
But it's yes, that's kind of what they look like. There's another one.
Thank you for sharing that.
So there's a bit of a mixture of them. So you got one coming across, clashes with this one here. Where it clashes, you get a bit of a leak of energy, and that can just spiral stuff away into the ether. And they call those hotspots.
Can I ask you, David, have you always seen those? Have you always seen like earth energy lines? Or is it something you developed?
Always, I guess yes, in a way, but it is an eyes shut technique.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd always had these funny colours in my mind's eye when I looked at it with my eyes shut. But for a long, long time, kind of 40 years, I didn't really take much notice of it.
Okay. So is this with your eyes? This is with your eyes shut. You see these?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Because what you're sort of seeing there is when I'm doing shamanic healing, I can see the energy with my eyes open over a person, but it's not kind of like that. It's more like aura, the auric field and things. But see where there's stuck energy.
Okay, so to my mind, with eyes open, you are seeing a reflection of visible lights bouncing off the sound created by the person.
Okay.
So you might not necessarily get the colours. You probably get a bit of a yellowish haze.
I get a haze. Okay.
Unless they are really angry, then you might get a little bit more of a reddish haze, or their life is full of personal relationship issues, and then the whole aura might be orange, so you might get a little bit more of an orangey haze, or but it tends to be a little bit of a yellowish haze, and depending on the vibration or the vitality of a person, that might vary. So what else do you see in it? What information do you get?
What information? I can feel heavy energy, so I can feel the heavy energy.
Yeah.
If there's an attachment, or if there's past life stuff going on, I can feel that, and then I have the knowing. It kind of like streams down,
right,
almost in a story form. Sometimes I see images, and I get quite a lot of what I call smelly vision. I smell, if I'm on a sacred site, I can often smell unusual smells that no one else can smell, and I can hear things.
It's all to do with the vibrations, which are they're just different frequencies, but to me they're different colors. But some people, I was trying to douse a fire pit which had been buried over long time ago. It was a set piece for the Sussex Dowsers in a place where there had been a fire. Well, actually, they dug one. They had a fire in it for about 5 days, and they buried it over. It was to do for Southampton University to use their technical gear, earth penetrating radar stuff, or whatever it is they use, to teach the students how to use that. Just their area was. But we went and doused it, and so I was trying to find a fire pit with my dowsing rods, and I could actually smell the fire. But that's the only time that it's come into play with scents. But yeah, it does work for some people, because the scents, the receptors for it, they just pick up a frequency. Yeah, the particles might be vibrating in a certain way, which gives you a smell of whatever it is. But if the vibration is strong enough that you've just walked into, it's going to do the same thing. It's like some people, if they were stressed, right, and the stress had gone from shoulders up between the ears, you can get a line of energy between the ears sometimes, which is about the color of the orange that you see in the outside of this line. So if someone was almost there and they walked into that line, that orange energy would energize the already angry state of energy in between the ears, and they would hear it. It would give them tinnitus. Yeah, they would hear a buzzing, and that's happened lots of times. Sometimes I don't have that problem, but sometimes I've walked into an energy like, oh yeah, I could do without that. But it's so yeah, there's lots and lots of different ways of accessing energies that
And that you say about smell, Jane. I was facilitating a conversation with a group of people, and two of the group, they described it as smelling death. And they couldn't describe the smell, but they just knew. And like this could be, in the supermarket, and so it's not a physical smell, but it's an energetic smell. And they just knew that person was either very ill or, about to make their transition. And it's just fascinating just to hear them talk about that and how it impacts them as well,
I think, there was a church. I went down with Tamar Dowsers a couple of years. It's down in Cornwall off Bodmin Moor, and I got permissions to go in the church, but I felt really bit jittery. I was like, didn't feel right. And when I went in, the smell was just so overpowering, and it was almost like I could taste. It sounds weird saying it out, because almost taste death. It was just, and the dowsers dowsed and got that there was a line of detrimental energy going down the middle, but there was also something linked to a crypt and all sorts of stuff. So it was kind of it's interesting when it sometimes when it first started, when I first started to get these messages, if you like, it did freak me out a bit, because I'd be going, can't you hear that drumming, or can't you hear those pipes playing? And my friend who dowses with me, she's kind of like looking at me going, no, and I'm going, surely you can hear them. And it's kind of like, can you not smell the fire that's been put out? And it's that residual energy that's left in a place.
Have you ever tried when someone has asked these questions to link to that person to share the experience?
No, I've never thought of doing that.
Have a try. You might be surprised at what you can do, what is possible. Sometimes when I'm teaching energy viewing, I can get a picture, and if someone's being, well, not difficult, they're just being difficult to teach, then I will just put myself in their head and share it. And then that generally tends to work.
I better warn her before I do that.
But be warned, if that person is feeling
offended if you jumped into my head, David.
If that, I'm not sure I'd risk that one. But if you do that, be aware that if that person is ill, you may well share that feeling of illness.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's all very, very. I mean, I've done that. Yeah. I don't, just check that they're okay is all I can say.
Yeah, and I do. I'm whenever I do anything, I do a lot of psychic protection as well, and because of the shamanic work I do, I'm very protected over everything I do, and I go through a whole series before I even consider jumping in.
That won't make any difference. That will not. I don't even bother these days, because I know it won't make any difference, because you've actually asked to experience something to share, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like going into these energy lines and thinking that you're protected yourself from them when you go dowsing them. If you protected yourself from them, you wouldn't sense them.
I think we just
simple as
we're
that.
just very specific about what what the protection is, and I I believe in the power of protection, but with intention. We have to be very specific about what that protection is. I think intention is everything in all of this.
I always work on, okay, so I'm going to experience these things because I want to experience them, and if they're uncomfortable, well, then I'm just going to experience it. But I can fix whatever afterwards. So I can just step back out and go and bring energy in, which is harmonized, and kick anything out. And it really is that simple.
Yeah, I tend to be
So,
I'm with Dawn on this one. The power of intention for me is really important with the work that I personally do, and the teachings that I give are very much to protect my auric space. Well, it's kind of how I see it. It's like a bit like osmosis. So you're letting the good stuff can come through, and anything that's too heavy or that I'm not maybe meant to be experiencing because it's not the right time or the right place isn't going to impact me at that time. So I kind of put my trust in my intuition and my intent.
It's interesting, Jane, you were saying about, hearing drums and smelling things. I used to work in a mental health trust, and we were in high secure mental health, and there was, lots of conversation about, is somebody mentally ill, or is somebody just heightened psychic senses that are experiencing these things? What's real and not real? And then we're heavily medicating people, and really they're just experiencing the world in a non-physical way.
Yeah, interesting, because my training is a psychotherapist, so I sometimes have to I'm sitting there going, if I was listening to myself, sometimes I'd be thinking, yeah, having a psychotic episode, and I'm thinking, well, I'm definitely not, because I'm the DSM-5. I'm not in that kind of in those categories. But there is I did read an article some time ago actually about people with Alzheimer's and dementia. Sometimes there's a belief that they have one foot in that spirit world already, and what they're experiencing is actually reality and in a like a parallel universe kind of thing.
Totally, align with that. And I'll share a story. So I know I now live in Canada. I used to live in Liverpool. That's where I'm from. That's where my mum was. And she, when we moved over here, she got Alzheimer's, and she started to decline. And she declined to the point that she had to go into into a home. So at that point, me and my sister who lives here, we flew back to kind of help with the arrangements and whatnot. And so we arrived in her house. She'd already moved into a home, and so we're sleeping after a long flight. And I had this really strong sense that there was somebody standing right by the bed looking at me, and I was just exhausted. I'm like, oh, I don't want to deal with this, and kind of just put my covers over my head. And they were there for a long time, and then I fell asleep, and that was fine. And then I forgot about it. And then the next day we went in to see my mum, bearing in mind that my mum didn't know that we were coming. Or if she did know, she had forgotten about it. So she was surprised when she saw us, and she said, I saw you sleeping last night. So I said, did you, Mum? Where was I? She said, I was, you were I was in her bed. You were in my bed, but I went to see you all, and you were all just sleeping. So the Alzheimer's had uncoupled something that allowed her spirit, her soul, whatever we want to call that, to travel and to experience different ways of being. And it was a really powerful reminder that whilst Alzheimer's can be very sad for us watching it, and seeing them kind of experience or not remember us or what have you, but their there's something that's been unleashed for them.
Oh,
Set
thank you for
free.
sharing that, Dawn. That's really that just yeah, because I think before my dad passed, he was talking about my mum being she's just been here, and I was like, no, she's been dead, 15 years. And he said, no, she was here. And then he'd say, can you tell them to stop hoovering above? And he was in a care home where there was no one above him, so there was no hoovering going on. And it's kind of I've always taken comfort from that he was experiencing that transitional process, if you like, going into the next world.
No, fascinating.
Next world or the reality of this one that we miss most of the time, because it's not happening around us all the time, but we are just
different dimensions. Yeah,
different
vibrations.
Because all of this, the energy stuff is happening all the same, all here and now. Most of us don't see it.
And that's why we can do remote dowsing, is because it's all, it's all just now, and we're all connected, and it's all frequency and vibration.
Yep. Although I have to say, one of the things that I have found looking at different people's energy is kind of about here normally, there's different energy features which enable people to do different things. And some people don't have the two common ones. One is for travel and the other one is for mediumship. And the one for travel looks like looking down the inside of a Toblerone tube about here, kind of a triangle, usually in electric blue. And the one for mediumship is like looking at an eye looking back at you. If I see one or the other in anybody, I can just say, well, you have a tendency to experience this type of thing. But it's the people with both of them that have the most trouble. So they've not necessarily here and now, because they can travel, they can jump out of and not even be in the same room, so to speak. And they may well be getting voices coming through because they're mediums. And that tends to go along with young children with attention disorders and that kind of thing. But having not done a big enough study, I can't say for definite. I can't give you facts and figures, but it generally seems to be that that's how it is.
Well, and there's a school of thought to say that young people are coming into the earthly experience far more kind of switched on and connected. And is that why we're getting such a rise in the prevalence of spectrum disorders and attention deficit and whatnot? Because
that's a big question, isn't it? Is it partly due to diet and medication, or are a lot of people coming in being recognised as being sensitive because they're actually allowed to be, and they're not going to be burnt at the stake and that kind of thing? More grown-ups are actually starting to talk about the afterlife, and you get it on television these days, and people going out ghost hunting, most of which are a load of squealy pigs who run around squealing at anything. And actually, a lot of the time, they're not really finding spirits at all. They're just finding energy hotspots which make them feel uncomfortable. So they scream, "It's a spirit! It's a spirit! It's chasing me!" And they go running out of the room. But no, the young, they're allowed to be.
I was going to say, society maybe is adapting to, we're not being shut down, because I think studies, I guess, have shown that up till the age of 7, you still have that openness and that psychic ability as a child, and you have, you know, fairies, and you know, my mum always was very open to that. But then when you go to school, it's kind of like you start to get shut down by your peers and everyone else, and maybe more now children are being allowed to be more free with their thought process and their own beliefs, when you know that it's not being, because their parents and their caregivers are more open to energies and maybe more of the stuff that we're doing. So maybe we're heading in the right direction.
It's also about access to information. I mean,
Yeah.
when I started this 30 years ago, there were no real books, or there was certainly, you know, there was, I think, one, you know, weird bookstore in Liverpool that, you know, everybody thought you were crazy if you went into. So there wasn't that, you know, there wasn't a place to, you know, kind of learn. Whereas now, you know, with the internet and whatnot, I think the children can find their, you know, find answers to the questions that they're having, even beyond their parents or their, you know, their friends. It's just so accessible that they're finding the information that they need to continue to hold that, you know, that belief and ability.
As I say, and I will keep saying forever, there is also a whole lot of misinformation tucked in with that. So it's yes,
it's like
one has to be careful.
And we're not teaching people critical thinking. And so how, you know, just reading something or watching a TikTok video does not make it the truth. And what is truth anyway? Because there's, you know, different mental models and different versions of the truth. But I think we're not teaching critical thinking so that we can sift information and find, you know, find the truth.
One of the most difficult parts of training apprentices in the building trade, or most specifically fitting bathrooms, which is what I did, was to get the apprentices to actually think for themselves. They quite happily, well, if they were good ones, they would quite happily do as they're told. But then once they'd done as they were told, training them then to think into the next step was, yeah, sometimes a little bit challenging.
Did they say I've cut it twice and it's still too short?
Yes, measure twice, cut once.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in our desire to do for our kids, we've, you know, taken, you know, we haven't trained them to do that.
On the first call, there's a lady from America, from the Appalachian chapter, came on the afternoon, and there's only her and me on the call at the time, a bit like today in some parts. And she told me why she came on the call, because she was asking me, did I know of a way of teaching children how to dowse? Because she was trying to teach her 11-year-old grandson to dowse, and she'd taken him to a place where there were a lot of strong energies, where anybody could walk in with a rod and it would turn. You know, it's so easy to do there, and nothing worked for him. He couldn't dowse, he couldn't detect anything. And the reason why she wanted to teach him how to dowse, because she was so worried about artificial intelligence and trying to find, as you say, what is the truth. And by dowsing, she was hoping that he would, with his intuition, look at something and determine, is that the truth? And whether we can do that as dowsers.
Well, for a youngster, what I would do would be to find out what his passion was. Because if he had a leg up or an insight into his passion, how to get further into it, then he's going to be far more interested in getting a reaction. Dowsing earth energy, as I say, is challenging at best because of it's in constant flux, it's changing. And if you can't comprehend that it's there, you can't comprehend the response from it. But I generally start with body dowsing. Just get whoever it is, ask them their name, and they say, well, I go with, rather than asking a question, I tend to go with making a statement, so your body can then argue with you. Yeah, not that I like arguing much, but I would say, my name is David, and if I'm standing upright correctly, I will either sway backwards or forwards very slightly. And I find most people get that, which is just a little step into the world of dowsing. Yeah. And then if you then state your wrong name, so my name is Shirley, hopefully I should then lean backwards, because that's my no. But it might be the other way for him or her or whoever. So you have to fix the yes and no first. But any young person, that's where I would start. Something that basic, that simple. I mean, it's a bit like thinking that you can walk into a crop circle and work out the earth energy there. I mean, really, they are so complicated that the chances are of me working out some of them, even now, is a bit, well, maybe might take all day, and I might have lost interest before I've finished. But if you go and find a tree with a twist to it, you know that that's being influenced by earth energy, and just start there. Just find the energy lines that hit that tree, causing it to spin as it grows. So just starting with really simple stuff is where I always go with.
It was what was found interesting, really, was the fact that she was trying to teach him to learn to dowse, so that he could, obviously develop his intuition for future life, so that he's not going to be fooled by artificial intelligence.
Absolutely, which is why just the yes no thing is your basic, the most important. Right? And that you don't even need to embarrass yourself with a pendulum or a rod or anything else. You just, you ask the question: is this information I've been given true? And you'll get a tip one way or another. Once you've learned that, then you have the chance. You've opened up. You kind of accepted that you are more than just this kind of physical body, and you are connected to something else. So then you might start getting downloads or smells of things or buzzings in the ear or twitchy feet or, but you have to start somewhere simple, I reckon, which isn't earth energies. It isn't.
I was going to say, I kind of agree, because when I was teaching the rangers to dowse, it was looking for a tangible target, which was a bottle of water hidden in the cupboard kind of thing, and doing stuff for them. And they of course, they're what, 12, 14-year-olds. So they wanted to know, apart from was it a cult, but they also wanted to know, oh, can we start dowsing spirits? And I was like, not at the moment, let's just concentrate on, because I think for them there was the excitement about what they could go and do with it. So there's the possibilities for them, but it was trying to get the basics right of getting their yes no. And although they made their own dowsing rods, they found it easier using a pendulum, but the pendulums I gave them was a nut on a piece of string. So
Yeah.
back to basics. None of this, you need to have a crystal to do this. I mean, I've got hundreds of pendulums all over the place, and I use ones for different, whatever I'm drawn to, whatever I'm picking up. But most of the time, I just use my necklace, and it's kind of, yeah, I think it's taking it back to basic level. You don't need to have all these all singing or dancing things. Just keep it simple and do body dowsing.
Absolutely. And the better you are with the basics, the stronger you are with the interesting stuff. Because you've learnt not to complicate it. If you stick with the basics, you avoid all this kind of fluffy information that's out there. Because you just don't need it. I could rant on about loads of it, but I won't.
Go on.
No. I'll give people a holiday.
Brenda's written, maybe there were too many energies. So to take into a single known energy place, like a small hidden creek, or hide something, geocaching, letterboxing sites, but by dowsing tools. That might be fun. So
Oh yeah, you have to make it fun for a youngster. Otherwise, how long are you going to hold their interest?
Geocaching. Yeah, that sounds fun. Geocaching.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, I was going to say geocaching would be a really good one for young people, because that's what they like doing. So it's finding because it's a bit like scavenger hunting. It's that same kind of things, but to use dowsing. Maybe I might have to do a thing with Amanda on that actually for young people, and then we can put it on some of the social media things as ideas for young people to douse things.
Our treasurer, Damien, he has got in with the Lewis Primary School, or actually I think I sent it over to him when they contacted me, but it doesn't matter how he got there. He has been taking a group of school children around Lewis Priory, and apparently it is the most popular thing on the school agenda for the kids. They all just want to go in and play dowsing around the Lewis Priory. Yeah, so he's got them at a really young age where they're just bubbling with enthusiasm and wanting to learn, which is brilliant. Sorry?
Is it that or double maths? Have they got a choice?
Well, possibly they might have threatened them with that, but no, apparently they kind of really, really enjoy it.
Great.
And that's the sort of thing that ought to be put into every school at some point or another, just so that the children can learn about their abilities, what they're capable of, what's possible. And if you catch some of them young enough, some of them will be absolutely brilliant at not necessarily finding things with a rod or a pendulum, but, going into the world of healing or the whole range of things that dowsing can take you into.
Yeah, I was going to say I was about 7 when I first learnt to douse. My dad taught me to douse in the back garden with coat hangers, and I had an interest in ley lines. Didn't know anything about them at the time, but I was fascinated. I just think I was fascinated by them. Was fascinated by alignments, but I didn't know why. And I think, as Dawn was saying earlier, there wasn't a lot of. I was growing up, there wasn't a lot of books or anything, or I didn't know that the BSD existed when I lived in Ledbury for 6 years. And you're right on the doorstep, so it was kind of like hidden knowledge.
A lot of people don't know the BSD exists.
It's yeah, it's you know, I was so local. I was so local then, but I didn't know because I wasn't kind of dowsing and doing the work that I do now, I guess. I think that's the thing. So it's just trying to spread the word, really. And I think you're right, David, getting into schools is one way of getting the younger generation to but it's not mystic, and it's not all, you know, all we're all like weird and witchy and all that kind of thing. It's you can use it. I think that's the thing. It's a tool.
Absolutely. The amount of times I've used it on building site to find all these different problems. Yes. Or even help the workers with their medical problems, and yeah, it's a very, very useful tool. But it also, as I say, some of these youngsters, they're wired to be travel or be mediums, and they have no idea, and so they don't understand, and the doctors and the teachers don't understand their particular problems. And I've had a few come sit in front of me and, yeah, what do you do? Because they sit in a plaque behind me, just a basic picture which explains it. So they're drawn to it. And well, let's have a look. What do you do? Get told off a lot at school, kind of thing, you know, can't focus. And I'll just look and see these different features in their makeup and then show them how to see these particular features in their makeup. And once they realize that they are wired to be not necessarily in the room, or to be able to speak to, you know, whether they're dead or whether they're speaking to people alive in history, I'm still kind of not sure which one, but they are definitely communicating with people that aren't around here and now and in the moment. And once they grasp what they are, you should see their eyes light up and, oh, why can't the doctors explain this to me? You know, and they go away with a skip in their step and a great understanding of themselves, which is just, you know, essential if they're going to get through life, to understand what on earth they are and why things are happening to them. And then schools they don't teach any of it.
Yeah, I taught in FE for nearly 20 years, and it's interesting what you said, because I used to teach vocational subject, and when a student was their behaviour changed, it was usually something, the causality I was tracing back was something was going on at home, or something was going on in their life, or something didn't, and it affected the behaviour, but they didn't understand that. So it's kind of trying to educate them that what they were experiencing was a result of a causality of something in their environment. And once they got that, they found it a lot easier to
deal with,
focus, to deal with. And it takes all the fear away, because a lot of it is fear about why are they behaving in such a way, because they don't understand.
Yes, absolutely.
This education, really, I think, is the trying to educate and give young people the tools to be able to be more authentic and self-fulfilling, so that they're able to be themselves and they understand why they're the way they are.
And I think one of the things that we're probably suffering from, or one of the many things that we're suffering from, certainly in the Western world, is kind of the breakdown of community. So, you know, is it the responsibility of the schools to teach all of that to their children? Or, you know, is this something that we should be, teaching through our our elders, and that kind of wisdom keeping, that's broken down totally in the West. And I think if we got back into some of those ways, that's going to really help our young people, because they'll have a clear sense of who they are, where they belong, and some very wise people to help them to navigate through some of these challenges of just learning to be an adult.
Which I guess, Dawn, is really, the Indigenous communities, they have all that, whereas we are so sort of spread out around the world and our area. My parents moved away from my grandparents, so I didn't have, and my grandmother was very intuitive, as was my mother. So I feel I missed out a little bit on that wisdom that I could have got from my grandparents, well, both grandmothers. So it's kind of but I don't know how you'd get that back though in society, because we're so kind of, we're moved around so much now. But I don't know, the internet maybe can come into play.
What does community look like? Does it have to be your your kind of ancestral line, or should we just be in community with each other, look out for each other, not be so isolated in our little castles, and this is I'm striving just for my family. I think the more that we can be helpful to each other, supportive of community, really kind of pulling together, that's going to shift things, I think, for us.
Yeah, definitely.
And how about changing religious education to spiritual education in schools? Yeah, that would shake things up a bit, wouldn't it? Dodgy subject.
And well, it's interesting you say that, David, because a lot of my client work over the years has been people on their spiritual path that come for therapy. And I even had people that have, when they first met me, have said, I don't want any of your spiritual stuff. I just want normal therapy, normal psychotherapy. And I'm like, well, I can't take those bits out because that's who I am. So I think it's almost like people like to categorize it almost. So it's but maybe it's the whole thing that it's an awakening rather than spirituality, whatever you want to call it.
But I also think it's about not teaching things as the truth. So there's there's a Christian religious framework, there's a Muslim religious framework, there's a Buddhist, I don't know if it's a religion, but a framework. And instead of teaching it, a framework, a philosophy, ways of being, so that you can come at that to a in a way that is right for you, rather than this is the truth and this is just the one way of being. I think we just have to be able to hold multiple truths and be okay with that. And at the very core of it is be a good person and do good things.
Well, that's, yeah. Did we ought to get into the religious debate? I mean, religion seems to me to be a set of writings that you are given, and then you decide whether to believe them or not. And then there's spirituality, which is kind of discovering things for yourself, or it should be. But there's a certain lot who have decided to take writings and tell people that this is spirituality, even though they're 2,000-year-old beliefs kind of thrown at them from people who had no idea about anything to do with frequencies and vibrations. And so they made up all sorts of weird and wonderful nonsenses to explain it. And they've been carried on as fairy tales and folklore and through the ages, and now they're taught as spirituality. And I kind of, it's more like they're being taught a religion. rather than a spirituality. So yeah, no, no, let's not go there.
You're probably wise.
Yeah. Hello, Sumo. Did you bring
Hi.
biscuits for all of us?
I'm just back. I've been to the Forest of Dean. I'm just opening my post extension lead. How's it been? There's not very many of you.
Oh, I saw you coming on.
I'll remember that.
I'm sure you will.
Where are they? Where have we been? What's happened?
Quite a few. We've had somebody in from South Africa.
Oh, so another flag then?
Yeah, another flag. Iceland.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
And what else was it? Nigeria this morning.
Oh, yeah. What did we learn from Nigeria? I couldn't hear that one in the car.
Well, he's a water dowser who's had a lot of information from Peter Taylor.
Oh.
Peter. So he's following his philosophy.
Is that Kenneth?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is he going to come on the on any little courses in mold?
I'd like to. I'd like to. But we're just talking. What we're talking about, David?
No, we just decided not to talk about religion.
We decided we'd not tackle that topic.
No.
Well, so I've just been at a family gathering and somebody said that they'd heard that Trump had said, oh, England, that's that Muslim state with a nuclear bomb. Doesn't quite fit for me, but
I mean, you don't have a nuclear bomb.
well, we do, don't we? But we're not a Muslim state.
Ah.
That's what he called us. But presumably Nick will take this out, I expect. This bit.
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Controversial.
A
bit controversial.
Exactly. So, any new techniques appeared that we've learned about today? No? What do you do, Jane? Oh, sorry, Dawn.
Sorry, what did you say, Sue?
What do you do?
What do I do? I'm Devon Dowsers, and I do their face. I'm their social media admin, so I do the photos and posts.
Oh yeah, I recognise you now. It's just not very well lit. Yeah.
No, I know. I'm in the dark here.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm a therapist, and I was saying earlier, I do Come Dows with Me, the YouTube channel that I do with Amanda Pete.
Yes, I've seen that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've probably seen me on social media in better light.
Yeah, better light. Okay. How long have you been on today?
I dropped in, I think, just after 7. So I've been here a while.
Okay, yeah.
But it's been really good, actually. It's had some interesting conversations, and yeah, David's given me some ideas, and yeah, it's interesting that the kind of just seeing things and dowsing differently and looking at it under a different lens.
Yeah. Well, it's taught me something. Don't try and do an international Zoom on a sheepish tablet. Because I could hear you when I stopped at the traffic lights, but just couldn't hear a thing once it got moving. No, obviously, before the motorway.
Well, actually, the people you're talking to weren't here this morning.
You were?
Oh, I was, yes. Yeah. I've been here since 9 o'clock, okay.
Well, what is there a prop holding you up?
Just about.
Piece of wood.
Well done, Richard. Well done.
Thank you.
You're resting on your rod.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah, so Sue was driving along with
some
everyone.
entertainment.
Yes. 20 miles an hour.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's stopping in September. I just had to do 20 miles an hour in Chepstow as well.
You're still in Wales.
Yeah. Don't I know it? I mean, Monmouthshire, you know, has a nice ring to it, but then 20 miles an hour.
You're lucky you're in miles. We're in clicks. And so 20 clicks, which some roads here are, is about 15 miles an hour.
You mean clicks are kilometers?
Yeah.
Oh, 15.
20 miles, pretty height for us.
Which gear is that? First gear?
The majority of people drive automatic.
Oh.
So it's not driving, it's pointing.
Yeah. Did you learn to drive in a real car?
Did.
You did, yeah. I think
And then when I came pass my test again.
You had to pass your test again, did you say?
Yeah, I had to take my test again here.
Oh. Because you switched to automatic?
No, it's just what they do to make sure the standard of driving is up to snuff. But we drive on the different side of the road here as well, so that did take some getting used to.
Yeah. I think it's more about whether the roundabouts and crossroads and things are different as well, isn't it? Because that can be confusing.
To give way as well, and then we have roundabouts have only just come to here, so nobody knows how to use a roundabout really. They're still in four-way stops, so you'll get people stopping on a roundabout to let you in, and sort of crazy shenanigans.
Yeah, there are some people who well, in this country they don't do everything the right way. You know, well, not you, but I don't know, it's recent years. But then there's that other thing where the lanes now, you have to flow with the lanes that are painted out for you around the roundabout. So you slowly move over, you get moved over. But I like the old method. You know where you're going, you just stay in the same position and then turn off when you get there.
We don't have those in our roundabouts yet. Let's not suggest it, otherwise there'll be chaos here.
And you're in, where do you live?
Vancouver Island, Canada.
Okay, so do they have roundabouts in America, do you think?
Yeah, I think they probably have, and they've had, roundabouts on the East Coast a lot longer. I think we're just slow to catch up on the island.
Oh, okay.
Because what they do is four-way stops. So you stop, and then there's a kind of a flow who stopped first, and everybody knows, and it works quite fine. You just go when it's your turn, and then they introduce roundabouts, which just totally blew everybody's mind.
After saying that she learned driving with roundabouts in Iceland. Are you in Iceland now, Brenda?
Can't see her.
No. It's in the chat. No, she's in Vancouver.
Maybe she can't have the video.
Say again, Dawn?
Brenda's in my neck of the woods.
Right.
So do you ever have the ethnic groups, original, what can I call them, different tribes maybe coming to talk to you about their dowsing methods?
So the indigenous peoples here, dowsing is really not part of their cultural practice.
No kind of divination or...
Well, they have their own, spirituality and their own culture and their own ways and being. But, let's not forget that colonization, which is very, it's not ancient history. The last residential school on the island closed in 1996. So we were still taking, children away from families up to then. The Indian Act is still in force. So colonization is still alive and well. But colonization is about taking culture and language away, and self-agency, just taking those away from people. So they're only just gathering that back up and learning their ways of being, and getting their elders teaching their language again, and their spirituality again, because it had been totally eradicated.
Okay.
But is their spirituality, or is it a type of religion? Oh no, we're not allowed to go there, are we?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting question, because of course colonization brought Christianity, and that was a big driving force of colonization. So there are indigenous peoples that have embraced Christianity and still practice Christianity, but their original culture was not Christian.
Yes, must be very confusing for everybody.
I just think it's incredibly sad, and I hope that we find a way to heal. And Brenda will be experiencing that as well, where she is too. Anywho, let's go on a lighter topic. Let's talk about something fun.
I'm afraid I have to depart and leave you the chat.
What are you doing?
I'm going to let the dog out.
Oh.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
So
okay.
thank you for your contribution.
Oh no, thank you, Richard. Always enjoy these. Oh, quick question before I go. When and where is the next conference? Do
we know?
Do we know?
21st and 22nd of September. And we're just about to finalise the venue. We're looking at Stratford-on-Avon, but it's ratified next week. It'll be confirmed, and then we'll send in an advert out with the ticket prices and everything like that.
Right. Okay, I shall love you and leave you all. Thank you very much for your company, and
bring some of your rods.
I'll have to make some more first.
Do you make hissing Sids?
Hissing Sids? No, he is going to be the only one ever.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. No, we've had a little chat, Hissing Sid and I, and he doesn't want to be replicated. But I've found all sorts of little copper and bronze figures that are just right, that I can use. Different things, from Aladdin's lamp to dragons to I'm still looking for the Enterprise, but I'm sure I'll find one eventually.
The SS Enterprise? Is that a thing? The ship?
I think
the ship.
the Star Trek Enterprise.
Yeah. It rings a bell. The Final Frontier.
Yeah, yes, that's the one.
Yeah.
No, I've had a couple of orders for that one already, but
Oh.
finding one that I can mount on a dowsing rod is proving challenging. But yeah, I'll get there. Anyway,
Okay. Bye.
bye now.
Have you had anyone from down under?
Not today.
Not yet.
No.
Do they know about it?
Yeah. Well, the chap from Melbourne was on the call on Thursday.
Thursday? Which call?
On the Zoom call last Thursday
Mm-hmm.
from Melbourne, so he knew about it.
Oh. Okay.
But it seems on each one, we get different people quite often.
Mm.
You know, it's the first time first time from Iceland and Nigeria, South Africa.
Oh, that's
yeah,
good.
other times we had people from Sweden.
Mm. Maybe he thought Peter Taylor would turn up.
May have.
If he's modelled his work on Peter Taylor's.
Dominic was the guy, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, thank you, Brenna. Yeah, but he said he hadn't been to many calls or even looked at YouTube videos because he's been undergoing chemo, so it could be why he's not here today.
Mm.
But he has an interesting story. Very interesting guy.
Mm.
Because on the 24-hour call we did once, he took over at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I remember. Mm.
And he was the only one on the call all night.
Mm.
Lonely.
Yeah, yeah. But he was singing to his cats a Dowsing song, you know. I won't repeat that. Yeah, lovely guy.
Well, I'm going to jump off the call. It's, I don't know what is it. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So
I was just going to say, what kind of dowsing do you do, Dawn, that I haven't heard of yet? I was going to say, do you do archaeology?
No, I am a house healer predominantly, but I do a lot of work with paranormal work and health dowsing, clearing land and space for a more harmonious environment for people. And I do a lot of teaching as well.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
So that is me.
Yes.
The CE5.
Yes, I do have a CE5 group, so we do go out, do a bit of UFO watching as well. I've had interesting experiences. It's been pretty cool. But next time I go to Arizona, we tend to go twice a year in the winter. I want to go out and do a bit of UFO watching there because it's a hot spot.
Do you do that in the day or the night?
In the night, predominantly.
Mm.
Because we get to see the night sky.
Sue's done some of that.
I know. Brenda's asking what CE5. It is a protocol that Dr. Stephen Greer put together for a human-initiated peaceful contact for aliens. And there's kind of a bit of a process that he has put together that just kind of invites, any passing ships to come and interact. It's cool. lots of fun. Anywho, I am going to go. I've got people coming a little bit later, so I'll finish my tidy.
Okay, see you next week.
Bye.
Bye.
See you. Bye.
Yeah, Brenda, I think Dawn, what Brenda's saying is they wouldn't do it in Vancouver because of light pollution. But I think Dawn goes out into the woods with her friends for this kind of stuff. So it's a lot darker there.
Dawn lives in the woods.
No, does she? Oh, yeah.
So is there anything else happening in Devon, Jane? Oh, you've got this.
Yeah. Is there anything else happening, Devon? And there we have a little bit of, we quietened down a little bit for because of just having D-Fest. So we had a meeting, a field trip with Tamar Dowsers to the Hurlers, which was nice, in the cheese ring. And then we've got a Dowsing walk next month coming up. So yeah, it's good.
Where's the walk that's coming up next month?
The walk that's coming up is along the River Dart up to, I think it's or some, I can't remember. Trevor sent an email out today. I can't remember where it was. I'm pretty sure it's our next walk, Yartor. I knew it began with a Y.
Is there an ancient stone crossing on the Dart? Where it's Neolithic or something, really, really ancient. And what's the word for it? There's just big lumps of stone.
Yeah, like they're called clapper bridges, I think.
Oh,
but
right.
they're like clapper bridges. So they're like big lumps of stone of crossings. Yeah, I think there's quite a few. I think I'm just reading if it's on the flyer. I'm sure Alan wrote about the Clapper Bridge. Just seeing. Yeah, we'll pass Clapper Bridges and stepping stones. So yeah. Jane, did you go out with Callum or the archaeologist? I need to read. Did you go out with Callum or the archaeologist? I was reading one of the DD. Oh, there's an archaeologist. I can't remember his name. Don Bryan. That we last year we went up to we went to Tintagel because it was like we were celebrating an anniversary. So we did Tintagel and we did Glastonbury and Blackberry camp with him, and we've also done the other Blackberry camp that's in Devon. So there's two Blackberry camps. Cadbury Castle, isn't there, as well? Yeah, so it's Cadbury Castle we did, just outside Glastonbury, and then we did Blackberry camp, that's in Devon, with an archaeologist. So that's been really interesting. So
what date is the Blackberry camp, or both of them?
No, that was all last year's stuff that we've done. Yeah, I kind of think if we've got anything, I know we've got this next walk coming, and then I don't know what other walks we've got coming up after that. So
no, I mean, what date was Blackberry camp?
Oh, Blackberry camp. The Blackberry camp one was, I think it might have been the year before last. Now I'm trying to think, because I went to Blackberry camp on Beltane, because originally we were going to do it, but the bluebells were out, so it must have been after that. So yeah, it was the year before we did Blackberry camp.
Is it Neolithic?
There's lots of stuff going on up there. There's there. I'm trying to think now what's up there because it's really wooded. There's still an embankment, but there's some what would have probably been used as sort of Roman. There's some Roman remains up there and things where there's where they've had like a chart room type thing or an operations room. We got Dows, but also there's some really beautiful trees there. And so it's kind of maybe a sort of an old ancient grove. So we've got there being a lot of ceremony up there long before. The energies are really interesting up that way because that's the back of Sidmouth. So, but the one we did with Don last year when we went to Cadbury Castle outside when we did Glastonbury, we actually he asked us to douse where the two churches were that were up on the top of the hill, and yeah, we flagged them out, and we're pretty close. So it's good. I think that's the nice thing, you know, when you go out with an archaeologist that is a dowser as well, but has already who knows.
Very
who
useful.
knows. So yeah, it's been I think it's always interesting what we find when we go out. It's
oh, well, one day go to another one. I did get a lot out of D-Fest.
Yeah, I think there's something really special about D-Fest. I think it's just the whole community and doing dowsing and being amongst all those people. So it's just yeah.
Gwyn was going to do a labyrinth day.
Yeah, he did that a couple of he did the labyrinth the same day we went. Some of us went down to be with Tamar. It was on the same day because of the tides. And it was atrocious weather we both had, but we all donned our wet weather gear and sort of stuck it out on Bodmin Moor. And I think they stayed until just after lunchtime doing their labyrinths before they had to go in because of the wet weather. But that always proves popular. Gwyn tends to do that most years.
Yeah.
So yeah, Dawlish is a really good beach for us to do the labyrinths on because it's nice and flat and it's between the groins. So yeah, it's always good. So you can do really big ones.
Yeah. We're actually going to. I've booked a picture at the Gower Agricultural Show in August, and just got a table. You know, I have a table with some pendulums, some rods, a couple of books, and that. Yeah. But and also, I haven't told you yet, Sue. You know, Nikki wanted to do a labyrinth there. She said she would draw out a labyrinth.
I think I was there when she proposed it.
Well, I've contacted them and they're happy to do it.
Because the thing is, it'll be visible for all the passers-by. I think it'd be interesting to bring them in.
Yeah, I suppose.
To our demonstration, yeah.
So we're lucky there.
Yeah, when we do the labyrinths on the beach, anyone that's on the beach, they're like drawn to them and they want to come and walk them. Or there was one guy, I think a couple of years ago, and I was down there and we'd done the labyrinths and I was taking photographs. He came and he wanted to run into the labyrinth and run out. It had so much energy in it. Yeah, it was just really nice to witness, and he'd never done it before. He didn't know anything about them or anything, so yeah, he just thought it was really good. So it does bring people in.
Do they take their shoes and socks when they go in?
Some people do. It depends. And we did over in East Devon, there's a labyrinth above. I think it might be. I can't remember where it is. It's just off the cliff. Name completely escapes me. There's a labyrinth that's built into the headland there, and so a lot of people took their shoes and socks off then to walk that one because it's on grass. And the ones on the beach, and then in when we were in lockdown, we did do a make your own labyrinth. So people were doing them in their back gardens and sending photographs in. So I did mine on a sheet and then put it on the patio. So I sort of drew it out. But yeah, people were doing finger labyrinths and all sorts there. So it's really it's a really nice thing to do. So yeah, if you're going to do that at a show, I think that will bring people in.
We won't ask them to take their shoes and socks off though, because it's a working field.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
You
but
know.
some people might do it anyway. They might choose to do that.
Might choose to.
Yeah.
So on the beach, did you do the classic style, classic 5, for example?
Oh, they do. They've done all sorts of. They've done They've done 7 9s. I think they did. Someone did a 12. Sometimes they do heart-shaped ones, so they're not always the classic kind of labyrinth shape. If you've got a classic shape, we've had heart-shaped ones. We've had kind of square ones or like sort of rectangular ones. So yeah.
Same principle though, with going in and coming out several times.
Same principle. So you've got the seed pattern, and then you just draw it whatever shape you want to once you've got your seed pattern.
Okay.
I'm not an expert on labyrinths.
So what does Nikki propose that we make it with?
Well, with paint, like Graham Gardner did.
My chalk paint, because I said I've got a bottle. Is that it actually doesn't last very long. It only lasts for a few markers when you're on a job. It's surprising. Don't know if anyone else has got a better supply.
I'll have to buy some.
Yeah, I got it from the range. Should I say that on here? Advertising.
Other stores are available.
Well, I hope they are, because it's a tiny bottle and it uses up so quickly. I needed some today, actually, because at my cousin's house, where I just went to in the Forest of Dean, they wanted me to identify the course of the mains pipe. And it turns out that she also wants to know why there's lots of flies. So I'm going back. So there we are. It's a long way. And we were looking out for the wild boar as well.
Yeah, there's quite a few wild boar. Because I used to live in Ledbury, so we used to go down to the Forest of Dean sometimes. Yeah, and I was always, when I was walking with the dog, I was always a little anxious about coming face to face with the wild boar, because there were quite a few when we lived there.
In Ledbury? Really?
That there were quite a few sightings.
You went down, yeah.
No, in the Forest of Dean. When we used to come down, we used to come down to the Forest of Dean.
Yeah, it's quite near, I suppose. Oh, so what would your dog do if he or she encountered a wild boar?
Well, I think it's more what the wild boar would do, I think, because they tend to attack if they've got little ones.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there was, I remember a long time ago in the paper, I think there was a cyclist or someone that was in the Forest of Dean, and sort of a wild boar chased them or did something. So I remember it was kind of, that's the thing that frightened me. I was thinking, oh gosh, I don't want to come face to face with one of those, because they'd be quite, they're quite big, aren't they?
Well, I know they're fast. I've seen videos of them fast. Some of them are big.
Yeah, I think the boars are probably big, aren't they?
Yeah, I haven't seen them close up.
No.
Oh, we were lucky then. They'll probably end up at the butcher's, some of them.
Boar sausages.
Or sausages, or maybe cat food.
I guess is there quite a big population of them there now? Because
all the people in the village get together and they go on little hunting trips.
Right.
Serious comment about the butcher. He's one of the ones that goes hunting.
Wow.
But yeah, and they come out of the forest a bit.
Yeah.
I thought you said a boat. No, a ball. They want to find a ball. They want to find a ball. Find a ball. I don't know what. Say more, Brenda. There's also the boar, which comes up the River Severn, which is an interesting thing because I don't know how long the wild boar have been in the Forest of Dean. Is that a historic thing?
I don't know actually. Maybe we'll have to dowse to find out.
Oh, your family wild boar. That's a boar. Your family wild boar. Your family wild boar. Oh yeah, they could have their own, maybe. I don't think they want one. They've got a dog. But what I mean is, it's not a bit of wood. There's a field that they can look out of their kitchen window and see them in.
Yes, so they're coming out of the forest.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they go to different places, different days. They're not creatures of habit. They wanted to see a wild boar. Okay, a wild boar, something. Yeah, they have a look. See if they can see one. In fact, I did show them you could dowse for them, possibly, but it's difficult dowsing for an animal, obviously, because they're moving. They would be moving. Have you dowsed people? Oh, Jane's talking.
Sorry, my husband was just reminding me what time it was. I'm sorry, have I dowsed?
Have you dowsed for something moving, like a lost animal, for example, or a lost person?
No, I'm not very good at finding lost things. I struggle to find lost things. I've tried dowsing for a bracelet that I lost.
Was that at home? At home or out?
I don't know whether I lost it at home or out, but it's never materialized. So I know there are people that are really good at dowsing for lost objects, but I'm definitely not one of those. I'm more confined for hidden energy lines, but not hidden objects that maybe doesn't want to be found. It's had its use.
The reason I'm asking is because if you are looking for it at home, you're probably aware you're crossing your other energy traces. So you can't, it's very hard to find it because there's such a network of where you've been with your bracelet. But if you douse something out, it's much easier. Well, it's easier, not much easier.
Yeah, because you're dowsing, although there'll be other energy traces, but you're dowsing your energy traces, but it won't be as many, hopefully, where you've been.
The physical location being removed helps, I think, on the magnetic level.
Right.
The fact that it's geographically separate, and I can example this by he knows I'm going to say it. I found the President's Stone at Pennard Castle, for example, which we all took pictures of each other holding our object, and his was a unique stone with very strange holes in it. And I dowsed, first of all, where it had been, and then I dowsed the path down to just above the surface, tucked into the wall and hidden, and I dowsed that a mother had given it to her 3-year-old, I think it was a boy, and then when he finished playing with it, he tucked it in the wall. and I did it in the pouring rain, and I said I'm staying here till I find it.
Wow. That's dedication.
Eventually, that's where I found out about, you know, obviously a wall is nothing because the energy goes through a wall. You know, you learn most by your own endeavors.
Yes.
So it's a weird concept because things like looking for an object at home, you can't say, oh, is it in the kitchen? Because there's no such thing. It's not a separate space. It's all one area.
It's a bit like
use distance. That's all you've got, and direction.
It's a bit like we just talked about geocaching.
Mm-hmm.
Hiding something, you know, in a.
Don't know about that. Tell us about it.
Well, it's just what you've done. You hide something.
It's already hidden by someone else.
Yeah, but don't they have a code for where to find it though?
Yes, yeah, it's like is it ordnance? Sorry, it's like
Do they have a grid reference maybe?
Yeah. Like maybe like what 3 words kind of thing, thing, I guess. I don't know. I've never done geocaching, but I guess then you could ask the rod to take you there directionally.
That's what you did.
That's how I'd approach it.
That's what Sue did.
Yeah, that's what I did. After I asked the spirit of place. But with Duke, with the what 3 words, it's a few feet, isn't it? It's very precise. It's the most precise measurement of position. And it wouldn't have helped because the stone had been moved during its experience at the castle. And plus he eventually said it's at Penard Castle. Well, it slipped out at a meeting, I think. Because first of all, we found that the whole of the Gower was too much for this exercise. So we narrowed it down a bit. But yeah, well, with the way, yeah, first of all, you start off directionally wherever you are. It doesn't matter. I mean, you could start off on the other side of the peninsula. It doesn't matter. It's just that it's hard because you don't have the option to go in a straight line. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And every time you have to maintain focus, you have to come back to connect, you know, to that point, that search point, your object you're looking for. So you have to be so persistent. It's quite military, really, and scientific.
So would you map dowse first, Sue? Or
oh yeah, I've had some quite good map dowsings as well. For that, yeah, I did get. I have to say, I got a general idea from map dowsing that one first. And I also have a thing which is I don't use now actually, but it's a cross with north, south, east, and west. And I used to send my attention into the point and stand on that point. Which quadrant is it in? Out from here. It's just a different approach because I find circles are so powerful for me. But then it's much easier just with a rod. And you can obviously do it deviceless, but for me that takes a long time. And I was getting quite wet. But it's funny because when we were all quite beginnerish and somebody said, oh, you can't douse in the rain. But you can.
yeah, you can definitely douse in the rain and the wind as well.
And the wind, yeah. Do you use a rod or rods?
I use both. I tend to use rods, but I also intuitively douse as well. So I pick up I burp a lot, usually when I'm on an energy line. That's my normal signal. But yeah, I've got different rods for if it's really windy. I've got some quite heavy rods, so they don't I've been on top of Windmill Hill at the back of Avebury in a storm, and didn't realise I was standing on a node point of Michael and Mary, but the rod wasn't moving with the wind, it was moving with the energy that was up there. So
good.
Yeah. And then I tend to use pendulum, many pendulums, and just I don't have a specific one. The only thing I probably have specific for map dowsing is one with a point on, because I find it easier to
yeah, that's true.
If it's got quite a thin point, it's easier to map dowse.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I only use one with the point on maps, that's true. But I also use a rod on maps. So it depends what I'm doing.
It depends what I've got to hand, I guess. It's whatever's around.
And you know, I like to say, I said this in my last workshop, that there are explorer dowsers and then ruler dowser when talking about map dowsing, because some people, they don't just follow the, you know, you have to have a line this way and dowse up the line going that way and then dowse that way. It just doesn't suit everybody. And you might be drawn to an area, and you know, you can feel that tug, can't you? So
yeah, I tend to run my finger like across the map, and as soon as I get a yes signal, I put across there, and my finger can kind of, I don't have to go in sort of regimented with a ruler or anything. It's quite intuitive. And then I go out in the field and see if it matches.
yeah, and I mean, when I think of my results, it's not been, I've never had a good result from the ruler method, actually, thinking about it. So definitely people have to find what works for them.
Yeah.
I made a map once because we were helping Peter Taylor find water in Jordan, and at the time I wasn't yet able to use Google.Earth, which is brilliant for tracking. Do you use it?
I have done used it if I want to look at a certain place, like for Google Maps.
Yeah, you mean Google Satellite?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, because on Google Earth you can show a route and a survey and lots of things. It's really good. So basically, what am I saying? There's no end to you know, it could be really complicated, lots of different, from when I was doing it, trails, pollution, ways the pollution was flowing. What was I saying before that about using Google?
You made your own map.
Oh yeah, I had to make my own map because I really felt that I had to get on it and be physical, and I didn't have a map with a big map with Jordan. I didn't want to just print lots of sheets and stick them together, so I got an old tablecloth and measured out, drew out the map, and then walked across it dowsing and found the route.
Wow.
But I couldn't do the depth. Because, you know, it was more physical than a map in a way, but I still couldn't do the depth. I personally have to be on site to do the depth. I don't know about other people. No.
Yeah, I'm yeah, I don't really, I guess I don't really, I have gone for depth, but I don't know how accurate I am, because it's like I have a job imagining, like with water, if you're trying to work out how many liters or gallons, or I'm like trying to imagine the quantity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whether how accurate, I wouldn't trust myself to put a borehole if I was doing water dowsing for the depth, because I don't know. I don't know if how accurate it would be. I'd probably want someone to check me, actually, I think, with that one.
Yeah. Well, with the depth, you can double check yourself by doing the standing on top bishop's rule and also the walking away. So the stamping one and then the walking away bishop's rule. That's good. But for the capacity, then you can, this I think will help you if you visualize those agricultural meter metric ton white container. They usually look white, like big tubs, big boxes that you see on trailers. Visualize one of them emptying.
Okay, yeah, I never thought of that.
And if you like, you could, I don't know, have something that you do while it's emptying to help you focus better on it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because yeah, does Janet do that? Do you do water dowsing?
I don't do water dowsing. I don't do map dowsing because I'm absolutely crap at it. No two dowsers are the same. So
yeah.
Sorry, I've gone down the healing route. I wanted to go down the archaeology route. I got sent down the healing route. I've now gone in a circle and I'm back at earth energies, earth healing. So I'll just sit quietly and listen.
Yeah, I've never been to be up with water. Everyone always says, yeah, but when you're chasing earth energies and dragon lines and things, there's water there. But the water's never been the pull for me. It's been the earth energy that's the pull for me. And that, so when someone says, oh, douse water, sometimes I physically can't douse water because it's almost like a bit of a belief there. It's like, it doesn't make me tick. I think that's the thing. It's the I'm kind of with you, Janet, on the earth energy healing.
That's interesting because obviously lay people, they think we're dowsing the water, but we're not. We're dowsing the energy with the water. But so you're saying that you're only drawn to the earth energy, not the water energy.
Yeah. And yet when I do kind of shamanic work and I'm working in medicine, I'm often drawn to water, which is emotions, and there is water, and I get that there's earth energy lines and there's water lines, and the water lines give off, but that's not what makes me tick. It's chasing dragon lines. The big, I like to work with the big earth energy lines.
Oh, well, you would have liked where we went. I went with a group to the White Horse in Oxfordshire.
Oh, bloody hell. Sorry, I was going to go there tomorrow. I was supposed to be up in Avebury, but because of this sore throat and I've had a grotty cold, I wasn't able to go. Sorry, carry on.
And there is there's just some interesting things going on there, definitely. With the Michael and Mary line crossing and links, because there's also 7 barrows a bit further over, which also link. Oh, I can't remember. I'll have to look at my notes. It's a while ago. But
yeah, no, I wanted to go to the Dragon Hill at and I felt like I needed to do some earth healing there. I think I'm gonna have to go there again.
We did wonder whether the horse was meant to be a dragon, actually, but does look it's quite horsey. But yeah, as in dragon energy line. Parking is quite far down the hill. If you're going with someone who can't walk very well. Probably quite windy. I don't know what kind of weather have you got today?
And wet.
Yeah, and windy. So perhaps it's a good thing, Janet.
I don't know, but if I hadn't, because I haven't got there, I'm here now. So and I heard some interesting things this afternoon. So can you hear me okay? Oh, okay, because my voice isn't right. Richard, do
Yes.
you know where what's it called? The thing in October, the conference. Do you know where we're going to have it yet?
Yeah, it's probably, we're going to ratify it early next week. It's probably going to be Stratford-on-Avon
Ah, right. Different.
on the 21st, 22nd of September.
Yeah. Look at me, Root. I'll wait until you say, but I'll start looking at the Airbnb, which is what I'm thinking about. Something they were saying this afternoon about oh, what was it? Somebody hid something and they were all trying to look at it. I was just wondering if at the conference you might think of hiding half a dozen things and sending people out to look at them, to
We're
look
thinking
for
of
them.
doing something like that.
Yeah.
Because we probably may just have one speaker instead of two speakers in the morning. That gives us a bit of more time.
Yeah.
Something, you know, we could call it Strictly Come Down Dowsing or
Yeah.
Speed Dowsing.
And something else you could do is ask people if they've got a question that they'd like everybody to answer, either at the conference or before the conference via Dowsing, and see what answer they get.
Yes.
I think they were talking about that this afternoon as well. Not that I've got anything, but I thought other people might think, oh yeah, see what they come up with. Is their answer the same as mine?
Oh yeah, and you know those suggestion boxes to save people kind of taking over when you've got the day planned. You could have a suggestion box to bring up issues, and then I mean, you know, dowsing
issues,
ideas. I mean, I don't want to say issues.
Yeah.
What you're saying, Jane, about the hiding the bottles of water for the rangers. I went on the workshop, Christopher Strong workshop, and he did the same, but he had a bottle of wine. He had two bottles of wine. He hid, and one was there, like for you to see what the sister bottle was. And so, just before lunch, he said, "Right, go and have a look for it." And the venue was in a pub. We're in the lounge of a pub, or the dining room of a pub, in a hotel. So it could have been inside or outside. So people were all over, dowsing all over. And someone said, "I think he's put protection on it." And nobody found it. We came back and he said, "You won't find it. I put protection on it." We had lunch. He said, "Right, I've taken the protection off." And we went outside, and my rod turned towards a car, and I was walking towards this car, and a lady was coming the other side, and that's where she found it. It was at the wheel, by the wheel of his car.
Oh.
But with his mind, he put protection on it, and nobody could find it.
Did he put protection on it that stopped members of the public seeing it as well?
Yeah.
As divers.
Was that Chris Strong?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I went on that course as well. Not that one, but another year. But yeah.
It was, I think 2018, the year before he passed away.
Blimey.
It's in the Cotswolds somewhere.
That was the Gateway Hotel, Burford.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I was brought up just down the road, so
right.
Yeah.
That was a good idea.
It's because when something's tangible, that someone can go and look for. I know when I've run workshops at wellbeing shows, I often have cups, and I use an apple and a non-organic apple and an apple, and I call the cups A and B, and just get people to douse which apple's organic. And it's amazing the result. And people get really excited when they've just learned to douse that they've found the right one. And even if they don't find the right one, it's okay, because I say, well, I don't know if it's definitely organic. It's only what Tesco's say that it's organic. So, you know, it's that interpretation as to what someone perceives as being organic. But it's I think it's always interesting when you've got a target to actually that someone's gone and hidden, basically, because I just think when you do find it, or even if you get quite close to it, but I've often found with a bottle of water when I've done it, where I've gone into the room and I've placed my bag down with the bottle, and it's going back to what you said, Sue. It's about that pattern, the energetic pattern. Someone will be dowsing and they'll go to where I'd put my bag down and they'll say, well, the water must be here, and they're looking around and I'm going, well, no, that's because I've actually it was.
Yeah.
So it's like the echo, if you like. I kind of refer to it as kind of like almost like echo dowsing. But it's interesting, I think, when you've got a group of people and they're all dowsing a similar target, just to see what comes up.
Well, last Sunday we had the Swansea group. We had 2 gas cylinders, you know, the little camping gas cylinders. One was just about empty, and one was full. So they were just in front of everybody. So they all got it, didn't they? They all got the full one. Then we had 2 torches, exactly the same. One had batteries in, and one didn't. I think 3 out of 5 got the full one. Some missed it. Then you turn the torch on, and the ones who got it are great, happy. And the other one was which battery was flat and which battery was full. Torch battery. Torch battery. So that was just a little task. But we've done things like which bag has got the wet towel in and which bag has got the dry towel in.
Well, that's only because I have been known to douse out the window to ask the percentage of wetness of different items of washing on the line. And it definitely works. But you obviously have to focus and connect with each one, because you have to maintain your focus all the time. But it's surprising. It's always surprising, isn't it? Every time something works.
I've never thought of doing that for the washing. I douse everything else, but I've never thought of dowsing the washing. I'll douse how long to poach an egg for, or how long does something need? How long does the chicken need or a cake need? But I've never thought about dowsing. Is my washing at optimum ironing temperature? Dryness.
I lost my stove thermometer one day, so I just used my dowsing rod to work out the temperature. It worked. Because you can tell, really, if it wasn't way too hot, and it was thriving, it wasn't too low, but it's just reassuring. So I think anyway. Which is funny, because why do we have thermometers, really? In an ideal world, we wouldn't need thermometers. Even things like temperature, anything which is a matter of degrees, levels from 0 up, because that rods are so good for counting.
Yeah.
So useful.
Brenda said, reference to the wine bottle, invisibility.
Just read it.
Yeah. Gary Bassett said during the BSD Thursday that she asked to be invisible when she was dowsing at Delphi, Greece. She said no one paid her any mind. She was invisible to them.
It's funny that, because people never see me when I use it. I've got a short one because it's just you're just doing it. It's just part of the people doing things. I don't think, because you're not bringing attention to yourself, even though you got a stick sticking out. Or I think with the pendulum, I don't know, because I use my rod more. But
I say people don't take notice of me in the supermarket
when
when I'm dowsing my wine bottles, dowsing my cauliflowers. They don't bat an eyelid. But also, I find when I'm dowsing in a more busy place, if you like, suddenly I'll turn around and there'll be no one there, and it's like, where's everybody gone? It's like they just disappear. So yeah, especially in sort of on a sacred site or something, it can be really busy. And then I turn round and I may get like half an hour completely to myself to do whatever I need to dowsing wise and not see anybody.
Yeah, I think in a supermarket they're just focused on what they need to get next because the pressure is on, isn't it? Don't forget anything in a supermarket and choose the best deal, or what did so and so want, But yeah, that sacred place. I don't know. I don't think about them. I feel, well, yeah, maybe it does show up more in a place like that. But it's like you're not drawing attention, are you? Just getting on with it. So it doesn't look important. Unless, they're nosy. Well, Sunday afternooners, then they may come and, say, what are you doing?
Well, the first time I ever saw anybody dowsing was at the chapel up in Scotland. What's it called?
Roslyn Chapel.
Roslyn Chapel, that's it. Roslyn Chapel. I've been here too long. Yeah, Roslyn Chapel, and I listened to the talk for about 20 minutes, and then after that, you could walk around the looking at all the artifacts, and so there's a lady stood there with something in her hand, turning around, spinning round. I said, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" She said, "I'm dowsing for ley line." She said it would have been stronger in the crypt because it was closed. She couldn't go down there. So that's the first time I ever saw anybody dowsing, and it really freaked me out a little bit, because it was something strange. Never seen it before. Little did I know at that time where I'd end up.
Did she say what a ley line was?
No.
Because that's the interesting.
Kind of guessed, anyway.
Kind
of guessed.
But it goes a bit in circles, doesn't it? But anyway, let's not go there.
I noticed.
Yeah.
I'm going to go now because it's way past my bedtime and I need to sort of make sure the dog's gone to bed. But thank you so much. It's been great. It's been great connecting.
Yeah, it's great.
No, it's good.
Get some people in Australia to come on. New Zealand. Wave your wands.
How often do you do these ones?
About 4 a year.
Okay.
So I guess I'll do one early autumn.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's fairly quiet today. It could be that people, school holidays started. I thought it was next weekend, and I wanted to get it before next weekend, so perhaps I should have done it before, but it's just been too busy.
Yeah, and I can get Trevor to email all our members as well, and we can do more promoting out on Facebook and things as well. So
yeah, well, that's the idea as an affiliated group to the BSD. You can circulate the the newsletters far and wide as you can.
Yeah, no, we can do that. We can spread the word because we have got quite a few followers on Facebook, so so hopefully, and they are worldwide, so we'll just keep doing some regular posts and things and share it to raise the visibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and good night.
Night.
Yeah, just over an hour to go.
Oh, yeah. Were you on earlier, Janet?
I was, yeah. It was really interesting. Oh, Hang on.
What did I miss? Because I've been at a family gathering.
Well, it's recorded, Sue, so you can watch it from the beginning.
I know, but I'm making material. Janet talks about it. It's pretty good for the flow. Yeah. If you talk about it, then engender interest for people watching this bit. They might not watch it all the way through.
Yeah.
I've got my bike's away. I'm getting a front carrier put on it at the moment.
Oh, what?
Front carrier rack.
Oh, I've actually had mine put together.
Mm.
I took it up to Glastonbury last weekend and somebody did that.
Mm.
So it's just a case of once this is gone, I feel up to it. I'll be out on my bike.
Mm.
But I was impressed. Electric, it does sort of shoot along.
Mm. It's
No.
right. So a running conversation.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, this is mine. Not. It's not E. It's just pedal or don't. But pedal will be damned. But I had to get it because my other bike died. Hello, Isabel. My other bike died during COVID, you see. So I just had to get one in Decathlon. It wasn't up to scratch. But it hasn't got front points. But she's either changing the fork or making points with by some clever method.
What do you mean points?
Points to take the
the basket
for the carrier rack. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I have plenty of bags that hang down. I've got some that are 40 years old.
Brenda is saying a library time because Brenda's in the library.
Oh,
Yeah.
which library?
Well, in Vancouver.
Oh, hello, Isabel.
So
Hello
she's
there.
go. Time expires in 6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Oh, bye, Brenda. So is that why you're not? I suppose that's why we can't see you, maybe.
Yes.
Oh, well done finding the library to do this.
Never mind, I can
That's where
see.
we started. That's where we started, wasn't it? In the library.
Yeah.
Started the Dowsing group in the library. More. 4 minutes. Okay.
Had problems. Oh, Isabel's gone.
I'm still here.
She's still here. So I'd like to know if Brenda dowses, but if she's just going now, then. I wonder if some people don't actually have. Yeah. Okay.
There's the next time, Sue.
Okay. Okay. So.
So Isabel, where are you from?
Australia.
Oh, brilliant.
Good morning.
Excellent.
I've been a dowser for the last 50 years.
Which area of Australia?
In New South Wales, Sydney.
Mostly devices.
Mostly devices. Oh, okay, good. Have you been to Moss Vale?
No, I haven't.
Sorry, Brenda's saying that she douses sort of.
Mostly deviceless.
Oh yeah, mostly devices. Yeah. So Isabel, are you with the Dowsing group?
Yes, New South Wales Dowsing Society. Yeah. I douse mostly for health, but also land energies.
What time is it over there?
It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, blimey.
You're saying you're the first one from Australia on the call today. Lovely.
wow.
PDT. Yeah, see you next time, Brenda.
So what type of dowsing do you specialize in?
Who are you asking? We're all different.
You start.
Oh, it's a long list. I mean, maybe every time I'm in a new situation, at least, then I find a different use for it, which follows on to that particular quest. For example, today I was at a family gathering most of the day, so I couldn't attend like I normally do. And so they have wild boar. So it was light because none of them dows, you see, so you can make them interested. Oh, so first of all, I had to show my cousin that I could find with my plate where his titanium rod was inside his leg. And then what else did I showed them where the wild boar were. I gave a pair of rods to my cousin whose house it was and said, you can try finding the wild boar with these rods. I helped them today find the water going around their property. But it's so many things, a lot of practical dowsing, I suppose you'd call it. And but there's a lot of subtlety which is coming in more and more, and a bit of healing, a little bit of healing.
So many ways you can use.
Yeah, finding objects, finding things on maps.
Yeah. Do you talk to your plants?
Do I talk to who?
Your plants?
Yes, yeah, that's that. Best position, where would you like to go? What do you need?
I hadn't thought of that.
One really wanted some what's the word? The enhancer that you give them before they're going to come into fruit.
Fertilizer.
He wanted some fertilizer.
We had a friend in Queensland that we went to visit who was worried about his lemon tree. So by the time we talked to it and replanted it and fed it, he loved it so much he gave it a name and used to go out and talk to it every day.
But it's quite hard for you there. It's very arid in New South Wales, Sydney.
It's not that bad. More than the territory is arid.
Okay.
We're on the coast here.
Do you ever go to Perth? It's a while away.
I have a friend that lived in Perth. I did visit her once.
Oh. I don't family that lives there.
Yeah.
So have you could you locate water as well? Or just healing? I mean, not just, but mainly healing energies.
I started off by looking for things. And my husband and I went to Queensland, and one of those places where you could dig for gemstones and things like that. And I used the pendulum to find things. They call them thunder eggs. They used to be like a stone egg with crystals in the middle. So pendulum to find them, and we dig them up, and the fellow in charge there was astounded at how many we had, because he couldn't believe people would find that many. So you can use it to find things as well as use it to change energies. I use it a lot for healing now.
So it was a strict use of the crystal as like a witness. So did you find the crystal which was in the egg only? Or did you find other crystals?
No, I asked for the thunder eggs. That's what I was asking for.
Oh, right, I see. Okay. Because I think that I'm probably someone who needs a witness to find metal underground. Although I did find the titanium in my cousin's leg today, but I've never tried that before, so who knows?
I think once you have it in your mind what you want, it works just as well.
Possibly.
Then I started using it for healing and body energies, and I became a kinesiologist, and I was working with clients. I had my own practice for a while, and I used the pendulum in that as well.
Do you douse for your eating? Presume you do if you're.
I've actually been teaching my family to do the sway test before they eat anything, which is very helpful, I think.
And it's good because you also learn with some things, you've already dowsed for it, but with others they might change. And then
That's
if you pick wild fruit, you should douse it.
Of course. I think that's what the monks used to do in ancient times. When they went out to places, they used to douse before they ate unknown fruits and vegetables.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a very ancient art, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, we were told, we had a talk about it, that the Berbers in North Africa brought it up through Spain. That's how but who knows? Who really knows?
No, that's
something, there would be no trace of it. Before writing and drawing, there'll be no trace of it.
And years ago, it was looked on as a type of witchcraft. I know years ago, if I took a pendulum into a shop to check on cosmetics and things, people would be crossing their fingers and walking away from me. Nowadays, they come running and ask me to do it for them. So it's changed a lot now.
Well, we were talking about this just now, and I personally don't think people see me in a shop when I do it. But when you're out and about, I think because they're focused on their shopping list, maybe a lot.
Yeah, well, now I do mostly the sway test anyway, so people don't notice.
So, I know what you mean. You mean yes is you have a sign for yes. For me, it's lean forward, and no is back.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very useful, that one.
Absolutely. And it's easy to learn.
And it's surprising, isn't it, that it's always there. When you ask for it, it's there. And you think, oh, it's not as confirmatory. It's not as comfortable for some reason as having a stick that goes like that. But when you just believe in it, it does it. You're just confident.
It doesn't give you degrees. Huh?
Well, it does, but you have to count through.
Yeah, that's right, which is a bit long-winded. So,
well, still, if you don't want to use a visible tool, then it's still worth it. I have used it for degrees, actually.
Yeah.
But that's the thing with devices. It all takes longer, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
No. I miss that, but I do things deviceless. To me, it doesn't seem to take any longer.
Oh, it's interesting.
But I've just
when you yes and no sorry, when you only get a yes and no answer, you want to ask degrees of something, it takes a while.
Well, yeah.
Well, you can also do it one hand or the other hand, for example, and that takes a long time because I have used that. I used that in COVID. I don't know why. I just didn't try the swaying method before COVID. And I before COVID, I couldn't do it deviceless either, but
and you can send energy with your pendulum too for healing.
You can what energy?
You can send healing energy with your pendulum.
Oh yeah, definitely. And you can also charge your food, for example, or your drink.
Yeah.
You can.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Carry on.
No, go on.
Well, I was going to say, you obviously you can charge crystals, for example, but I actually have stopped doing that. So I remember that I used to do that. It's just interesting. But do you use color in healing?
Yes, I ask, but especially if people have attachments, I check the aura colors. And yeah.
So do you have any props, or is it all in impressions, or
Just with the pendulum and
okay.
various charts that I use. I mean, it's like you check your food, you can raise the vibration of your food if it's not fresh enough or doesn't have a strong life force. You can use the pendulum to do that. There's so many ways you can use it. It's fascinating. It always has fascinated me.
Do you feel that you or do you know your note, the note which resonates with your frequency?
The musical note?
Yeah. Have you tried it?
No, I haven't looked
Just
at
out
that.
of interest. I mean, I don't know how you'd use it for healing, but I know mine. And, yeah, a D sharp.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess you need a piano or something to do that.
Yes. But I actually found it on a ruler. It's a ruler with a piano printed on it. And then I checked because I just had this brainwave when I was somewhere, and that it was going to be important. I don't always know why. I don't always find it revealed at the time why I'm even doing something. That's how I teach myself. How I teach myself.
Yeah, you just go by instinct or guidance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it might change. I haven't tested it recently, which is an interesting point. But if you think of color, then you paint. So I've been painting. I've been dowsing and painting the energy result. If you understand, not the one behind me in the background, but I've been painting energy, for example, standing over a meander in a river that I practice on in a park near me, which I know is 45 feet deep. And I know I'm painting the energy of the water, not the water. And then another one was I doused where's the nearest wreck, because I live on a peninsula. And so first of all, which direction do I have to face to discover the nearest wreck, underwater wreck to me? Okay, west. Okay, how far do I have to go to find the nearest wreck? So I find it, then I focus on it, and I painted it, guided by my rod to represent it, first of all. And then I did another one where I was just painting the energy, pure energy, rather than an impression of what I would see if I was down there, I suppose. But the funny thing was the wreck was half a boat. It wasn't a whole boat.
Oh.
And so I haven't actually, I should be looking for the other half, shouldn't I? And the other weird thing was that I had in the pure energy painting, I had an energy line that was coming out of the earth, but it wasn't going up like that. It was going like that. But I felt that it was a kind of refraction through my finer sensitivities. It wasn't, obviously refraction is normally when you're looking at something through water, it looks a bit bent. But obviously earth energy doesn't come up like that. Or does it? What do you think? How have you found it?
Well, the energy would change according to the shape of the boat.
No. In one painting, I captured the boat. In the other painting, sort of figuratively, in the other painting, I captured the energy only of earth energy coming up from the earth, you see.
What, by the boat?
No, there's no boat. Well, yeah, where the boat was, but
Well, perhaps that's the way that
the boat.
Well, perhaps that's the way the boat went down and how it landed.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm just saying.
And also, it's there's so many different ways you can take this. It's a really good project to have. So then another one was we had a Zoom, online Zoom led by David Sharman, talking about energy viewing. And so when I went up to bed afterwards, I thought, oh, shouldn't go to bed yet. I know where there's a spiral in my bedroom, which I moved my bed to avoid. So I sat and focused on the area with my eyes shut, because this is how he does it. And I didn't see anything. And then I looked over to the right, and then I saw it sort of nearly out of the corner of my eye. And it was an enormous yellow, it was really like lemon colored, really bright spiral. If I say spiral, more like a column. And it was coming up inside and flowing down the outside continuously, all the ripples. And so I painted that. And what else? Give me one.
Too deep for me.
Give me one to do.
I've got my healing practice now.
Have you got them there to show us the painting?
Yeah, I've just got to go out in my studio in the dark. It'll be okay. I'll be
Take a torch.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey. She kept losing me there.
Yeah, as I was saying, I've stopped my practice now. I'm getting a bit too old to be doing it. But I do send healing to my family all the time and my friends. And it's interesting, you get the healing rate and you send the healing energy, and it always comes back down to the Christ number when they receive the healing.
Oh.
So I use a chart of 1 to 10 and ask for the healing rate. And then I send the healing. And then I check again for the healing rate, and it comes down to 33. I know they've received it.
Oh.
It does work.
Do you send healing to yourself, or do you have somebody that sends healing to you?
I ask to receive it.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because the pendulum swings the other way.
Hmm.
So when I send it, it goes around to the right, clockwise. Then when
Yeah.
I ask to receive it, it goes anti-clockwise.
I didn't manage to carry the mural in that I did for the symposium. But he can broadcast that later.
No.
That was would you say 6 feet wide? Or 7 feet? It was enormous. Right. 1, 2. What did I say first? The meander, right. Oh, there's another one as well. Oh, I forgot that. So the meander, let me get this right now. This way round. Oh, it's one of those, isn't it?
Take your screen off.
Might have to, like that. I'll take the screen off because it's easier. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Stop. Oh, blur my background. Right. Okay. Is that? Oh, no. Where do I? I don't know where to go, what to do.
Where it says change the background.
Adjust background. Okay. Okay, right. Okay.
There we are.
Yeah. Right, there we go. Whoop. Okay, so still funny, but see, that was standing on top of the meander, that one. And the color is dictated by my rods. I don't choose it. I prepare my palettes and then I'm directed where to go on the palettes. So I have a warm half and a cold half with all the possibilities. Okay. And I had assistance on that one. And I know who they are. And one of them was a professional artist and one of them wasn't, and I could tell when one was taking over. Okay.
It doesn't look like much that's recognizable.
No, it's not meant to be. It's not figurative. It's painting the energy. It's not meant to be figurative. How do I? But you see, if you just think about the energy, and if you look at how there's that blue dot, pale blue dot in the middle, that's kind of, people have said, like the eye of a storm, maybe. Each one is an investigation of one, it's from one perspective. So all I can only do one thing at a time. So then it was the wreck. This was the wreck. Okay, 39 miles west. I'm having difficulty. I don't know, it's my lid skew my laptop skew. Yeah. See, half a boat.
Yeah.
And I don't do as much detail as with my real paintings because I do what I'm given. It's a different, it's a new journey. So there's that one. And then the one that goes with the wreck, this is quite simple, really, compared but this is what I mean about the energy coming up. But I can't do it. I can't do it. It's backwards. Up. Has anyone ever had to do this before? It's backwards. Anyway, so that was just capturing the energy. I don't know if it was I don't think it was at the time of the crash. It was the energy present at the time that I doused it. That's all. It's nothing to do with the wreck. So then, okay, so this one, which is the one which I saw with my eyes shut, the spiral that I moved my bed to avoid.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm.
Okay.
And has it gone now or still there?
Still there. Oh, well, I better check. I think it's still there. It's there every day. But yeah, I'll check again. Now this one is something completely different, which I didn't mention. This is the energy in the road. Because I'm just, starting off because I've got other painting to do. So I haven't got, but this is so, unassemble this collage, if you like, but the different energy only passes by, not people in cars. But it doesn't all I can do is go forward.
It looks busy.
Yeah, it's busy. But
where is that energy located that you just paint that in that painting?
the road going up and down out because I was focusing on it from inside, just the energy. And again, it's not very complicated, but I think they will become more detailed. But it takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work, just the focusing, using your rod, getting the paint. It's an extra step in the process. So, you found the mural?
No.
Oh, I thought you were looking for it.
No. I wouldn't find it.
Okay. So, yeah, and perhaps bigger. I might try working bigger. See if I could find it maybe. Have I got it? Just background. I'll see if I can find it.
What Sue was talking about, after the symposium, during the symposium that weekend, it was the Malvern well dressing competition. And we were given a well to dress, but it was actually a spout sticking out of a wall which had dried because they'd relocated the water supply from that particular pipe. So it was basically an alcove at the side of a road, and Sue then drew. The theme was trees.
Was
the theme of the competition. So Sue drew a mural in wood or on wood, but managed to clamp it inside this little alcove, and it's a nice painting of the Malvern Hills in the background, a stream of water coming through, and then a dowser dowsing on the side of the river. And the idea is we were going to have a trough of water sticking out 90 degrees with some dowsing rods, so people could actually, when they came to look at the painting, could actually pick up some rods and see if the rods crossed over the trough of water to see if they could actually get the reaction. But because there's a van parked halfway across the whole thing all weekend, that never happened.
Oh yeah. But I did it, not living there. I did it from here.
Oh.
Remember?
But got a bronze award for it, which is good.
Good. Well done.
Thank you. Well, they didn't like the fact that it wasn't interactive. We tried to make it interactive, but so it was more than what was it called? Well dressing. 2024. And anyway, the choice of well was bad, wasn't it, for us?
Oh yeah, because of a mistake.
Right.
There's only 4 left. There's only 4.
Oh yeah, it was blocked by that car. That was the problem. Let's see if I can find it. Huh? It's on here, but without the painting. Oh, they're advertising it before. Oh, because it's just on Google Images before. They just haven't maybe got the photo. Strange.
Do you have any wells where you are, Isabel?
No, I live in a suburb.
All right.
And it's fairly new. It's only been here about 20 years.
Okay.
That's the thing with Australia compared with England. Everything is new.
Yeah.
Unless you go out into the tribal areas where the Aboriginals are, then you see the old rock paintings and things like that. But architectural stuff here is fairly new compared with the UK.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss it with them, the dowsing?
Discuss it with who?
Yeah, Aboriginal people.
No, I haven't really had a lot to do with them, to be honest. I know there's some, not far from where I live, there's some rock paintings. They claim that it's an Egyptian prince that came out here exploring and got bitten by a snake and he's buried there in the bush. I don't know how true that is.
I think I've heard that story.
Yeah, so we went dowsing around there. It was quite interesting. It's what I love about it is you can use it for so many things. You can use it personally for health. You can use it to change energies, define things. It's just fascinating.
I know where it is.
Off she goes again.
Do you find any young people interested in dowsing?
I don't know many young people that do it, I must admit. It's very sad.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Well, we're trying to get schools to have dowsers teaching the DAV people. That's the Duke of Edinburgh Awards that everybody has a chance to do in the they start in when they're 11, 12, 13 to 14. But the problem is the dowser has to volunteer to do it once a week for something like 26 weeks or something. So it's not ideal.
Yeah, unless they're really interested, it's not worth your while anyway.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Are they really that interested? You know, because there's not going to be that many people who think it's a valuable skill at that stage in their life to develop.
They're too young. I have a 22-year-old student nurse that comes to me for dowsing lessons, and she absolutely loves it, and she's good at it. So you don't mind when they're interested and they want to do it. It's a different thing altogether.
You can be interested when you're younger, but not have any adults. That's what happened to me.
Didn't have any
adults that could show you.
Yeah.
Because I had it in a book I was given.
Well, that's how I learned to start with.
Well, funny enough, yeah, I learnt it on the internet, so the information is there if they want it now, especially on the internet.
Yeah, it's true.
Well, I'm going to love you and leave you. That's my alarm gone off. I've got visitors coming soon, so I have to
right.
Thanks for coming on as well.
It's great to meet you. Spread the word if you're able.
And come again.
I will, thank you. Nice to meet you.
Just finding the mural, but too late it looks like.
Maybe next
time, yeah.
Okay, take care, everyone.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye.
I thought I'll make the effort. Come along for the last hour, I thought, because there'll probably be quite a few people there.
No, the camera's on you.
That's it. There again, there were quite a few people from different countries, so and it is a Saturday.
Yeah. Well, we tried it on a Sunday. I think I did a 24-hour one on the Sunday because it went through to Monday morning.
Yeah.
Well, in Australia anyway, so you know they wouldn't want us. They won't want to be up all night. So we decided not to do it again. But we cover quite a lot of time zones in the period.
I can't remember what you're looking for, Sue.
It's this mural.
Ah, that's right.
Well, I've thought of a way of not having to talk about it, but showing it. So what do I do now? So the traffic, going east this morning was awful. Right around Newport, and then all the lots of bits before the turn off to Chepstow. And you know the blue dot? The blue dot didn't show me. There was one blue line. It didn't say where I had to turn off. It didn't say that the roads changed or show all the roads. It was very strange. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 Very odd.
Maven. So okay. Bloody hell. Dennerbolt to Stratford upon Avon, 3.5 hours.
Oh yeah. I don't know why they've put it all the way over there.
Get it wherever they can.
Northeast.
Yeah, could have been up in Newcastle.
Please. Newcastle. I can't do Newcastle.
How's it going? Nearly there?
Getting there. So, what kind of venue is it then, this place in Stratford?
If it's the one, if it gets confirmed, it'd be a hotel.
Oh, right.
With conference facilities.
Ah.
Breakout rooms.
Oh, I see. So you mean people could possibly stay in it as well?
Yes.
Mm.
That's why it's called a hotel.
Yeah. Haven't visited that many of them. Right, because of the money. It's going to be expensive, isn't it, in Stratford?
Yeah, there are campsites available soon.
Good.
Not in October.
No, September the 21st.
Oh, September.
Yeah, early.
It's not that far off, actually.
Oh, I know.
Not really.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, we've had the air day. Once you've had the air day, we're halfway through the summer, I think. Do you get an air day?
A what?
You live in Devon, don't you?
Cornwall.
Cornwall.
Anyway, similar sort of place.
Yeah, well, you haven't really got a big seaport with an airport, but you've got Newquay Airport. Maybe you do have an air day from there.
I thought you said a hair day, an air day. No, that's the answer to that one.
Oh.
The nearest one is Exeter or Plymouth.
Yeah, everywhere I've lived, there's been one, but apart from in Surrey. But we've had ours now this year. We get the red arrows.
Oh, nice.
Quite loud.
My dad was in the RAF, so I live next to sort of well, not airports, but RAF airports.
When was he in?
Sorry?
When was he in the RAF?
Yeah.
When?
Oh, 38 to 70, 78. Yeah, 40 years.
Okay.
Mm.
What was his job?
What's it called? Airframe fitter.
Okay.
Mm.
What did he end up as then? Warrant officer?
No, chief tech. He liked his fags and his booze too much.
Oh, right. Yeah.
like quite a few of them, really.
I did 9 years.
Only 9?
Only 9, yeah.
Was that national service and a bit extra?
No, it was, oh no, that finished a long time before I joined.
Oh,
No, 70 to 79 I served it.
Whereabouts were you?
Well, my first, I was a radio mechanic. The first posting was to the RAF regiment at Catterick. Lockapes. And then, yeah, Catterick. Locking.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did you get abroad?
yeah, Gan.
It's the Dowsing, see? The Dowsing.
Molded.
Yeah.
You can't see all of it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, move your head then.
I'm trying. It's backwards.
That's it. Who is it?
Walk out of the
Dowser.
walk out of the picture. Walk out the back.
Me?
Yeah, walk out. No, walk out.
You can't see all of it though. It's like that. It's the ratio.
No, there's good reflections on the water there.
Yeah. But he's got the thing is you can't see his water. He finds some other water. So, oh, my chair's breaking.
If you move a bit more to the left, he looks like he's on a scooter.
I mean, to the left. Like that.
Well, not quite that far, but yeah.
Oh. Scooter. Oh yeah.
So did you go abroad, Janet?
Oh yeah, we got 3 years in Cyprus.
Yeah.
And it's a bit sad, but I'm on a couple of websites on Facebook. There's a lot of people who went out there, they've never forgotten it.
Yeah.
But this was late 60s, early 70s before everything changed. Yeah.
Was it a base when you lived in Cyprus?
Oh yeah, Akrotiri.
Did you have to go to school there?
Yeah. But you only went in the mornings, you got the afternoon off. Well, not off, but you just started early and finished early because of the heat. And then you just went down to the beach.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so much freedom.
So like Cornwall really, but without the umbrellas.
I don't know about that. Well, no, I ended up in Cornwall because I felt like I had to move down here. And it took me a while to realise, but it was not long after I took up Dowsing. And the two things I think have been connected. But now I'm thinking, how long am I here for? Is it the rest of my life? Or am I going to be moving in a few years' time? And how often will I be moving? I don't know. Bit strange.
It's nice to be able to have the option, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it costs you every time you do it, so.
Well, yeah.
But what
you
I've
buy
bought...
your car?
Sorry?
We're going to buy a car. Have you bought it?
No, I've stuck with the one. I've stuck with the one that I've got. I'll sort out something so I can sleep in the back of it and just have my tent on the back. I would love a Roma home, but yeah, I can't really justify the cost. I'm sorry, Richard, we've gone off at a tangent again.
That's okay.
I feel like the Dowser is with us now. The one in the painting. I feel he's going to speak.
Oh, is he? Well, let us know what he's going to say.
We need another Aussie.
Yeah.
That's what he's going to say.
Well, you never know. One might pop in for 10 minutes if they've just started getting up.
Yeah.
So we'll have to hang on just in case.
Yeah.
So all members have been notified. So, yeah. All members. How many BSD members live in Australia or New Zealand?
Idea.
Or Rhodesia? Or Kenya or India or because they can live in lots of places, can't they?
Well,
okay, how many
from India on?
Yeah, how many of them don't live in the UK? How about that? That's easier to say. Do you know?
No, not offhand, no.
Hmm.
But there is a list in the office.
You can always douse it, Sue.
True. Yeah. Okay, where are they? Whoops. My bag's still wet from the rain I had earlier. Because I just came in for this call. I just got back. Right, okay.
What are you doing? Dowsing for it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to dial a percentage. Do you know the total number of members?
No.
Oh. Okay. I mean, I could douse that, but I'll douse the percentage first. Okay. Oh, it says I have to try and douse the full number first. Okay.
All right.
That's much worse. You've got no idea. So more than 100, yes. 200, 300. You're not hitting me with more than 300. I would have thought it was more than 300, but are you nodding?
Who, me?
No, the other one. He's nodding.
So it's more than 300.
Oh,
well, I made it 512, but this is something else I'm a rubbish at. So
200. Okay, 250. More than 250. More than 300. More than 350. More than 400. More than 450. More than 500. More than 550. Okay. More than 510. 520. Okay, 510. 511 members. 510. Okay, 510 is the one that's hitting me. Okay.
I got 512.
Oh, interesting. Okay, it maybe somebody's just joined us. Two have joined, or one's left or something.
Also, perhaps somebody's just put their clocks back.
Oh yeah, somebody's finished off to have a laugh. a good moment, wouldn't it?
But we could both be totally wrong.
So a percentage of people who are based.
Hard to know the exact number because members who they come up to the membership and they go past their membership and lapsed. So for that point, they're not members until they're in membership, you see.
Okay, so thank you. So connecting with the percentage of membership who live outside the UK, please. At this point in space and time. Yeah. So more than 10%? No. More than 5%? Yes. 6%, 7%, 8%, 9%, 10%, 11%. So 10%. Strange. Only 10% live outside.
I got 11, so at least it's close.
Oh, we're close.
Yeah, I hope I'm influencing your answers in some way.
He could look it up now. You can look it up
How can I look it up?
on your secret president records.
I don't have access to that information.
Oh.
No.
It's probably been published actually in one of the Dorset, not Dorset, one of our Dowsing magazines at some point, hasn't it? I think it
No.
has in the past.
Maybe in the past, yeah, but
Yeah. 13 minutes.
So have there been any unfortunate incidents this time? No. Ah. Was there a protocol for dealing with it, preventing it, or did it just not happen?
put the security on that.
Nick?
No. Let me see what it is.
Was it one that we had through YouTube or Zoom?
No, no. It's, oh, what did it? There we are. Oh, yes, right. It's from Melanie. You know, Melanie from Ireland.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, her husband produced. It's called Zoom Security Protocols.
Mm.
He'd done for his students, I think.
Mm.
I just went through all the. Let me just come back. I just went through all the checks that they set out, like in a table form that you go through the settings. You have to go onto the settings before the meeting starts, and enable stuff and disabled other check boxes.
Oh.
The only one I didn't follow was the sharing. It said don't share anything, but we had to share it for the YouTube channel.
Why not share anything?
Because that I think that's how we had the problems in the past, because we went to the YouTube channel, but we had a link back to the meeting. There's a direct link back to the meeting, and that's how went wrong.
And so the people knew how to intercept that.
I can't intercept it, but what I can do is
Well, the other people, the hackers, knew how to intercept it. Or whatever.
No, they just changed their name and
oh.
So anybody that I didn't recognize, I had ready to evict straight away.
Okay.
Which I didn't know last time how to do that.
Mm.
But now, you know, I could pull you up now. I could go there.
Mm.
And then I'm highlighting remove. So if you made a false move now, I could just click and you're gone.
Get my own back.
Can I ask what? Oh.
It's my own back.
I said, can I ask the name of the hotel in Stratford-on-Avon?
We're looking at, again, it's got to be confirmed, but it's looking highly likely it's going to be the Stratford Manor Hotel.
Well, that sounds good. See what facilities they've got.
I know the youth hostel. Not quite the same level. So
Must be cheap though.
Yeah, 20 something. And it's got a, oh no, this has got a swimming pool.
Do you know, I did wonder because it said it was a manor hotel.
Mm. Have you stayed in a manor hotel before?
Who, me? No.
You sound all-knowing.
Really?
Oh, I'll say it's a manor hotel.
It just sounds posh.
Yeah. Okay, let me look at the pictures. There's a cinema room. Pool. Ping pong. Good move. Oh, I'm not going to the conference. I'm going to play ping pong. A gym.
I'm not getting any of this.
Giant chess. Reception. Double room with onto a double bed, sorry, and then the room has 3 chairs, so you can have a party. Come on, Australia, come and give us some meat.
Yeah, they got 6 minutes.
Body to this international Zoom, all about dowsing.
It's got a standard twin room, ensuite bathroom, TV, hairdryer, and it says toilet paper.
Phew.
Well, what a funny thing to put.
One of those hotels, the ones with toilet paper in them.
Oh dear.
Perhaps it is a selling point. Perhaps the others in Stratford don't actually have the paper.
It's a strange thing to put.
Hmm.
Oh, it doesn't say much here at all.
Dining. Oh, it's got onion rings. Egg on steak. Big fat chips.
Oh, great. It's just what I need.
Salad. Something like dinner packages. Ooh, £32 for a dinner package.
That's not bad.
Hmm.
Right, let's have a look.
Before VAT.
So, is there going to be a meal there that we have to go to again?
Now, I'm saving it now.
Saving £1?
Just start saving.
Yeah. It's got one of those swans in a white circle, a bit like it's like the Swansea Council emblem. Is it run by Swansea Council?
I hope not. Oh, come on.
Can't be. It says amazing food and service.
Oh, get this thing to move.
It says we were here for a mid-large work conference over 3 days with interesting phrase, mid-large. Are we mid-large? Has it got a car park? We need to know if it's got a car park.
It said it had a very large car park. I saw that bit.
Yeah.
It's got a spa. Large indoor pool, steam room. Oh, that's good.
Hmm.
Oh, good. Oof.
Creme brulee with white chocolate cookie dough. British heritage tomato, burrata salad. Okay. A whole mozzarella, that is. Great British cheeseburger. Hmm. I expect Peter Stott will go to that then. It's in his area.
Yeah.
Name rings a bell. Let's have a look.
Okay, let's see where it's located.
It's about 7 miles out.
Oh.
By motorway or?
No,
the
no, I
other
think
side.
it's an A road.
It's next door to Dobby's.
Next door to what?
Dobby's, the garden centre. So
Oh.
we can have our conference meal in Dobby's.
Oh, how did you know that? Very intuitive.
You've been keeping it quiet.
It's safe with you.
Hmm.
Will you be able to go there, connect with the flower? Do a workshop in Dobby's.
Yeah. Pendulums, I think, because rods are a bit long, aren't they? They might be a hazard.
Yes, so good.
Well, I still haven't found the prices. Oh, let's do availability. Oh, prices.
Big conference prices.
Mid big. That's what the other one said. It was a mid big.
Oh, what?
Okay. Oops. Takes a while to get to September. Oh, we've got there. It's too late. Hang on. They all want to know what the price is, so we have to find the price.
But whatever it is, we've got to add something to it because it's the conference.
Oh my God. So if you go tomorrow, I think 67. If you go in September, it's 198.
Hey?
Or 222.
What, for one night or two?
2 nights, yeah. Oh, sorry, that's 2 people. Let's put 1 guest in. Right.
Wait for it.
Still 198. Oh no, it won't let me go to 1 guest. Okay, 1 guest. Let's try it. No, it's the same. Maybe they've only got double beds.
If it's like Premier Inn, it's the same price for a,
Hey.
room's a room.
Well, am I the only non-couple?
No.
No,
Quite a few.
exactly. Quite. So that's a shame, isn't it? Well, they've got so much grass, perhaps I could camp in the garden.
Or sleep in your van. In the car park.
Car park. So have you actually had food today, Mr. President? No?
I had a bacon sandwich at 9 o'clock.
Hmm.
I had a couple of biscuits at 2 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm going to have my dinner.
Yeah. I think we better go. It is now 2 minutes past 12.
Are you sure you want us to go now?
Well, you can stay, but I can go. I can make
No,
you
it's
the
fine.
host.
It's fine. It's fine. I can go. I know when I'm not needed.
Oh, no. You want to be the host? Then I'll.
You what?
You want me to make you the host?
No, Janet wants to be the host.
No, I don't want to be the host. You do.
Oh, I haven't got a goodbye thing. I haven't got a goodbye thing.
You've got the
I've got leave. Yeah.
Where is it?
Gone down the bottom. There's
Reactions.
a white person going out of a red door.
Oh, I haven't seen that before.
Make like a tree and
I was just looking at that.
Oh.
That's
Okay.
not right.
Oh.
Clapping. I thought I was going like that. Oh dear.
Okay. All right. Well, good night, everybody watching and popping off and not appearing when they could have done. Happy dowsing.
Oh dear. See you in a couple of months, hopefully.
See you there, yeah.
Yeah.
Bye bye now.